So this morning we have the honor of having Major General Bar Seguin, the director of the George C. Marshall Center for Security Studies, to deliver a keynote address on security cooperation the George Marshall way. General Seguin, yeah.
So it's a great pleasure to be with you, and I want to thank Hikmet and Harun for the very gracious invite. And I want to thank your team too, as we interact with so many that have staff labels on their badges. It's always with a friendly face and a willingness to help. So you've brought together a tremendous team. And I don't know if all of you know this, but they all have day jobs. And so this came together because of their passion for what it represents and for the kind of issues that we're talking about here. So thank you for that passion. Yesterday we were talking, Harun and I, and he said we're going to have a great evening. We're going to tour Sarajevo, and then we're going to have a great dinner, and you can drink all the wine you want. And I said, well, sounds like an order to me. And so I follow orders, and I did. And so I hope my thought, my speaking, and my mind aren't cloudy this morning. What was I just saying? I want to shift gears a little bit. We've been talking a lot about security challenges. What about solutions to those challenges? What should security cooperation look like beyond the transactional that we typically think of? We are the George C. Marshall European Center for Security Studies. We don't do foreign military sales. We don't do foreign military financing. We don't do military training. But we do develop networks and relationships based on trust that lead to intellectual interoperability. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the how of the Marshall Center. We were challenged by General Badia in his opening talk to move beyond and to answer the so what. And part of the so what is the how. And so I'd like to talk to you a little bit about that and give some examples of the tremendous success. So what is the George C. Marshall European Center for Security Studies? The center is one of 6 regional centers that are part of the United States Department of Defense, all geographically focused, but the Marshall Center is unique in that we have a global mandate. We're also the only center of the 6 that are partnered with another country. In our case, it's a German-American partnership. As part of this partnership, we're the only center that's not located on U.S. soil. We're actually located in Garmisch-Partenkirchen, Germany. Anyone been to Garmisch? Okay, so you know the importance of location, 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 and this is part of the Marshall Center experience, and I'll get to that here momentarily. We're also the largest of the centers and the oldest of the centers. We celebrated our 30th anniversary last year. We have about 250 or so teammates at the center, and we have a designated campus, if you will, that's located on one of the caserns there in Garmisch-Partenkirchen. We're a tenant unit, and it's on a U.S. Army Garrison Bavaria facility. So that's who and what we are and where we are. How do we accomplish security cooperation? Within the center, we have 4 directorates, and I'm not going to talk about all of them because I'd be talking to you for a long time. But I do want to focus on one directorate in particular, and that's the College of International and Security Studies. Beyond that, just to let you know, we also have a partner language training center, Europe, that provides intermediate and advanced English language training, train the trainer with partner nations so that they can go back and teach English in their respective countries and test to it. And we also maintain a legacy capability in languages at the intermediate and advanced level, like Russian, Farsi, French, and Arabic, and we're adding Mandarin for obvious reasons this coming year. We're in the process of hiring instructors for that. We don't do basic training. We're often confused with being able to do basic English training. We don't do that. We also train all of the Russian-speaking U.S. Army Foreign Area officers for about a year before they're assigned to the respective embassies and other assignments within Eurasia. I won't talk about that. We do have the Partnership for Peace Consortium Secretariat that's part of the center as well. Very briefly, I believe this to be high investment, high return on investment. I normally say something else, but I've been advised not to. It's a really inexpensive way to conduct security cooperation because partner nations send intellectual capabilities to working in study groups on their own dime, with their own money, and then contribute to things like developing syllabi in irregular warfare and hybrid threats, in resilience, and conducting programs like the Defense Education Enhancement Program, which, as an example, we started 10 years ago with Ukraine, training their non-commissioned officer corps, and today their senior enlisted credits that deep Defense Education Enhancement Program for having provided the level of success that they've seen on the battlefield when everyone thought that it would be no longer initially than about a 2-week period that they would be able to defend themselves. College of International Security Studies, though, let me get back to that because I think most important for this audience. So we have programs ranging from 2 days, tailored programs for parliamentarians, all the way up to 10 weeks. We call it our flagship program, the program in Applied Security Studies. The longer the program, the younger the participant that we typically desire to be a part of that program. Think longer programs, lieutenant through major, across in civilian equivalents across ministries and out into whole of society. Importantly, we can't just remain in the government. We've got to be bringing NGOs, media, and others that have a voice that can feel free to be critical of their own governments. We identify these participants via working very, very closely with the United States Embassy in country and the German Embassy in country, since we are a unique German-American partnership. They know the country best. They know the personalities, they know the capabilities, especially across ministries, but also out into whole of society. We don't. And so it's a partnership to get the right participants to be a part of these programs. The program in Applied Security Studies, which covers a vast array of security challenges and issues, starts this week. It's the one we're most proud of. And we're bringing 100 participants from 60 countries to the Marshall Center. Part of the success of what I'm about to describe is that the U.S. government and the German government pay for each of these participants 100%. We coordinate their travel. We pay for their travel. We lodge them. We pay for all their food. And we give them a small stipend per diem. No expense to them whatsoever. I don't think we could run what we run by asking countries, the countries especially that we're primarily working with, to send us participants at their expense. Once we have the participants, we like to say we introduce them to the Marshall Center experience. And we hope that this experience starts in Garmisch-Partenkirchen and lasts a lifetime. And for many, it does. And I'll give you a couple examples of those many. The programs, I said, range from 2 to 10 weeks. We try to remain relevant and needed in terms of the evolving security challenges that we're seeing. We now have a seminar on irregular warfare and hybrid threats, 3 weeks long, that really gets into a lot of the challenges and issues and solutions that we've been talking about for the last day plus. We're introducing this year a program in Russian security studies. We have a program in regional security studies, a program in cybersecurity studies, to name but a few. Most of our programs are 3 to 4 weeks long, because we find that it's very difficult as we start to get to kind of mid-level participants to have them break away from the many and great responsibilities that they have within their own directorates and countries for any longer than that. The programs generally run something like this. We start with a plenary session with an expert. This expert presents a topic, a security topic, in-depth, Q&A, coffee break, time to socialize, and then into seminar. And this is where the real magic happens. This is where we can put someone from a participant from Azerbaijan with a participant from Armenia, where we very clearly lay out, as an example, and there's many more examples that we all could come up with, and we very clearly lay out with expert faculty facilitators that this is a very Socratic manner of learning. They themselves are practitioners and experts in their own right. We need to hear from them, and not just the canned lines that their country expects them to say, but with Chatham House rules, a much more open dialogue about what they think. And we ask all others, when someone's speaking, to listen with an ear to hear and not a tongue to refute. This isn't about arguing points back and forth. And you see, day 1, day 2, there's not much dialogue. Day 3, day 4, they're staying in the same quarters together. They're eating breakfast, lunch, and dinner together. They're walking across, for those of you who know Garmisch, one concern to another across a beautiful bridge and looking right up at the Zugspitze. Location matters, and it's all part of the experience. We introduce cultural events. We have the community involved. So we have a Friends of the Marshall Center that sponsor events for our participants, that get them out on the weekends, that do Bavarian breakfasts with Weisswurst. You know what you call a Bavarian breakfast with Weisswurst? A German excuse to drink beer before noon, okay? Which I'm all for, it's okay. But, and it's very traditional in southern Bavaria. And at the end of the program, and even into the program, you start to see countries like the ones that we're focused on here, where there's so many security challenges that exist, and there's so many hardened positions when they come to the course. You start to see them sitting around outside where they're lodged, building these little fires and drinking beers and singing Balkan songs together that they all know in an amazing and incredible way that transcends the politics of their respective countries and the issues of their respective countries. So what does this lead to? This leads to so I call our greatest strength our in-resident programs. We also do outreach, but that's our greatest strength. This leads to our greatest outcome, which is our trusted global network of alumni. Now 16,500 strong from 164 countries. But they're not just alumni. They are Marshall Center teammates that we remain engaged with over time. So the 2 nights before coming to this conference, we did an alumni outreach networking event in Skopje with our alumni there. About 40 to 50 came out for that. We present a substantive topic from an alumni scholar, someone who had attended a program and then came back to do research and scholarly work from North Macedonia, presented his results. And then we stayed for several hours, it was only supposed to be one, socializing, reconnecting, etc. We also then went to Pristina and we did the same thing. And I'm going to give an example from Pristina, in fact, of the outcomes that are achieved via this methodology. All this leads to intellectual interoperability. And what I would ask is, as I say this, if we had started doing something at the magnitude that we've been able to do it now over 30 years, 30 years ago, right here in BIH, in Kosovo, in Serbia, etc., I would ask the question, would we be in a different place? Intellectual operability we can really think of as the ability to communicate, cooperate, and problem solve across cultural, political, and ideological lines. That's what this is all about. How do we break that down and then build it back up? Much of the testimony from our alumni, as I am out and about and engaging with them, importantly in alumni outreach events, to keep them engaged with the network. We also have an alumni, as I just mentioned, scholar program. Many of them testify this was the greatest experience, the Marshall Center experience was the greatest experience of my professional life. I was in Moldova, to give an example. We were doing an alumni event with many senior alumni, parliamentarian, our U.S. ambassador, as well as the German ambassador, and their now prime minister, he was then the national security advisor, and myself were chairing and giving comments. I had to sneak out with the ambassador for something along the way, and so we were trying to quietly do that when I saw an older gentleman get up and kind of make his way around to intercept us as we were going out. He had someone with him, and he stopped me and he said, I said, we've got to go. He said, I have to tell you this. He said, I went to the Marshall Center, and this is all in Russian, because back then we simultaneously interpreted everything in German, English, and Russian. We now have only English for a lot of reasons, which I'm happy to talk about. He intercepted me and he had it all written out, and he said, I've got to tell you this. He said, I went to the Marshall Center in 1994. We started in 93, so he was one of the first courses that we did. And he said, that experience was life-changing for me. Because of that experience, I am now part of the solution and not part of the problem. And of course, he was there in Parliament supporting Sandhu's government. And he tearfully wanted to tell me this before I escaped. Another great example is a good friend of mine whom we just saw a couple days ago. Edifeta Yayaga, some may recognize the name. She had done 2 programs with us, and she was with us in 2008 in one of our programs. I was a fellow, and that's how I met her, so I was there previously. And in 2008, she got the call to be the first female president in Kosovo, and indeed the first female president in the Balkans. So she had to leave the program at the Marshall Center, but to this day, she describes that experience as having been foundational to her presidency and to what she was able to accomplish. And she came out to see us at the Outreach Networking event. There's all kinds of other results of this methodology and approach, especially as we do this with those who are at a fairly young level in their time in service, in their time in society, or whatever they're pursuing. We keep them involved with the network over time, and all that we do is based on common values. Every program, some you can hear based on the titles are more specific, but every one of them foundationally based on democracy, freedom, good governance, rule of law, peace and security, conflict prevention and resolution, and human rights, emphasized throughout, with other cross-cutting themes. We heard yesterday, women, peace, and security has not been heard but once. So there's twice beyond the panel, because we incorporate it throughout all of our programs. Climate security throughout all of our programs, energy security throughout all of our programs, etc. In many of our programs, we teach how to develop strategy as well. And often, participants will take what they learn, a developed strategy, and bring it back to their countries, and we get the feedback that the strategy not only was well received by the superiors, but was implemented as well. We're also asked from time to time to help processes to develop strategies. Moldova came to us and said, we need a national security strategy. Would you please, trusted entity, guide the process to get us to a national security strategy, which we did. We said, can't write it, but we brought together a whole society to do that. So I would argue that, as I conclude, that while all that we do within security cooperation is incredibly important to our allies and partners, and you can't belittle the benefit of some of the more transactional security cooperation initiatives, that nothing is going to really get at and improve our ability to work towards solutions than intellectual interoperability. And we must find ways to get at exactly this, to transcend the cultural, the political, and the ideological lines that divide us, but need not, by putting people in a safe environment for a period of time. Conferences are great, but they don't get at the same thing. We have tremendous dialogue, but we don't develop relationships based on trust leading to intellectual operability, ending up in a place where we've developed greater like-mindedness, common understanding of challenges, but can still depart not completely agreeing with one another, but having expanded worldviews and thoughts about the many and great security challenges that we're collectively trying to affect and get after. So thanks for your time and attention. I hope if this inspired you in some way to learn more about the Marshall Center Way, I'm happy to discuss it. And we've already identified some potential participants during this security conference. So we hope to see some of you at the Marshall Center to experience firsthand what starts at the Marshall Center, but we hope lasts a lifetime. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you so much for that, sir. So now we are moving to our panel on security and intelligence challenges in 2025. We have to end sharply at 10:30, as most of our panelists will be flying back. And there's a marathon right in front of the hotel, so most of those roads are booked. So I'm extremely happy to have the honor of introducing our panelists. So Hans-Peter Mittern, who is a non-resident fellow at the Center for Defense Strategies in Norway. He's the former Norwegian defense attaché to Kiev. We have Professor Charles Kopchen, who is from the Georgetown University and a senior fellow at the Council for Foreign Relations. We have General Matthew Vallas from NATO HQ Sarajevo. We have General Dacian Sherban, Director of the Cooperative Security Division at the NATO International Military Staff. And we have our wonderful moderator, Sasha Polakov-Suransky, who's a Deputy Editor at Foreign Policy Magazine. Please take the place.
Welcome, everyone, and I will try to leave some time at the end for audience questions as well, even though we have to end a little bit early. As you can see, our topic is quite broad, which gives us the permission to talk about almost anything that's going on in the world today. So hopefully we'll have a wide-ranging discussion. I wanted to start with a comment that you made the other day, Pete, that NATO hasn't met the Russian threat in the way that it used to during the Cold War, and that NATO is not necessarily ready to meet the new security challenges of this era. Why not, in your view?
Well, I think one of the first things I learned at my service in armed forces was we receive a yearly fitness report, telling us how we performed the last year. And the first thing I learned was it doesn't matter what you think about yourself, it's all about how you are perceived. And I think it would be useful to have a similar approach to NATO. I have argued in some of the articles that the war in Ukraine would have not happened if NATO deterrence worked. And the reason for saying that is we made a firm commitment in past NATO strategic concept, specifically the 2010 concept, where we said our core essential task number one is collective defense. And you heard after 24th of February, all the heads of states collectively say Ukraine is not a member state and is therefore not eligible for collective defense. All perfectly okay. But what they did not mention collectively was core essential task number two, which was at the time crisis management. In that strategic concept, there was a firm commitment for NATO to intervene, to stop any conflict or war which threatened security of our alliance. And they said specifically stop and the use of a mix of military and political tools to stop it. We did not. On the contrast, in June 2022 Madrid summit, we developed a new strategic concept saying removing that very strong commitment. So my statement would be, before Russia decided to do the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, after 15 years of testing NATO resolve and will and ability to meet their provocations, and we failed, before that, they had made an assessment of our commitment, our ability to fulfill commitment laid down in the studied concept, and they correctly concluded that we would not. And as such, NATO is seen as taking one step backwards, stepping away from its commitment, and raising, therefore, inherently, the question about its commitment elsewhere.
Thank you. General Sherban, NATO's announced new regional plans, but not a lot is known about these regional plans. What threats and challenges will those plans seek to address?
Thank you very much for this question. It's a very good question. I'm going to try to say some words without passing beyond the unclassified environment we are in currently. So I would say like this, NATO is the most capable, ready, well-trained, well-equipped joint force in the world. NATO is the global standard for military capabilities and readiness. It has worked to maintain Euro-Atlantic security and support global peace and security since its inception 75 years ago. And we continue to stand the watch. At the Vilnius Summit in 2023, NATO allies agreed to NATO's most detailed and robust defense plans since the Cold War. These are three new regional defense plans to counter the two main threats to our alliance, Russia and terrorism. One plan for the North, the Atlantic and European Arctic, one for the center covering the Baltic region and Central Europe, and the southern plan for the Mediterranean and Black Sea. To execute these plans, NATO is putting 500,000 troops on a higher readiness, ready within 30 days, including substantial air and naval combat power, including 100 brigades, 1,400 fighter aircrafts, and 250 ships and submarines. At the Washington Summit this year, NATO allies discussed long-term capability gaps and a revitalization of arms production to ensure these blueprints translate into actionable strategies. This entails providing the necessary forces, capabilities, resources, and infrastructural support, conducting more frequent and large-scale training and exercises. I'm going to give you one very outstanding example. So, referring to Steadfast Defender 2024, NATO's largest military exercise in a generation, strengthening our NATO's command and control systems, strengthening our ability to move, reinforce, supply, and sustain our forces to respond to threats across the alliance, taking full advantage of Finland's and Sweden's latest memberships to NATO, including by developing a very consistent NATO presence in Finland, accelerating the integration of space into our planning, exercises, and multi-domain operations, establishing the NATO Cyber Defense Center, integrated Cyber Defense Center to enhance network protection, and last but not least, by strengthening the protection of critical undersea infrastructure. So the Washington Summit was, therefore, a critical opportunity for allies to chart our way ahead, not just to demonstrate that these plans exist, but also to provide a credible roadmap for effectively implementing them.
Thank you. Let's talk about this country. General Valas, you heard yesterday there was some discussion of Russian disinformation efforts in Bosnia and how that is impacting public opinion in this country. Does that environment create security challenges for you here? And what sort of effect could it have on Bosnian society?
So, thanks for having me. At first, it's great to be here with General T.V. Sherban, who has been a mentor to me for a long time in Special Operations Forces. So I want to just start there, and I appreciate the opportunity. But I'd also come back to the other speakers as they talk about collective defense and crisis management and our challenges that we face. Then I listen to General Sherban talk about the capabilities, defense plans that we have to meet a direct conflict. I think these are all well known by any of our adversaries, and so they choose not to take that tack. Why would you go directly and have a more direct campaign? So the campaign here has been indirect when we talk about Russian influence in the region. It certainly has an impact, and that's the challenge that we face here. As if you listen, that BIH is not the priority. It's very important. It is certainly on the radar, and we're paying more attention. But we are in a position where we need to be efficient with what we're doing here as we face all the global challenges that we've talked about in this past day. So Russia, with little to no effort, can influence society by one individual to other individuals here, and they can exploit the ethno-nationalist divide. So when I left here in 2000, what I saw was a nation that was emerging from conflict, facing many challenges, but there was hope. And this is a country that took two warring armies, put them together, and formed probably the pillar of what I would say is in the country here as an organization and as an institution. With that, and the challenges that we face is, as NATO and as BIH, we require some form of consensus, either through NATO, we have 32 nations that all must be respected, and in BIH we have multiple ethnicities that need their position respected as well. As opposed to taking on NATO in this country directly, it has become very easy to exploit the ethno-nationalist divide within the nation to hinder progress towards the Euro-Atlantic integration, and we certainly feel those effects. But for us, I'd say the key challenge is that we're starting from behind. We were late to recognizing these challenges. And also on top of that, it's very simple, if you're an autocrat, to insert yourself and your message that you're not tied to the truth. The truth is irrelevant, and we are, appropriately so, constrained to both the truth and to a broader consensus, because that's what we do in a rules-based society. So yes, we certainly face all these challenges. They come out here. This is a pivotal point for both NATO and Russia, and so we have to be cognizant of all these things.
Thank you. And Charles, let's broaden the lens a little bit and talk about what many see as the elephant in the room. What if Trump comes back and we have a second Trump administration in the U.S.? What would that mean for this region, for the war in Ukraine, for the world and U.S. allies in general, if we see a second Trump administration, and what impact would that have on NATO as well, in your view?
I don't want to sound too partisan in a nonpartisan setting, but I think that a second Trump term would be a historical inflection point of a sort. And I would put it this way, that, you know, we're now living in an environment in which the internal threats to liberal democracy are at least as potent as the external threats. And in fact, I would say more potent, because if our liberal democracies get their houses in order and become functional again and enjoy the support of publics and are re-legitimated in the eyes of publics, I'm sure that we will handily deal with Putin and Xi Jinping and whoever else comes along. And if our societies remain divided and polarized, we're not going to get it right. And I think one of the reasons that the West prevailed in the Cold War is that it was anchored by a strong bipartisan internationalist center that kept foreign policy on a steady course. You could not find a great difference between a Republican and a Democrat on foreign policy from basically 1941, Pearl Harbor, through the 1990s. Now, Democrats and Republicans live on alternative planets. And so you get an election in the United States, power changes hands, and you see American grand strategies swing wildly. And I think what's going on here is our political centers are being depopulated. And the election of Trump, in my mind, would tell us that even though we get mixed data points, one day we see the center revive, as in Poland. Britain just had an election in which I would say the political center did well. But in Germany, in France, in Argentina, I don't like what I see. And so if Trump wins, I think it would be a sign that the United States is, for the foreseeable future, going to be afflicted by political dysfunction. And I think it would send a message around the world that emboldens autocrats and that debilitates the forces of democracy everywhere. I don't want to overstate it, but that's what I think the stakes are. Final point, when it comes to actual policy, I don't think that the outcome would be as bad as it could be. That is to say, I think Trump's bark is worse than his bite. Do I think that he would withdraw from NATO? No. Why? What's in it for him? What political gain does Trump get by dismantling the Western alliance? None that I can think of. Will he bash on Italy to spend more on defense? Will he bash on other countries to spend more on defense? Yes. Will he ignore the Balkans? Probably not, because Rick Grenell might be the Secretary of State, and for some reason he gets involved in the Balkans. So I don't think that the policy implications would be quite as stark as some fear, but I think the impact on American politics and the message sent globally would be frightful.
One thing that might change the strategic environment dramatically would be if Ukraine joins NATO. General Sherban, what do you think would happen if Ukraine becomes a member, and what new security challenges could that create? How might Russia react, and what would it mean for the alliance?
Yeah, very difficult to answer this question, but I could say that NATO allies, as everybody knows, fully support Ukraine's right to choose its own security arrangements and decide its own future free from outside interference. Ukraine's future is in NATO. This is a true, very much known and shared by all 32 allied nations back in Brussels, Belgium, and in all NATO, let's say, establishments. Ukraine has become increasingly interoperable and politically integrated with the alliance. And as Ukraine continues this vital work, NATO will continue to support it on its irreversible path to the full Euro-Atlantic integration, including NATO membership. So NATO will be in a position to extend an invitation to Ukraine to join the alliance when allies agree and conditions are met. In the meantime, to help Ukraine defend itself today and deter Russian aggression in the future, we have taken important steps. We have decided to establish the NATO Security Assistance and Training for Ukraine, so-called NSATU, to coordinate the provision of military equipment and training for Ukraine by allies and partners. We have announced a pledge of long-term security assistance for Ukraine through a minimum baseline of 40 billion euro within the next year. We have taken forward the establishment of the NATO-Ukraine Joint Analysis, Training and Education Center, and the NATO Secretary General has appointed a NATO senior representative in Ukraine who is currently on the post. But let me point out some historical facts. So I would like to remind you that NATO has a history of cooperation with the Russian Federation, signaled by the NATO-Russia Founding Act of 1997, which was the cornerstone of NATO relations with Russia for more than 20 years. These relations were institutionalized through the establishment of a NATO-Russia Council in 2002. Following Russia's illegal and illegitimate annexation of Crimea, NATO suspended all forms of practical cooperation with Russia, but kept a track of political dialogue. To the extent that the NATO-Russia Council was convened in early 2022 with the aim to prevent what was then Russia's full-fledged invasion of Ukraine in February that year. So NATO does not seek any confrontation and poses no threat to the Russian Federation, and the alliance will continue to respond to Russia's threats and actions in a united and responsible way, and will adapt those actions to the new situations as it presents itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Hans-Peter, I know you want to respond to this, but also I'd like to pose the question, what if Russia wins? And what would that mean for NATO and Europe's future?
Great question, and I'm so happy to come back to that. But I would like to offer an alternative answer to your first question, and I would like to turn the table. I would like to turn the question around, because Russia has already responded to the issue about our potential Ukrainian NATO membership. I mean, Russia did not invade or did not start a war 20th of February 2014 because of the threat of the so-called West NATO eastward expansion. It started a war because it saw NATO membership for Ukraine as a stop full stop for its imperial ambitions. Russia with Ukraine is an imperial power. It's a great power. Without, it's not. So having Ukraine enter NATO, that means it will be effectively blocked from taking control of Ukraine and therefore reach the parity it's seeking between US, China, and Russia. So for Ukraine, it's not the enemy. It's not, they did not invade in Ukraine because they're enemy. We are identified as Russia's enemy. But it needs Russia, it needs Ukraine, its resources, its demography, its technology, and territory to expand, to become the great power it seeks. I argue there's 9 reasons why Ukraine should already be a member. And we shouldn't be fear the war. We shouldn't be blocked by the war, Putin's veto. The reason for that is, firstly, Ukraine NATO membership is the only means available, only diplomatic means available to stop the war. There's no one else. Because at that moment, when Ukraine becomes a NATO member, let's say, for argument, 1 or 2 months into the future, Russia needs to take stocks and see this is a totally changed of the strategic environment, and he had to reassess its actions. Secondly, there's no other solution that can secure a lasting peace. As long as Ukraine remains in a grey zone, like Georgia or Moldova and other countries, Russia will be free to reach out and do its aggression. And thirdly, as a consequence, it reduced the number of grey zones, like we did when Finland and Sweden joined NATO. The line between autocracy and democracy would be clearly defined. Fourthly, I would argue that Ukrainian defeat would be, Ukrainian membership is equal to a Russian defeat. It will block its imperial position and it will end its imperial ambition once and for all. I could go on, there's several other moments, but I think the most important for Europe is actually at the point in time when US has been increasingly focusing on the Pacific. And there is an expectation, rightfully so, that Europe should be able to look after its own security. The introduction of Ukraine, the world's strongest armed forces, army at least, that would strengthen, not weaken NATO, and would strengthen Europe immensely. And it goes directly to the heart of your question. What is the consequences of a Russian victory? Because, again, it turns the table. Because not only would we have Russian border extend from what used to be about 1,200 kilometers, it would extend to about 5,800 kilometers. And the front line would be greatly bigger, basically because if Ukraine falls, Moldova will follow suit. That would be just a matter of weeks or days, if you like. We would have Russia forcing the Ukrainian population, the Ukrainian armed forces, to choice between partisan, continue to fight as partisans, and a great part will do that. Some will emigrate, and some will be, as we've seen in occupied territories, be forced to fight alongside Russian forces. So Russia would not only have reached the European borders, they will also be greatly, much bigger than are today. They will have really connected the defense industry, which was disrupted in 91. They will gain like 32 million, what they say as brothers, which is absolute rubbish, of course. They will gain the Ukrainian technology, the IT and digital sphere. They will gain enormous resources, gas, oil, and not least, in this particular time, food. So they will gain additional leverage to dominate Europe, not only militarily, but also by what it gains by taking Ukraine. We cannot allow Ukraine to be defeated. I think, at my very end, I think the Minister of Defense of Finland said a while back the most clearly. He said, there's a fight going on in Ukraine for the future of all of Europe. I think that's very true. If Ukraine falls, we will have a very different Europe.
Thank you. Charles, you've talked about negotiations as a solution to this war. Do you think negotiations should happen now? Is your position different than Hans-Peter's in terms of how this war should end and what the likeliest path is?
Well, let me offer a voice of dissent with my colleagues in the spirit of getting a good debate going. I think it's dangerous, General, to say that NATO poses no threat to Russia. Of course NATO poses a threat to Russia. There's no planet on Earth that would not be uncomfortable when the greatest military alliance on Earth moves in to its neighbor that has the 1,000-mile border with that country. If Russia formed a military alliance with Canada and Mexico and started deploying troops, we'd go nuts, right? We'd fire up our bombers and get our ballistic missiles ready. So you may want to say that we should expand NATO, we should encircle Russia, but let's just be honest. It is reasonable for Russia to object. Anybody would object. And so I think it's dangerous to just kind of say, let's just keep expanding NATO and nobody should be upset by it. And in that respect, I don't agree that we should open NATO's doors to Ukraine. We are now not putting boots on the ground in Ukraine because we don't want to go to World War III. There are no Norwegian troops there. There are no American troops there. There are no German troops there. Why not? Because we are making a strategic judgment that we are not prepared to go to war with Russia over Ukraine. We grant an Article 5 commitment to Ukraine. We have a legal, ratified obligation to go to World War III if Russia launches one missile against Kyiv. So then we're there. Do we go to World War III, or do we let NATO unravel by not responding? I'm not sure we want that choice. I'm all for giving Ukraine what it needs to defend itself forever, turning Ukraine into something that looks more like Finland or Sweden or Israel before they join NATO. But I would be very careful about rushing forward with a quote-unquote irreversible commitment to Ukraine's membership in the alliance. I think that's a rabbit hole. I think we made a fundamental error in 2008 declaring that Georgia and Ukraine would be NATO members. And now we don't know how to get out of it. We are stuck, and we keep saying a little bit more each NATO summit because we don't want to say less. But it seems to me that this is a very dangerous course. Finally, Sasha, I think that this is a war that everybody knows is going to end, hopefully, at the negotiating table, because neither side's going to win. Ukraine is not going to win this war, and we should stop saying that it's going to win this war. They don't have the manpower. They don't have the military-industrial base. This is a war that ultimately is going to end either in a frozen conflict or at the diplomatic table. And I'm not sure that time is on Ukraine's side because Ukraine is getting pounded. Its electricity grid is 50% gone, generation capability. So I would say that sooner rather than later, we need to work with Zelensky, with our allies, to try to get a ceasefire. I wouldn't recognize Donbass or Crimea as part of Russia. I would work over the long term to restore Ukrainian sovereignty, but I would do so at the negotiating table, not on the battlefield, which to my mind is not in Ukraine's interest.
General Vallas, I'm curious, looking at these two scenarios that have been set out here, one, a negotiated peace in Ukraine, another, Ukraine joining NATO. I mean, what could that mean for this region? What could it mean for BIH? You talked about Russia seeing the Balkans as a sort of soft target, a place where they can intervene in a non-military way with minimal investment. Would a negotiated peace that allows Russia to take a bite out of Ukraine. Would that have consequences here in terms of the optics and what it suggests to the world? And would we perhaps see Russia try to increase its influence in this region?
Without going into too much detail about 2008 and those discussions, I think those are lessons learned here. And so if Ukraine were to fall, negotiated settlement, all that does is provide more opportunity, more resources, and more application to keep the Western Balkans destabilized. I don't necessarily know that there's a need for how much, I feel as though the change has already occurred here. We've already started, we're already behind, and the messaging is clear, and so then the determination would need to be is what is Russia's ultimate outcome here? What I know from where I stand is it took very little effort to slow progress. If we look at the reform programs, things of that nature, what would seem to be very simple goals to accomplish here towards NATO interoperability, those things have come to a screeching halt. And it wouldn't take much more, and it wouldn't take much more effort. And now they would be empowered and emboldened to continue that effort to further destabilize Euro-Atlantic integration for any country looking to the West.
Thank you. I'd like to go to the audience soon, but I would like to give General Sherban and Hans-Peter a chance to respond to Charles's comments if you'd like to.
Yeah, sir, I could understand your point of view, but just reckon a little the fact that this approach disregards the right for each country around the globe to choose its own security arrangements. And NATO open doors policy is to be taken into consideration by each country around the globe, which is in need for getting together with NATO and aligning itself to their standards, to their capabilities and possibilities to defend. So that's why I would say that as long as you said that NATO, it is in that situation of posing a lot of threats to Russia, I really disagree. There is nothing what Russia could, let's say about NATO incriminating NATO. So I don't want to go beyond this level of conversation, but this is a very strong idea and message, and is so much lived within NATO. Everybody shared this concern because NATO didn't specifically did anything to provoke Russia. This is my point. But
thank you. Hans-Peter, briefly, and then we'll take questions.
It's fantastic that we disagree, because that gives us a chance to present different opinions on this. I think we heard yesterday you talk about fight in multi-dimensions. Ukraine is an example of that. We tend to focus on what's happening on the ground, whereas in reality the war is fought on land, in air, at sea, in cyber, in space, and most importantly, in the cognitive space. I think that battle, the last one, is the most important, because it ends up with us not necessarily understanding the full scale and scope of the war. For instance, we present the war like a Russia-Ukraine war, where in reality, it was never that. It was, the invasion that happened in Ukraine, grant you that. There's a horrific war going on in Ukraine, I grant you that. But based on Russian strategic documents, their statements, their narrative, their actions, the war was always about us, the West. It's about parity, reaching that parity with, not with Europe, but with US and China. And it's reflected in fact that even the European Parliament recognized in September 2021 that the European Union and its member states is exposed to a Russian hybrid war. And NATO hasn't been as clear-cut, but they have a similar line, if you like. There is a war going on already. It's already spread. The scale is scope is much bigger than Russia, Ukraine. But Ukraine is a part of that solution. I think it's crucial when we raise the issue about negotiation, understanding the scale and scope, we need to understand that this war is existential. It's existential for Ukraine. They're fighting for their life. They're fighting for their right to exist. And nothing short of victory will change that. Russia is also involved in an existential war. They've shown their cards. They have demonstrated to the world what they want, what their aspiration is. They are either going to be a grand power or not at all. If it loses Ukraine, it will never be a grand power. And for that reason, this war is already existential for us, because we either fix this in Ukraine or we'll see this develop further. Because this war has escalated from 2014 onwards, and it continues to do so because Russia has escalation control, and we do not. So I think negotiations, you cannot negotiate Russia to drop its great power aspiration. It's not possible. It's not open for negotiations, and therefore it can only end in one way. And my argument is still NATO membership or NATO intervention is the only way we can fix it, and we do not threaten Russia by defending Ukraine.
Thank you. I see a question from the audience in the middle there. If we could get a mic to him, please.
Thank you. I'm Antonio Perlenda. I'm here as a freelance defense analyst from Sarajevo. I wonder if we forget arms control agreements as a tool, as a peacekeeping tool. I mean, this would start if Putin was honest with fear of NATO enlargement. He could use an arms control agreement to control his fears, but no, obviously his idea was to conquer Ukraine. But in this region, we also have an arms control, sub-regional arms control, that is part of the Dayton Peace Accord and was quite useful in the beginning, in the first days and years after the war. But now, as the Ukrainian war shows that some new weapons are showing, we have example of Serbia, which rapidly arming itself with armed drones. But armed drones are not part of the sub-regional arms control agreement. Why don't we use more arms control agreements, trying to modernize them, When the Ukrainian war finishes and some kind of peace will be managed, we will need, again, some kind of arms control agreement. So I'd like to hear you, based on your experience and knowledge, pro and cons, if we can use it as a tool for peacekeeping. Thanks.
Would one of you like to take?
I think the key word you use in there is agreement. And that's the key tool that is being used to prevent any positive moves towards Euro-Atlantic integration, towards increased partnership. With the need to reach agreements, we are completely challenged in that respect. So that's what I would say is the con. Of course, the pro, there's concern of a security dilemma across the region as each of the neighbors worries about what arms are being secured by their adjacent countries and how that will impact them going forward. I would agree with that. Then the question would become is, how would that be disrupted? When we go back to the original topic of disinformation, I think that would be the key factor in, would it serve those that are not seeing the world the same way that we do. So I think it would be a huge challenge to move that forward. I think from my perspective, the challenge that I face here in BIH is moving things that have been on the books for multiple years and moving them forward. If we can't move agreements, things that are already in law, here in BIH forward, I think the topics of external agreements is going to be an overwhelming challenge, and I'd be curious to see how that would potentially distract from other efforts that we need to focus on here inside the borders.
Would anyone else like to respond to that, or otherwise we can take other questions from the audience? Yes, in the middle here, in the light blue shirt.
Thank you all. I want to say thank you for coming and thank you for the great lecture. My name is Anes Mahokic and I'm the master's degree student from the University of Tuzla, Department of Politology, International Affairs and Diplomacy. I will make a little intro before I ask my question. So during the aggression on Bosnia, the main reason for the weapons embargo was, and I quote, "more weapons means more blood," while now there is no embargo on the Ukrainian weapons. My question is, did NATO change its stance on war, and has NATO learned anything from the aggression of Bosnia that can be transferred to Ukraine? Thank you for the answer.
All right.
By coincidence, I'm a previous Navy officer, and I was probably one of those operating outside the coast, enforcing that embargo at the time. We are talking about a very different situation. We're talking about one of the world's, well, the second biggest army or in the world invading another one. And the issue at hand is not so much how do we influence Ukraine. It's more about how do we empower them to defend themselves in according to the UN Charter and international law. An embargo of Ukraine would mean that Ukraine will effectively be defeated. And that in contrary to what we also tried to achieve here at the time. We wanted to ensure that two nations continue to be two nations. And Ukraine would be defeated without Western strong support. So it will only serve Russian interests to make an embargo on Ukraine. I think it's crucially important, and this is where we are tested today, the security environment we are. We either stand up for international law, we either protect the security architecture, which has given us more than 70 years of peace and stability in Europe. We either stand up for the principles, or we see ourselves being, taking a step back and being defeated by autocracy. Embargo would not work, would not serve any purpose except securing our Russia victory.
Yes.
Hi, good morning all. Thank you for yet another enlightening and lively panel. My question, I suppose, is directed at my colleague Charles, with whom we have on occasion disagreed on a few things, but always appreciate the opportunity like these to exchange ideas. I tend to be quite a skeptic on the viability of any negotiated solution to the war in Ukraine. And I suppose that my position probably lines up a little bit more closely with Hans's, so maybe this is an opportunity for you to respond to both of us. But my skepticism comes largely from the perspective that, of course, any negotiated settlement, will require the agreement, assent, and compliance of at least two sides, Ukraine and Russia, obviously, lots of international actors, that also have a stake. And a lot of the discussions about sort of the need to bring about that diplomatic end to the war focus on, the pressure, the influence, the ways in which to shape the Ukrainian position such that they can, be at peace with settling. And there's often very little attention given to the other side of the negotiating table who also has to agree. And so, as I look at Russia's position, their war aims, their 20 years of efforts in and against Ukraine, their attitude to other international commitments related to the territorial of Ukraine and their neighbors, I fail to see any evidence of a good faith negotiator that would ever agree to any conditions that either Ukraine and the West could live with, or that Russia could be trusted to maintain, nor can I imagine an external peacekeeping force that could actually, enforce the provisions. So to sort of put that in political science terms, I don't see in the overlapping Venn diagram of possible settlements, I don't see any win set that meets sort of the positions and interests of all of the parties that could last more than the 30 seconds it takes for the ink to dry on the page. So I guess an opportunity, if you see that evidence, if you see more hope, where I just see, sort of protracted darkness, certainly open to hearing that perspective. Thank you.
Just to pick up on a point that you made, because I think it will help delineate the difference. I agree with you that this is an existential fight for Ukraine, because they're fighting for their life. I agree with you that this is an existential war for Russia. I don't agree that it's an existential war for us. And that's the problem, because the Russians will always put more skin in the game than we will. They have escalation dominance. We see that in the way that President Biden, justifiably in my mind, has very carefully said, okay, yes, tanks, okay, HIMARS, yes, F-16s, okay, you can use them, attack them 60 miles in, but no, you can't shoot them 300. But what's going on there, that's all about trying to figure out how much skin we want to put in the game. And in general, it's not a good idea to just kind of keep in a war where the other guy cares more about it than you do. And that's kind of shaping my view about where this is heading. And then directly to the question of negotiations, I mean, I think that we get there by making clear to the Russians that they can't keep coming. That is to give Ukraine what it needs to block any further Russian gains, to fortify that front line and to make it so deep that the Russians just are not making any more progress, and to give Ukraine the defense interceptors that they need to protect their civilian infrastructure. Because I think that, I don't disagree with you about Putin's war aims, but I do think that if you deny Putin the ability to keep coming, then you create a situation in which there's a stalemate on the battlefield. And we know from history that when you get a stalemate, that's when you usually see parties pivot from the battlefield to the negotiating table because they have an incentive to do so. And so I don't think that, Putin is a complete nut, that is to say, completely insensitive to domestic audience costs. And, he's losing hundreds of thousands of Russians. If you tell him you're not going to get any further, so why lose another 200,000 and spend all these rubles when you're not going to get any further, I would think that his rationality would kick in and he would go to the negotiating table. But I agree with you that we know from history that if we do get some kind of settlement and a ceasefire, that the Russians may well not abide by it. And that's why I do think we're going to have a glide path of aid to Ukraine for the indefinite future so that the Russians don't start this up again, because they can't, because they see that they're facing a Ukraine that can hold its own.
Okay, I'm going to take one quick question here in the front, and then we're going to need to wrap up.
Thank you. I'm Lisbeth Pilgaard, member of the board of the European Endowment for Democracy. So a short question. We've been discussing very Eurocentric a view on security and intelligence challenges for the future. If you were to say something else than the war in Ukraine, what is the main challenge? And may I hint a bit? I think the whole perception, how we view the world, is our greatest challenge. People in India, in South Africa, in Brazil, many other places are not occupied with the war in Ukraine. They have other concerns. Climate is going on, and there are many others, so I'll keep it short there. What other challenges do you see than Ukraine?
Touches on the issue of the global south and perceptions of the war in Ukraine and countries that are not necessarily on board with the Western agenda there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question, and I think it's revealing of the sort of world that we're stepping rather quickly toward. And we're seeing most of the world say, we don't want to take sides, we're going to sit on the fence. We're not going to go with the West, we're not going to go with the Chinese and the Russians, we're going to do the multi-alignment thing. And in my mind, there's no better picture or anecdote than, Mr. Modi, the Prime Minister of India, having a state dinner in the White House one day with a Marine marching band, and then a few months later he's hugging Vladimir Putin in Moscow. That's the game that most countries are going to play for the foreseeable future. If the Saudis are doing it, the Emiratis are doing it, the Brazilians are doing it, everybody's going to do it. And we're going to have to get used to that. One final comment I want to make. I worry about sort of the blowback of the war, not just in the global south, but here in my country. And I think we need to be a little bit more forthright in considering how the war is playing at home. And in many respects, in my mind, Donald Trump was elected in part because many Americans sort of were bellowing, too much world, not enough America. What about me? What about my school? What about my main street? Right, and now you've got all of these refugees that are flowing into Germany and other countries in Europe, and it is playing a role in the hollowing out of our political centers, which in my mind doesn't mean we shouldn't help Ukraine. We have to help Ukraine, but I do think that we need to kind of pay more attention to the degree to which these international obligations are also having an impact on domestic politics, in some ways making that internal threat that I spoke about before more acute.
Thank you. On that note, we're going to have to close. I'd like to thank all of the panelists. There's a marathon going on, and none of us are running in it, to my knowledge, so we need to get to the airport. Thank you.
The next featured speaker, which we all can agree is going to be one of the highlights of our program at this year's Sarajevo Security Conference, Dr. Kenneth de Kleve, Professor of Psychiatry, former Senior Physician Diplomat, currently a Salzburg Global Fellow and a Senior Fellow at the George W. Bush Foundation for U.S.-China Relations. With his wealth of knowledge in psychiatry and profiling, he will be holding a featured speech on the Russian President Vladimir Putin's disruptive agenda and a leadership profile. With that, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Kenneth de Kleve.
Dobar dan, dragi gosti. Želio bih da kažem, mnogo me raduje da sam ovdje u Sarajevu i hvala vam svima i hvala Hikmetu i Harunu da ste mene pozvali na onu izvanrednu konferenciju o Europi, o politici i sve što se doše ovim godinama u Europi, u Rusiji, u Ukrajini. So, That's about all the Bosnian I can remember. But it's a real pleasure and honor to be here. Thank all of you. Special thanks to Harun and Hikmet for having me. I get nervous, so I'm going to walk around a bit. Next slide, please. One of the things we've heard over and over throughout this weekend at the conference is that the cornerstone of security is deterrence. And we've had a lot of flag rank officers talk about military deterrence, and former officers. But one of the things I'd like to do in presenting a psychological profile of Russia's President Vladimir Putin is to argue that deterrence is ultimately psychological. The United States has the most powerful military in the world. NATO is the most powerful combined force, as I think several of our speakers who are generals said this morning and yesterday, ever assembled. But deterrence is ultimately psychological. And one of the toughest questions I was asked when giving a talk like this recently to a group of investors and venture capitalists, they put me on the spot. They said, Dr. de Kleve, if you were advising incoming President Trump or incoming President Harris, what would you tell them? And you got 2 minutes. Most of our flag rank officers know when you brief senior people, you don't have a lot of time. And I would say you must establish deterrence. Because if you don't do that, then a lot of other things that we're talking about in terms of overall security begin to fall apart. So I'm going to talk about Vladimir Putin. In 2001, in Slovenia, President Bush said that he looked into Vladimir Putin's eyes and saw his soul. This is a painting by President Bush, who in his post-presidential career is actually an exceptional artist. And coming from Dallas, the Bush Library is there. I've seen the exhibits of paintings of leaders, his very deep, moving paintings of wounded warriors, and his paintings of immigrants. And you can go online on the website and see those. So this is what he remembered 15 years later after his presidency had ended. Next slide, please. I'm going to talk a bit about the background of leadership psychology, its origins, and how it's really a niche part of intelligence analysis, but fits into a larger intelligence puzzle. And Putin is really a challenging character study and a formidable adversary because he's very adept at hybrid warfare, asymmetric warfare, using whole of government approaches, diplomacy, including his very cruel hostage diplomacy that we saw recently over the last several years in the summer with the release of Paul Whelan, Evan Gershkovich, Alma Kurmasheva, and others. And Brittany Griner the year before. He's been very adept at these type of things, and he really fits into a pattern of what I would call the 3 R's. He's rational, he's ruthless, and he's amazingly resilient. And the West and the United States have underestimated President Putin's resilience for a long time, and we continue to do this, I think, at our peril. He's also a revanchist. As many of our speakers said this morning, one of his goals is to restore Russia's greatness on the world stage. Not necessarily restore the former Soviet Union, but a perception of greatness in his mind. And that's very important to understand because it's one of the keys to unlocking this horrible, tragic, genocidal war that is now being perpetrated by Russia against Ukraine. He's also a profound disruptor. That makes him different in a way from other adversaries that I've studied, such as President Xi Jinping of China, who wants a seat at the table with more control, or Chairman Kim Jong-un of North Korea, whose real goal is to be accepted as a nuclear power, like Pakistan. He wants to be like Pakistan. That's what North Korean interlocutors have told American diplomats negotiating with them for the last 20 years. We just want to be like Pakistan, recognized as a viable nuclear power. Putin is different. He's a profound disruptor. He wants to blow up the world order, and as we know, that's held the peace for 80 years, especially the post-1991 world order. In this sense, he's both the arsonist and the fireman. So that's important to know. There are a lot of challenges in this type of work. I'll touch on this in the next slide. You got to get past your biases. There's a lot of groupthink. You won't hear me use psychiatric labels in talking about Putin. These aren't really helpful. Things like, oh, he's a dictator, he's a thug, he's a narcissist. Tell me something we don't already know. That's not very helpful. What leaders who are going to negotiate with Putin or try to understand how he behaves in a crisis want to know is, what's it like to be in the room with him? What's the feeling? The Russian word for this, чувствительность, sensitivity. What's it like to talk to him? How does he think? Who influences him? It's the nuances that our senior leaders and policymakers need to know. And to understand Putin and leaders like this, in my earlier career, I published profiles with the late Dr. Gerald Post, my mentor, who founded this discipline at CIA, of Dr. Radovan Karadzic and the late Slobodan Milosevic. And people always ask me, how can you write about these people who do evil things? And my motto in this kind of work is a quote from a Roman philosopher, Terence, which is, nothing which is human is alien to me. I was a forensic psychiatrist in my earlier life. I spent most every day working in a jail and as an expert witness interviewing murderers, child molesters, rapists, kidnappers. And you had to understand them as human beings. So you need a certain kind of empathy. You have to suspend your own emotions in order to begin to understand people through their own cultural filters, their own historical filters, their own personal story. And a lot of what we see now, as one of my colleagues told me, what Nassim Taleb calls black swans, a lot of this stuff, someone told me, there's a whole lot of them flying around this year, are failures of imagination. Next slide, please. The picture there was of the late Dr. Gerald Post, who really founded this discipline, was a mentor of mine in leadership analysis in his work for 21 years at CIA and the next 35 years at George Washington University. This type of work began during World War II, when General Bill Donovan, head of the OSS, asked his friend Dr. Walter Langer, a psychiatrist at Harvard, around 1942 to put together a psychological profile of Adolf Hitler. This was later declassified. You can Google it and get it on Kindle as The Mind of Adolf Hitler. And he put together a multidisciplinary team, and they wanted to see how Hitler saw himself, how those around him saw him, and how the nation around him saw him, and how other nations saw him. So you have multiple kind of concentric circles, if you will. So that's the kind of approach that I take in the work I do. I've never met President Putin, but I've talked to people who've been in the room with him, including people who've spent 2 days with him. So you get that's a different type of data point, besides his vast writings, speeches, Valdai news conferences, things like that. So it's a larger piece of a bigger puzzle. Psychiatrists love to talk about, and psychologists love to talk about childhood antecedents. Again, we have to be careful here. It's very trite to say Putin was bullied as a kid, he grew up in a dvor, and all the other kids beat the living daylights out of him, and that's why he's a bully now. This isn't really very helpful. So you have to be careful looking at childhood antecedents, because a lot of world leaders are in their 50s, 60s, 70s, even 80s, and their childhood antecedents happened decades before. So while these childhood formative experiences are interesting and important, you also have to look backwards once they become a leader, which is how do they establish legitimacy? How do they establish governance outcomes? How do they manage their constituents? Even authoritarian leaders have elites and constituents that they have to manage. And I would argue you have to be careful about groupthink and your own personal biases in this kind of work. You have to kind of put that aside as best you can. And one of the challenges now for us in today's security challenges, as was mentioned in the earlier panel, is we're not doing very well. We get these leaders wrong a lot. I would argue that Xi Jinping, Kim Jong-un are playing Go, Putin is playing 3D chess, and the United States is struggling to play tic-tac-toe and checkers. That worries me and bothers me. It pains me as a patriot, as a former senior American diplomat, to say this in public, but it's true. We have to figure out how to navigate the psychology of this and establish true deterrence that people will know what we mean. By deterrence, I'm talking about an earlier era. I'm old, so I remember Ronald Reagan's presidency, that kind of deterrence, what people call peace through strength. Next slide. By now, Putin is 70 years old. Most people in this room are familiar with his hardscrabble upbringing. His parents, war-torn, war-weary, traumatized, grew up in the siege of Leningrad, where 900,000 people died in a 3-year siege. His mother, who had a third-grade education, almost starved to death. His father was a special operations officer who was wounded in a battle in the lakes surrounding Leningrad at the time. And his mother lost a child during the war. So Putin grew up as an only child. And like many leaders, he had youthful dreams and aspirations. This is a picture of Putin on the bottom right after he had joined the KGB. Next slide, please. One of his dreams was to join the KGB. This was seen as something heroic, influenced by movies like 17 Moments of Spring or TV shows in the 60s, The Sword and the Shield. This was seen as noble and heroic. And Putin always admired the pantheon of heroes in the KGB. Andropov, who led the KGB for 15 years, or later the late General Yuri Drozdov, the famed director of the Illegals Directorate in the TV series The Americans. Anyone in the audience know who the man on the left is? The late general died in 1968, Ivan Ivanovich Agayants, a brilliant NKVD and KGB officer who in Tehran blocked the assassination attempt by Skorzeny against Churchill and Roosevelt, and then worked in Paris where he cultivated French contacts for many years, and in 1959 was the founder of the KGB's Disinformation Directorate, something that we've heard a lot about disinformation in this conference. So these were Putin's heroes, his aspirations. We know he served in Dresden for several years. For all of his abilities as a martial artist, he's a Hachidan, an 8th Dan in judo. His German language ability, which is extremely impressive. He didn't get the plum postings that were often reserved for the children of the elite. Instead, he got sent to a backwater in Dresden where it's thought that he was an illegal support officer. And it was a traumatic experience for him because, as he writes in his book, First Person, when the Soviet Union fell apart and a mob surrounded his office trying to break in, a small office in Dresden, he cabled Moscow for instructions and famously said Moscow was silent. So he saw this silence as a diminution of Soviet and later in his mind of Russian power. And he's described himself, a lot of secondary sources said he wasn't a very good intelligence officer. I beg to differ. The guy's brilliant. He's described himself as a specialist in human relations. Next slide, please. We've seen a lot of Putin over 24 years. He's met with countless world leaders. Many of those in this room will remember his famous speech in 2001 to the Bundestag, where he argued that Russia was a part of Europe in perfect German and got a standing ovation. This is from a country that they had been at war with 3 decades before. It's a remarkable achievement. So he's shown an ability to shift from ruthlessness to diplomacy and back and forth. His ruthlessness is not new. We remember Grozny. We know what happened in Georgia in 2008. The assassination of Litvinenko in 2006 using a nuclear weapon, polonium, in London. The attack on Crimea in 2014. Aleppo, Syria. The Skripal attempted assassination using Novichok, the attempted assassination of Navalny. Putin's cruelty and ruthlessness is not new. This isn't something that started in February of 2022. Next slide. We've seen evidence of his disruption in many spheres. Election interference in the United States, in Western Europe. Certainly in this part of the world. Many of you remember the 2016 coup attempt using GRU operatives in Montenegro. His ability to foster disinformation in Bosnia-Herzegovina and to manipulate Serbia to achieve his political ends. Hacking, cyber warfare, solar winds, colonial, these type of things. Ongoing, as we speak, election disinformation and misinformation attempts to subvert the United States democratic processes in our upcoming elections in November. The cruelty of his hostage diplomacy, where he seizes innocent Americans in order to trade for an FSB convicted murderer, Vadim Krasikov. So he's shown an ability to be very, very ruthless and a very difficult negotiating partner. Can he be negotiated with? Yes, he can. But he operates from maximalist negotiating principles, and he always negotiates from his own position of winning, of strength. So that's a real challenge. We've seen since the beginning of the current version of the war in Ukraine, since February 2022, Putin's indictment for war crimes has not stopped him. He's traveled throughout the global south. He's established closer relations with China, with North Korea, with many other countries. He's shown a kind of unusual, resilient diplomatic ability to rebound. In a sense, for him, the indictment is a badge of honor. It's not something that holds him back. And that's kind of striking, because that isn't how we think. And I think Putin has learned a lesson, which is, it's sobering for me to say this now, but Putin is a disruptor in Europe, but I disagree with some of the members of the panel and others who have said that Putin will militarily invade other NATO countries. I don't think he will. He doesn't want a war. He will use soft power, diplomacy, money, influence in France. Think about 2 years from now if Marine Le Pen wins the presidency. Look at Orban in Hungary. Think about his relationship with President Vučić in Serbia. In Putin's mind, a heterogeneous, less united, and weakened EU means a weakened NATO. And it's hard to weaken NATO directly. He will certainly try through all sorts of covert and overt mechanisms, but it's easier to politically subvert and use the tools that he has of state power to weaken the European Union or the Euro-Atlanticist alliance. So I think we'll see more of that. We've certainly seen Russian mischief in Africa with the Wagner Group and now with its successors. There are challenges he faces: demographic decline, capital flight, corruption, a brain drain, a tragic brain drain where 1 million young Russians between the ages of 25 and 45 have left since February 2022. And a lot has been talked about health issues. Unfortunately, as I've written, and CIA Director Bill Burns has said, unfortunately, President Putin is healthy as a horse. I don't see any evidence, and I'm a practicing psychiatrist who sees a lot of patients with neurologic illness, that he has Parkinson's or any other neurologic disease. I suspect he has a bad back from years of judo and playing hockey. He taught himself hockey in his late 50s. He's a pretty good hockey player. So I think, too many back injuries, too many koshiwaza break falls, that'll do it to your back. There's a lot of literature in orthopedic surgery of Japanese judoka, and they all have bad backs and bad knees by the time they're in their 60s. So Putin probably has some of that. But he's pretty healthy and he's pretty resilient, and he's someone we're going to have to deal with. And as the panel said earlier, we have the challenges of how does this tragic war end, and how do you negotiate with Putin? Can Putin be negotiated with? Yes, he can, but he's a very challenging and difficult negotiating partner because he sets out maximalist positions, and he only negotiates from his own perception of strength, and he hates weakness. In 2004, when they had the tragic attack at the school in Beslan, a tearful President Putin went on Russian national TV and said, "We were beaten because we were weak." And in his mind, he abhors weakness. So I think that's something that we have to think about in future dealings with President Putin. Next slide. Oh, that's Air North Korea, Air Koryo in Vladivostok when I was there. I think I can take, do you want me to take questions later with the panel or a few now? Okay, that sounds fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. De Kliva, for your very interesting speech, which I think already sets the tone for some of the discussion that we're going to have in this panel. With us today, we're going to be talking about malign or foreign influence in NATO's inner courtyard. We will particularly focus on the Western Balkans and the Southern Caucasus, but also elsewhere. In my left is Mr. J.D. Maddox, who is an expert in political warfare and an academic, writer, and former political candidate. He has worked in the Central Intelligence Agency, and he currently is the CEO of Inventive Insights, LLC, where he currently consults on operations in the information environment to government organizations. And then we have with us Ms. Natya Seskuria, who is an associate fellow at the Royal United Services Institute and also in the Tbilisi-based organization called the Regional Institute for Security Studies. She has previously worked also in Georgia's National Security Council and Ministry of Defense. And then we have Mr. Adnan Cherimagic, who is a senior expert and senior analyst for the Western Balkans at the Berlin-based think tank European Stability Initiative. He has previously worked at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Bosnia and Herzegovina, in Sarajevo, and in Brussels. And last but not least, we have with us Ms. Frauke Zebas, who is currently a visiting fellow with the German Institute of International and Security Affairs in Brussels. She's currently pursuing a PhD in European Union's foreign policy in the Western Balkans with focus in Kosovo. So in this panel, we can say that previously, in the previous discussions, already a little bit or a lot has been said about malign influence, but today we want to get to the fundamentals of it and also focus in the Southern Caucasus, because we've already spoken a lot about the Western Balkans, but we would also like to give more focus to the Southern Caucasus, which is a region that is geographically close to Russia and perhaps even more prone to not just Russian influence, but other malign influence as well. So to begin with, Mr. Maddox, in recent years, when we talk about malign influence, there is sometimes the perception that it has become a major talking point for politicians and researchers and experts, and it sometimes creates the impression as if this is a new phenomena. But in your perspective, what actually constitutes foreign influence and what purposes is it serving? Be that in the Western Balkans, the Southern Caucasus, perhaps in the US or elsewhere.
Yep. Thanks for having me. I've had conversations with many of you throughout the weekend, and it's great to finally be able to get a few words out where you can't challenge me until the end. So I teach on disinformation, and I teach on open source intelligence at two different universities, and I have to define things from the start. The definition of foreign malign influence is hostile efforts to subvert or influence foreign audiences. but the sub-definitions, the categories of actions that fall under foreign malign influence are a complete mess. And so everybody here is using different terminology to describe somewhat similar things. The four different categories of action that fall under foreign malign influence are hybrid efforts or hybrid warfare. And that sometimes, depending on who's speaking, includes things like political warfare, political coercion, creating riots, things falling short of open warfare, but that are intended to move an audience. A second category of activities under FMI is informational. That includes cyber activities and other online activities. Another category is simply influence. So that includes the obvious ones, propaganda, disinformation, and we're all thrilled with disinformation right now. Absolutely fascinating topic. And then finally, the fourth, cognitive. So a lot of people here are using the term cognitive to describe essentially all of the previous categories, ways that we're able to influence foreign audiences. I use the term cognitive very specifically. Cognitive is the actual control of brains, the technical control of brains. And I use it that way because that is the way the PRC, the Chinese government, has begun to think about cognitive warfare. Not just influencing you by talking to you, but actually electronically and physically affecting your brain so you make bad decisions. So we've heard a ton of different examples of how Russia is affecting the Balkans. And I've made a list of the ones that I've heard during this conference. I've heard about Serbia World, how Serbia World is, of course, emanating from Serbia itself, but also being used by the Russians, by the Kremlin, to assert disorder in the Balkans. I've heard about the ethnic Slavic identity concept that is both being used by Republika Srpska, by Serbia, by others, as well as by Moscow to, again, subvert order in the Balkans. There's a very strong anti-NATO narrative, which we're all familiar with, that is central to how the Kremlin is focusing on the Balkans, but also more broadly throughout Europe. Specific to that anti-NATO narrative is the narrative of NATO occupation of Kosovo. That's also come up. And then there's the oppression of the Serbs specifically. There's co-optation of Orthodoxy as a religion and how it's been used by Moscow, but also locally. And then finally, there is the corruption of terminology related to the full invasion of Ukraine. So Moscow uses the term special operation, and that is, of course, being echoed by organizations and audiences throughout the Balkans. So it's an effective narrative. And as also has been described, Russia uses platforms throughout the Balkans to access audiences in the Balkans, such as RT and Sputnik. There is a station, of course, in Belgrade, which is pretty problematic in my opinion. It also uses long-standing personal accesses to access politicians and other decision makers throughout the Balkans. I think that its meddling in the Moldovan elections is a really good example of how they do work. They are, according to Ukrainian investigators, they were attempting to insert a new president in Moldova, and according to U.S. investigators, Russia was conducting cyber operations in Moldova to disrupt the elections. So that's all really scary, right? And we're all super nervous about the Russians. And I get it, but I'm really tired of observing this problem, and that's what really bothers me most about the conversations we've been having this weekend. If you're walking down Wilson and along the river having a good time and somebody walked up to you and punched you in the face a bunch, would you say to them, "You're punching me in the face," or would you try to do something about it? Well, I think to date, we've mostly been telling the Russians that they're doing bad things to us, or telling ourselves that the Russians are doing bad things to us, instead of really finding genuine actions to take against their operations. So I'm interested in finding actual solutions, and that's what I do for my day job. I find solutions to narrative problems, influence problems. So to take a different viewpoint of how the Russians do business, or where we could potentially affect them, I think it's really great to take an alternative viewpoint. When you read General Gerasimov's so-called doctrine on influence, on disinformation, he is entirely defensive. And when you read derivative articles that come out of Moscow, they're almost entirely defensive. They're extraordinarily worried about the West's ability to influence Russia. And so, according to their own so-called doctrine, they're setting up defenses against NATO, against the West. And so it, I think, is useful to think about their defensive mode when we're thinking about how to potentially go after these vulnerabilities. So some of the Russian vulnerabilities that are currently active in this space. Russia's economy is about to fall apart. That's a narrative concept, right? So they're almost entirely dependent on oil for funding. Their interest rates have spiked. They have a dwindling sovereign. They have a dwindling pension account. 40% of their budget goes to their military. And even according to Putin himself, live on TV, there's, quote, no money for basic governance. Those are extraordinary vulnerabilities. And they can be contested, and we could talk about them all day. But in terms of narrative, they are something you can actually use to your advantage. Secondarily, the military, the Russian military, is in shambles. That's a narrative approach to the Russian military. They have had extraordinary equipment losses that cannot be replaced yet. They have personnel losses that are extraordinary. At a minimum, the most conservative estimate is 70,000 soldiers lost in Ukraine. Maximum, we're talking hundreds of thousands. Most of those personnel who exist on the front lines now are often elderly, and they are not professional soldiers. And so you have a potentially losing military. And then Russia has real problems generating partners to go after its own interests. So CSTO, for example, is in shambles. And then a few more narrative concepts for you guys to think about. Weaknesses of Russia and Moscow. They have a new dependency on China. So they are dependent on China for oil exports, and now we're seeing China essentially bring Russia into China's operations. That is a new rebalance of the order between China and Russia. There's extraordinary insularity within Russia itself. People there do not have access to Western or other media resources, and that they are fully aware of that. There is infighting in the Kremlin, so much so that defenestration as a word has become pretty popular again. That's throwing people out a window. And then my favorite really is the demise of Roscosmos, the Russian space agency, which is in the throes. It seems like it's in its death throes. And what was once a powerful Russian narrative of space exploration really is now just a secondary support, again, to the Chinese. So these are extraordinary vulnerabilities for Russia, and it's very important that if we want to counter the Russian narrative, we do it on our terms, and those are the kind of weaknesses that we can use to our advantage. But we have to coordinate, and I'm sorry I'm taking so long, I'll stop in a minute. We have to coordinate. Some of these coordination efforts can be defensive. Societally, we need to do trust building. That means trust building among the 32 states among NATO, but also trust building between NATO states and Russia itself. These are handshake moments, getting to know your foreign neighbor. Educationally, we need more media literacy. We need more civics education within the Balkans, but also internationally, including in the United States. Normatively, we need more legislation. We need more regulation of the media that is reaching audiences in the Balkans and elsewhere from Russia. Analytically, we need better assessment of foreign malign influence, and we need those assessments to reach audiences in the Balkans, but also in other Western countries, so people are fully aware of how the Russians are doing this business. We need to be very fast with it, and we need to demonstrate very concretely where the information is coming from that is reaching you as an individual and why they want to reach you with that information. That is very important. And then technologically, monitoring is very important, but you can't just monitor and report. You have to monitor and intervene. If you're not intervening, you're doing nothing. All you're doing is talking to yourself. And then finally, punitively, you've got to hold Russia responsible for what it's doing, whether it's through more sanctions, as the U.S. has begun to do more and more, or through other punitive actions. But that is an assembly of cooperative efforts we can do among the 32 NATO countries, also with like-minded countries throughout the Balkans and the broader West. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maddox. That was a very insightful and, so to say, comprehensive and solutions-based approach that I hope we will have time during our panel to delve deeper into. I'll continue with Ms. Natya Siskuria. If you could just share with us a brief overview of what the situation is in the Southern Caucasus, particularly since the unprovoked all-out invasion of Ukraine. How has this region faced the consequences of this war?
Thank you very much. First of all, thanks to the organizers for inviting me at this wonderful event. I'm very pleased to be here. As for the South Caucasus, obviously the impact of Russia's war against Ukraine has been very much dominating the internal political dynamics within the South Caucasus in each country. More so, I would say, in Georgia and Armenia, which are going through major changes. And generally, I should start by saying that due to the uncertainty and the fact that we don't yet know what would be the final outcome of the war in Ukraine, that has created a lot of uncertainties and a lot of insecurities and vulnerabilities within the South Caucasus region. And each country is trying to deal with these challenges in its own way. And I will try to break it down, and then I hope we'll have time to go into the depths and details of these developments. Obviously, firstly, the outcome of the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict has been a major game changer in the region that has prompted Armenia to sort of drift away from the Russian influence, which is still an ongoing effort, and by no means that doesn't mean that due to the fact that Russia is very much involved and invested in the war in Ukraine, they do not have capacity and the will to interfere in Georgia, primarily in Georgia and Armenia. And they do so by using different means that were already mentioned, such as disinformation, cyber attacks, economic leverage. Economically, Armenia and Georgia have unfortunately become even more dependent on Russia since the beginning of the Ukraine war, even though, for instance, in Georgia, the public sentiments towards the economic dependency as well as on other kinds of dependency on Russia are very much critical and hostile due to the fact that obviously there is a memory of the 2008 war, and the population of Georgia is very much aware of the Russian threats and supportive towards NATO and EU integration aspirations. In Armenia, there is a feel that Russia has let Armenia down, and hence we have seen that Armenia has decided to firstly freeze and then leave the CSTO, which has been, of course, CSTO's reputation has been undermined through various developments in the region. But Armenia's decision, I think, highlights once again that there is a huge mistrust towards Russian-led alliances. And of course, what is quite obvious is that the outsider powers, to put it this way, especially the European Union, has become more invested and more interested in forging closer relations with these countries. Primarily, I think the major game changer has been Georgia achieving the candidacy status, which has been unfortunately undermined through various means and tools used by the government, and now the fact that this has been seen by the major part of the population as a huge milestone and huge success and achievement didn't really change the calculus that now there is a huge conversation within Georgia whether or not the government's attempts to undermine its relationships with the EU, with NATO, would eventually cause the European Union to take some punitive measures and potentially also to reverse its decision of granting Georgia with candidacy status. On the other hand, in Armenia, we see that Armenia is trying to go through the Georgian past, let's put it this way, in terms of achieving the association agreement with the EU. And there has been greater diplomatic as well as economic engagement within the region from the EU side. But generally, I should say that the impact, you mentioned what is the impact of the war, and it is very much felt on a daily basis because Georgia and Armenia have received thousands of Russians since the beginning of the war in Ukraine, especially since the announcement of the mobilization. That has had huge economic impact. On the one hand, the Georgian government, for example, argues that they have achieved a massive economic successes in the recent past, but at the same time, we do know that the numbers that look positive are due to the fact that we have received hundreds of thousands of Russians, which is not a sustainable way to grow the economy, and that has also raised a number of security concerns about the potential of infiltrating the Georgian politics, for example. And I think the elections in Moldova was mentioned, and I think two big developments that we should be looking at is the elections in Georgia and in Moldova later in October, where we already see that Russians are putting a lot of efforts to manipulate the outcome of these elections, and through various means. In Moldova, I think these efforts are much more overt, but in Georgia, because of the fact that, for instance, in Georgia it never worked for Russia to promote and to push through their messages through traditional propaganda channels such as RT or Sputnik, for example. They, because of the general sort of hostile attitude of the population toward these channels, they are using the local enablers, such as the local actors, the Georgian actors who are suspected to be in close cooperation and in close coordination with the Russian security services and with Russian counterparts, and through investing and through fueling tensions within the population, such as, for instance, a major propaganda narrative now is that if you want to avoid becoming Ukraine 2.0, you need to stay quiet, don't seek any membership into NATO, because NATO is an offensive organization according to these propaganda channels, and it will only cause another kind of escalation, another war in Georgia. That's why there is a huge tendency to promote the so-called neutrality, the non-aligned status of Georgia, in order to have friendly relationships with all parties, such as the West, Russia, China, etc. In reality, of course, those who know the Russian history, the history of the conflicts, and how Russia is trying to meddle in the domestic affairs in the South Caucasus region especially, they are fully aware that neutrality does not really mean staying really neutral. It means that by rejecting the pro-Western, pro-European aspirations, countries like Georgia and Armenia will eventually succumb to the Russian influence. But at the same time, and now I think there is a lot of efforts put into changing the public opinion, which, as I mentioned, if we look at any polls, we would see that particularly in Georgia, over 80% of the population is supportive towards the European integration aspirations, and around 75% is supportive towards NATO integration aspirations. So it is very high numbers in terms of public opinion. However, we see that especially within some of the vulnerable segments of the population, such as ethnic minorities, for example, which mostly depend on the Russian sources as a primary sources of receiving information, as well as older generations who share more sort of traditional values and believes that the greater Western integration will cause, in some ways, of losing these traditional values and Orthodox Christian values. They believe that it is better to sort of have some sort of neutral foreign policy standing rather than being aligned with the Western values. So I think, first sort of main factor in terms of determining to what extent Armenia and Georgia will remain European and will in a way succeed on this path will very much depend on the outcome of the war in Ukraine, what sort of Russia we will be dealing with after following the end, whenever it will happen, of the war in Ukraine, and to what extent the population will be able to resist the current tensions. And I think the first sort of major example would be the Georgian elections, where we will see what would be the popular choice, because now many would frame these elections as a referendum between choosing the pro-Western path or going back into the Russian orbit. And in terms of the situation on the ground, I should also mention that as much as I don't think that there is a real threat of some sort of military escalation in the foreseeable future in terms of while Russia is involved in Ukraine, there are other tools that are effectively used by Russia. So this does not mean in any way that Russia is less effective. And also the fact that they still occupy 20% of the Georgian territories, that is still a major leverage that Russia has over influencing the domestic political scene. And we could also dive deep into some of the recent developments, such as the potential to expand the Russian naval base into the occupied Abkhazia, for example. But for now, I think the fact itself that Armenia, which has been seen as a major Russian ally in the region, is trying to drift away from the Russian influence, and the public sentiments within Armenia are very much disappointing towards the Russia's role, or the absence of Russia throughout after the second Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, means that there is an opportunity, and this is an opportunity primarily also for the EU to be more proactive in the region and to demonstrate the willingness to cooperate with the countries that are willing to shift their foreign policy directions and become more aligned with the Western values. I will stop here and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Correa. That was a really comprehensive description as well about the situation in the Southern Caucasus. And I hope that in the next part of the panel we'll have the chance to discuss deeper in terms of what can be done to help the region further. We'll continue, we'll move to the Western Balkans now with the first question dedicated to Mr. Cherimagic. You've published a lot on the European integration process of the Western Balkans, and that process seems to be stagnating. There's ups and downs constantly, and particularly there's pundits who argue that the foreign malign influence there may be leading to Euroscepticism and perhaps the entire stagnation of the process. In general, what is your opinion? Is the EU aware of this foreign influence in the region, and is the EU doing anything about it, especially vis-à-vis Russian and Chinese influence?
Sorry. When we discuss about the foreign influence, I always struggle with a concept. I understand that we need to investigate, we need to have a look at what are the foreign actors working, what are their interests in different regions. But if we talk about the Western Balkans, in particular about Bosnia and Herzegovina, for me it's always the reverse. It's about the actors. Somehow this research of foreign interest very often neglects the actorness of the local actors. That means that they also have their agendas, they also have their interests, they also have their goals and their vision, and for me that comes somehow more important, and then we can see how the foreign interests and foreign influence fit in that. I want to start with my introductory remark with 3 years ago, October 2021, when we had Milorad Dodik, president now of Republika Srpska, saying that his plan for Bosnia and Herzegovina, his plan for Republika Srpska is an independent Republika Srpska within the Dayton Bosnia and Herzegovina. That was his announcement. That was his plan back then. Very quickly, within a couple of weeks, he came up with a very concrete plan of some 15 pages, which included 7 steps which needed to be implemented in order to achieve this goal. His first step was to analyze constitutional, security, defense, and judiciary and other issues, see what has been developed since 1996 in Bosnia and Herzegovina when it comes to the states, institutions, constitutional development, and simply decide via Republika Srpska institutions to reverse all these reforms and all these achievements that have been achieved since 1996. And he said, we will adopt laws, we will create parallel institutions, we will do it unilaterally, we will provide funding for it, and if the Constitutional Court of Bosnia and Herzegovina, if the outside forces come and say, well, this is unconstitutional, this is going to create insecurity, we will use the force. That is the 7th step in his plan that he laid out. 7th step is, we will give you a deadline. If you don't leave Republika Srpska, we will use force to kick you out of. And he was very clear. Expectations from EU for Althea mission was to stand on the inter-entity line and to protect this new, his implementation of the plan. In the reaction to this and the concrete steps that have been made, here in Sarajevo, some politicians talked openly of what will happen if that plan is implemented. They said, we will go back to 1992. We will have illegal armed forces, what's left of them. We will have legal police forces of what's left of them. We will have legal institutions of what's left of them. And we will go into a fight with those who abandon the country. And Republika Srpska, together with Serbia, in that period of heightened instability and security, organized 2 police and de facto military, they were called police trainings. One was here, 10-15 kilometers from Sarajevo, in Pale. The other one was on the Drina River. And on the Drina River, there was the Interior Minister of Serbia, Vulin, who came just after a statement by Bakir Izetbegovic then was made that what's left of armed forces will go into Republika Srpska and try to defend territorial integrity and constitutional and institutional architecture of this country. He said, I'm here because President Vučić ordered me that we organize this exercise with Republika Srpska because we want to show that the border here doesn't exist and that we will stand together with those on the other side of the Drina River if something is to happen. And the plan started to implement slowly. We had back and forth reactions, etc. And then, of course, we came in February to full-scale invasion of Ukraine. I think it was Yasmin Mojanovic yesterday who said, I tend to, at least on that point, agree slightly with him, that the fact that Ukraine invasion didn't happen in a way that maybe Moscow was expecting was one of the reasons why we didn't see further implementation of the plan. But where maybe Yasmin and me disagree, but maybe I'm going to be surprised, is that it was not just that that had influence. We have also seen more US sanctions. We have seen even EU sanctions. 600 million euros were cut of the funding for Republika Srpska. We have seen bilateral sanctions from Germany, from United Kingdom, and we have seen interesting development. In Serbia, President Vučić coming out for Financial Times in April 2022 saying, well, it was me who suggested President Dodik that the circumstances are not fit to implement this plan and that he should reconsider if that's the smart thing to do. And this was kind of reverse, much of what was in the plan, what was implemented, but nothing has been solved. Constitutional Court is working as it's working. It's really doesn't have judges from Republika Srpska. There's a lot of challenges happening to the state-level institutions, and the things have not been settled. And none of these issues that have been opened during that period have not been settled. And nobody's happy or satisfied. If you talk to people at this security conference, and I talk to a lot who come from Bosnia and Herzegovina or from the region, they will tell you that they're not happy with the current situation. You know, yes, Milorad Dodik is saying that he never wanted a secession at this moment. He's saying that that was never a plan, that was never in the cards. But in reality, if you look at the state of the play inside the institutions of Bosnia and Herzegovina, if you look at the concrete things that are happening, things are not at the best a moment. And the reason why this is, I give first, there are other more important issues or more pressing issues. We have a war in Ukraine, we had Nagorno-Karabakh, we had the situation in Georgia as well, we have Middle East. So the fact that the situation here is not on the verge as it was maybe in November 2020-21 simply doesn't allow to have resources deployed to fight what is obviously still an issue and a challenge and a program. The other reason why we are in this situation that we are today is because in order to reverse some of these issues, in order to stop the implementation of these plans, we had to make concessions to those actors that helped us get there. And there in particular, I think about Serbia. And I here want to speak about one important concession, and that is the All Serb Assembly Declaration, which has been adopted in June this year. We had this big campaign over Srebrenica genocide. We had declaration. We had resolution. We had a big issue over the Council of Europe membership of Kosovo. And then we had, in the midst of that, All Serb Assembly Declaration, which, in fact, I think shows both the weakness of those who fight malign foreign influence, but also of capability, in particular of Belgrade and President Vučić, to simply, in all processes, get something in return. So the All Serb Assembly was organized one day before European Parliament elections. That's an important date to organize because everyone is focused on European Parliament elections. And the two news that came into the Western media about All Serb Assembly was that President Vučić said there is no wording of secession of Republika Srpska in the declaration, and second, there will be no peaceful dissolution in the declaration. And to be honest, I spoke with a couple of diplomats, not posted in Belgrade, but posted in NATO and EU member states, and they felt relief on Monday. First, European Parliament elections didn't go that bad as they could, and there were these two news. But what he managed to put inside this declaration is extremely dangerous, and that brings me to the point where, for example, it says that the Dayton Peace Agreement has been permanently and significantly damaged. Second thing, declaration calls for a return to 1995 constitutional and institutional setup of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Do you remember the 2021 plan? The aim was to get exactly to there. It said, for example, that High Representative Schmidt was not appointed according to the rules that it should have been appointed. And most importantly and most dangerously in this declaration, it says that Republika Srpska can, if it deems, decide to take over all powers originally granted to it by the Dayton peace agreements. That means it's Republika Srpska to decide. It's not the Constitutional Court that says, is it legal or not. It's up to them to decide to that. And this is important because if you go back and trace back all statements of President Vučić about Bosnia and Herzegovina and Republika Srpska, you will never find a statement where he says, this what Mr. Dodik or some are saying is not a good plan. This is not good for Serbs in Republika Srpska. He always speaks about international circumstances that would lead, if this plan was to be implemented, to difficulties not just for Republika Srpska, but also for Serbia. For example, with the US sanctions, which really hurt individuals in Bosnia and Herzegovina. His point was, well, what if next is Serbia? How will we transfer money to Republika Srpska, to 1.2 million population and keep them? You know, we can't do that. So it was always about the circumstances that were not rife for the implementation of the plan. Even on the Constitutional Court, go back to his writings in Greater Serbia magazine from 1995, you will find his criticism of the Dayton Peace Agreement. It's almost like a copy-paste of the things that we read in the declaration. This brings me to my last point, and that is, I fear we are here, but we don't see, first of all, what's happening inside Bosnian and Herzegovinian institutions, how difficult it is, how difficult it still is. Second of all, we don't see how Belgrade is building relationship beyond Russia and China. Hungary, yes, but also Italy, also Germany, also France, and also US on both fronts, both Trump and both the future, if democratic. In October last year, Richard Grenell visited Serbia to get an order of a flag from President Vučić. It's quite interesting. Everyone was writing about it. Grenell was honored, he got it. Nobody had a look of who actually received this order and who established the order. So the order was established in 2012 by then President Tomislav Nikolić, who I guess most of you know his credo. And who are the people who got it? It's Peter Sijarto, a couple of lower-level diplomats from non-recognizers inside the NATO and inside the EU who probably were detrimental for non-recognition of Kosovo, and it's Shoigu, Lavrov, it's the people like that. It's a message, it's a signal. So what I want to say is things are not as bad as they were in 2021. Even Dodik, in the middle of a very important local elections campaign, is going on and saying, oh, there will be no secession. We never wanted a secession. So everyone who was saying for years, oh, he just says that for electoral campaign, is now challenged. Why is he not saying that now? Because we have elections. He should be now saying, we will secede if Trump comes. Because he's aware of what the developments are and that the things are so near in the US that they can go in both directions. So my plea here, I think it's the same, similar to last year's one, is that those of us who really care about the stability of this region, who really care about the malign influence in this region, is to really come up with stronger and more concrete plans and understanding so that we make sure that the international circumstances are not rife for things that will lead us to the situations that we will then create bigger challenges for us than they are at the moment. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cherimagic. Now let's move to Ms. Zebas. As mentioned in the introduction, your focus has been the Western Balkans, particularly Kosovo. As is known, there's been quite some developments there that have caught the attention from the West. But the region still suffers from instability. There's a lot of unresolved issues such as the Kosovo-Serbia dialogue, the fear of secessionism in Bosnia and so on. And some pundits argued that foreign influence, particularly the Russian one, could have something to do with the instability in the region, but also the negligence or the appeasement of the West towards some countries in the Western Balkans is also a factor. Since you're from Germany, I want to ask you, how do you see Germany's role in navigating the situation in the Western Balkans, and particularly since the Zeitenwende speech of Chancellor Scholz, or the strategic pivot in early 2022 after the all-out invasion of Ukraine started? Do you believe this strategic pivot has actually happened, or has it just remained on paper?
Thank you very much, Tietja, and also thank you for the organizers for this really great conference, for inviting me as well. Zeitenwende, what is it? What was it supposed to be? Did we get there? I mean, as you said, it was a term that was brought up in a speech by Chancellor Scholz just a couple of days after the beginning of the full-scale invasion. And in the speech, he was using it to describe the historical turning point for all of Europe following this full-scale invasion, and lined out, or like sketched out, a vision for a future comprehensive security order for Germany and wider Europe. And this was, the expectation was that this would also be followed by a more comprehensive strategic change of the security order in Germany. Now we are 2.5 years on. A colleague of mine who worked a lot on the Zeitenwende put it, it's not a direct quote, but something along the lines of, they woke up to a new geopolitical reality that they had kind of blindly walked into. They proclaimed Zeitenwende, and then they went back to sleep as soon as they saw that the Red Army is not yet at the gates of Berlin. Of course, very polemic, and I would not agree. And we also see the very specific circumstances where, we had a new coalition after 16 years of Merkel that had just been formed under very difficult circumstances. Basically, they were just starting to work when the invasion started. I mean, side note, of course, Scholz and his party were part of that coalition before, but still, I think it was a very new situation, and we saw this unity among the coalition, especially when it came to the Zeitenwende speech. We saw that there was actually some momentum, let's say, when it comes to the thinking and talking about security, the discourse in Germany, and like some people, especially German officials, like to say that this was a breaking with old taboos, that this was actually more than we could have expected, that there's a broad consensus on delivering weapons to Ukraine, and that this was actually more than we could have expected from a Zeitenwende. But I would also argue that at this point we see that it is very far from achieving the policy and narrative shift that was kind of the expectation that was given by the speech. We saw, of course, that the one very concrete step was the increased military spending, which turns out to be more difficult than was originally envisioned. And I think the concept has also really lost traction nowadays, and is maybe, some have argued, and I would maybe concur, that it's maybe not really useful to use the Zeitenwende concept in the way that it was originally envisioned, because it really doesn't have that anymore. And chiefly it was not only kind of poorly delivered, but also defined, because I don't think that there was a very strong follow-up, and that there is kind of this feeling among a lot of the German population that, there is still a possibility to go back to normal. We will go back to how it was before. And I don't think that the political leadership did a very good job in making sure and explaining and preparing the population for the fact that it will not be as before. And I think there is this is, of course, comfortable for them, but we also see in very different layers that say the consequences of this. And where it comes from, and especially I think when we look at what happened between 2022 February and now, is I think it's a governance and leadership issue first and foremost, which is maybe not new, let's say, in the German coalition, the way that German coalitions and the way that German foreign policy works. But it is of course very worrying, especially now. It has been very, very public as well. The German vote in Brussels, the infamous one. So this kind of disunity playing out on the world stage, and then blame games where the parliament is blaming the chancellor is, well, not really talking to anyone, but there's this we cannot, it's not our fault, it's because the coalition partner doesn't want to do this, whereas the allies are sitting there and saying, well, can you maybe get your act together and just act be a reliable partner, and you can really see that this has cost Germany a lot of influence and reputation on the world stage as well. And then when we look at the institutional setup, learning from Germany's past, of course, we have a very decentralized policy making, and also in foreign policy there are different actors. I mean, of course, foreign ministry, chancellery, depending on the question, different ministries, including also the Ministry of International Cooperation, for example, defense, and then the parliament also plays quite a strong role in comparison to other systems. And to be able to still have kind of this a unified response to foreign policy challenges, we have this concept of a comprehensive approach for German foreign and security policy that was, I think, it was introduced in the early 2000s, but it was also made part and parcel of a comprehensive overhaul of the foreign policy in 2014, the so-called review process. But of course, in practice, it is far from fulfilled, and I think especially under the current coalition we see this playing out. We see the different important ministries have different parties at their helm. We have this kind of silo thinking much more than comprehensive cooperation. This has also to do, of course, with political interests, with leadership issues, and so forth. And what it came down to in the last couple of months, and we see this especially when it comes to politics with regards to the Western Balkans, I would argue, is that the Chancellor has kind of quietly taken charge without assuming leadership in a way, if that makes sense. So he, together with some close policy advisors, is calling the shots, basically, over the head of the Parliament in some cases, of the foreign ministry. And I would argue that actually the German foreign ministry has been much clearer on the course that was originally set out with the whole Zeitenwende debate. And I think that the Chancellor is much more trying to be kind of in sync with the Quint countries, especially when it comes to the Western Balkans. And we've seen this playing out, for example, with what Adi mentioned, the Council of Europe membership of Kosovo. And maybe most strikingly with the stance towards the Serbian government. If we contrast two visits of Scholz to Belgrade, one in June 2022 and one in July of this year, which we'll probably have in your mind still. And in June 2022, if you remember, he went to Belgrade and he said in public to Vučić standing next to him, we expect you, and this is not a direct quote, but like we expect you to accept Kosovo's independence, if not de jure, then at least de facto, and we expect you to sever ties with Russia and adopt the sanctions. And like, I think there was no leader who said it that straightforward, and you could see a bit of the shock on the face of Alexander Vučić. And now, of course, this July we saw him coming back with a very different agenda, co-signing a deal for the EU for Serbian lithium, and at least in public he did not repeat those demands. I would take a guess that he did also not do so in private, let's say. And I think on the one hand there's really this kind of lack of strategic vision and long-term prospect, but it's also pointing towards a more or maybe renewed, I would say, transactional stance of the EU at large and the member states towards the Western Balkans, where other examples are, of course, the migration deal between Albania and Italy, the prison deal between Denmark and Kosovo, for example, and kind of this, it's maybe more comfortable for the EU to keep the Balkans as kind of a buffer zone. You know, it's not, as Adi also mentioned, I think it's not an imminent security threat, like NATO is there, EUFOR is there, we'll manage this. And so in the end, and especially also I think France's stance was mentioned, I think this is kind of a coming full circle in a certain way from, we have a new momentum, we have this new geopolitical imperative for enlargement, including to the Western Balkans, to this kind of stabilitocracy reloaded, where, you know, we put money, we make sure there's no open warfare, but we do not really put any more money or resources on this idea of democratic transformation. And I'm happy, and maybe in the second round, to discuss the reasons, the rationales for this. But I will leave it here for now. Thank you.
Thank
you very much, Ms. Zebas. So before we continue with questions from the audience, I'll just ask a second round of questions to each of the panelists. We have 20 minutes left for our panel, and of course the questions can also be addressed to Dr. De Kleva. Mr. Maddox, so we're talking a lot about malign influence in mostly vulnerable regions such as the Western Balkans and the South Caucasus, which are not in NATO but in NATO's inner courtyard. But what about malign influence in the actual NATO states? For example, in the US, do you think the US is an exception to the influence, particularly during election campaigns? Everyone's quite anxious about the next 2 months. So what is your view on that?
No, the U.S. is certainly not immune to foreign malign influence. In fact, I would say the U.S. probably is the target of a great amount, or maybe the majority of foreign malign influence, especially related to U.S. elections. And you can go back to 2014, when I think the Russian, what was then the Internet Research Agency, was testing out its capabilities against the U.S. and actually initiated a disinformation campaign focused on a state of Louisiana refinery, where they indicated to the local population that ISIS had attacked the refinery, caused an explosion. If you went online, you could see indications that indeed there was an explosion at this refinery, and there were fake CNN accounts, fake news accounts online that would reinforce that idea. And as a result of that campaign, people actually started to call for reprisal attacks against ISIS in Iraq and Syria. That was, I call it a watershed moment. It was when the Russians, I think, proved to themselves in 2014 that they could initiate and successfully achieve behavior change through an online information operation. And as a result of that operation, I think they learned from that and started to use that model during the 2016 elections and the 2020 elections. And I have no doubt that that continues to this day. I think the natural follow-on of that is it just the Russians? No. So what we're seeing now is this combination of Russian and Chinese operations, not necessarily coordinated, but they are certainly learning from each other. And in the most recent wave of disinformation campaigns online, we're seeing the use of AI-enabled, artificial intelligence-enabled synthetic content generation. That means that they're able to generate this false content at scale and then disseminate it also at scale extraordinarily quickly. Both the Russians and the Chinese are doing that. There's great argument within U.S. analytic circles about how effective that is, but I think that among audiences that are predisposed to certain messages against or for one party or the other, they certainly are listening and looking for confirmational information. So, you know, if a Russian campaign is focused on a certain political vulnerability in a certain political party, they can find it. So, short answer, yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to ask a follow-up question on that, but hopefully later. Mrs. Kuria, you briefly mentioned potential rising tensions between Georgia and Russia again, but then on the other hand, we have also Armenia that is slowly moving away from the Russian orbit, or at least trying to move away from the Russian orbit. I want to ask you the question about both countries, if you can just answer briefly what you think of that, and particularly about Armenia. Do you think that there is an attempt for rapprochement between Turkey and Armenia in the works? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I'll try to be as brief as possible. Very complicated question. I think, as I mentioned, there is a lot of uncertainty with Georgia. I mentioned the upcoming elections. I think a lot will depend on that, what sort of outcome will be, what sort of outcome we will receive. Certainly there is a feeling that Russians are observing the situation in Georgia very closely. And I mentioned the Russian potential expansion of the Russian naval base into the occupied Abkhazia. I think from the security perspective, that is still a major threat. And we have seen a couple of months ago, Bellingcat, for example, has published an investigation claiming that the Russians are already working in Abkhazia to expand the existing port. It will take a lot of effort for them to turn the current port in Ochamchire, which is a district in Abkhazia, the existing port into a naval base. However, if they are serious about it, and I should also mention that there has been a lot of propaganda narrative about these plans. Firstly, it emerged in 2009 after the invasion of Georgia in 2008, then straight after the annexation of Crimea, and now we heard that they are really going ahead with the construction. That will remain a very serious threat for Georgia. I should say probably the most serious threat since the 2008 war between Russia and Georgia, and that will also provide a huge leverage on the domestic politics in Georgia. And I think it will really depend what sort of standing the next Georgian government will have towards Russia, because now what we see is that, unfortunately, due to recent developments, especially with the introduction of the foreign agents law in Georgia, which is very much felt by majority of the population, and I'm sure you have seen the scenes from Georgia in early May, June, how many people, the estimates say over more than 200,000 people were out into the streets to protest this law, and primarily because there is a feel that this is a very much Russian-inspired law, which is basically aiming to alienate the Western-funded civil society organizations and frames them as enemies of the state, which we've seen pretty much same thing happened in Russia since 2012 when President Putin introduced the foreign agents law. So if there will be a major change, and so far I mentioned the actual elections and the process is perceived by many people in Georgia as a referendum between Russia and the West. And so far what we see is that the major opposition candidates are promising that they will keep a very firm pro-European, pro-NATO standing. So if that happens, obviously that will also in a way affect and have an impact on the Russia-Georgia relations. For now, I think Russia feels quite comfortable in a setup where Georgia is being alienated by its partners. As many of you know, there have been sanctions imposed by a number of Georgian officials. This has never happened before. So I think now the relations are really at the lowest point. But there is certainly among Georgia's partners and among the population of Georgia, there is a feel and a hope that this can change and this can be reversed soon because of the expected elections. On the Armenian side, just recently we have seen that there was a coup attempt that was prevented by the Armenian security services, and allegedly Russia was trying to sort of organize this in order to introduce, insert more of a friendly sort of government, which is something that is Russia quite well known for. These kind of attempts have happened before, and this once again demonstrates that they are looking very closely at the developments in Armenia. They are obviously concerned for losing one of its, I would say, their closest ally and former ally, I should say, in the South Caucasus. But in terms of the progress that we've seen in the peace agreement, and in this process as well, I should mention that Russia has been very much absent. Lavrov mentioned just recently that they are happy to sort of let the parties decide what they want to do. But in real terms, I think that is becoming a concern for Russia, that they are in a way losing the leverage that they've had before. And certainly after the outbreak of this so-called second Nagorno-Karabakh war, there was a feel with the reinsertion of Russian so-called peacekeepers in the region that Russia was not actually losing the influence, but reinforcing its influence in the region. So now that has been changing, and I hope that the Turkish-Armenian rapprochement will eventually succeed, because that will also open up new opportunities in the region, and certainly that will be a huge challenge for Russia. Turkey is already a challenge for Russia within the Black Sea, because Turkey has quite ambitious agenda when it comes to being a dominant player in the Black Sea. And on the other hand, the fact that Russia is invested in Ukraine and not being as not being presented within the Black Sea security scene from the position of power, that gives Turkey some sort of advantage to be more proactive in seeking and forging closer relations with its partner and new sort of allies in the region.
Thank you, Mrs. Kuria, for answering all these very complex questions in such a short time. My next question is for Mr. Cherimagic. When we talk about Russian influence in the Western Balkans, because previously we mostly spoke about Bosnia and Herzegovina and the region alone, but when we talk about Russian influence in this region, some pundits argue that it's overstated, some argue that it's underestimated, some argue that it's somewhere in between. How do you see the Russian influence in this region, but not just the Russian one, perhaps the Chinese one and the Turkish one? Do you think these actors have a tailored approach towards this region, or do they just know that it is probably with a low investment but huge cost for the region? Also, if you can be brief so that we can leave room for questions from the audience. Thank you.
I guess the most safest answer is that they're both right. It's overstated and underestimated, the influence of Russia. I think it's important for us, again, I take a bit of different approach to it. It's important for us to understand how do we counter it. And one of the ways how to counter it is to be more present in the region. I think that for too long, the region has been left to itself because there was this sense of security, stability. It was not good, but it was also not terrible. So let's leave it as it is. I think I'm going back to also shortly to your first question about the EU and NATO being aware of what the situation in the region is. I was surprised in the aftermath of the invasion of Ukraine in February 2022 that both Secretary General Stoltenberg and High Representative Borrell were those who said, oh, if Ukraine, if things develop very quickly, we will have problems in Moldova and the Western Balkans / Bosnia and Herzegovina. So it was a right analysis of the situation. I think since 2022, a lot has been achieved. From the NATO side, there's much more activity with Bosnia and Herzegovina. For example, there's much more presence of NATO in Bosnia and Herzegovina. There's even a discussion about alternative plans in case that EUFOR mission is abandoned or blocked at the UN Security Council. And I think all of that had a healthy effect in the country. Same as candidate status, opening of accession talks, new growth plan. It had some impact on stabilizing or at least not allowing for it to go worse. But I think if we want to really strike a deal here, I think that both NATO and the EU need to step up their efforts. So if we talk about the NATO in Bosnia and Herzegovina, it has the perspective of joining the NATO. It's not about let Bosnia join NATO tomorrow and things will be all fine. It's about we want Bosnia to join the NATO. Let's discuss what are the changes that we need to see in the presidency decision-making, what are the changes that we need in the security apparatus, and let's see if we have constituency inside of Bosnia and Herzegovina that's willing to use legal and democratic paths to achieve that. And same goes for the EU. What we've seen with the candidate status and so far with the opening of accession talks is more like an instrument they have used to stabilize the situation. It was not about progress, reforms, etc. What we now need to see with the growth plan and with potential real opening of accession talks, and the first cluster is EU capable to really motivate true reforms? We have 4 judicial systems existing in parallel in this country. Is EU capable to motivate actors in this country to reform judicial systems so that it's not just independent, but that it functions so it can protect the single market and protect against corruption, protect against different things? So these are the questions. But we need to first, I would say, I think Minister Szekerinska said yesterday, we need to decide that this flight is going in that direction, and then you have all of us expertise. We have been building it up for decades. So many of my colleagues have written how these things can be achieved. But I think we need to set it as a goal, and we need to discuss with the constituencies inside these countries, and in particular inside Bosnia and Herzegovina, how do we strengthen them to really achieve that? And then we can counter both Chinese influence, both Russian influence, or put it at the level that it exists inside the EU. I always say there is China in Austria, there's Russia in Austria as well, in other countries as well. The difference is there judicial system? Are there monitoring institutions that are monitoring this? Is there, are these instruments there? And in case of most of the Western Balkan countries, I would argue they're not there, or they're actually misused to enable even deeper penetration of these malign interests.
Mr. Chairmagis, the last question from my end. Ms. Zebas, Mr. Chairmagis spoke about the EU stepping up its efforts to be more present in the Western Balkans. There was a recently very highly discussed deal between the EU and Serbia for a lithium deal, and one is expected to take place in Bosnia and Herzegovina again. How do you see this act? Do you think it is an effort to counter and replace the other presence, for example, the presence of Russia in this region, or what is your view on that?
Yeah, thank you. As I said, I think I see this really as this more kind of a return or maybe a renewed move towards a more transactionalist relationship with Serbia. I mean, I think there have been some strategic changes that were maybe not always well informed. And I think this comes down to what Adi said about the misperception of the Russian influence versus the local actors and their own agency. So, for example, there have been a lot of projects and a lot of money flowing into Serbia to diversify its energy away from Russian gas. But if you remember, quite soon after the full-scale invasion, it was actually President Vučić who was very proudly announcing that he made a new deal about Russian gas. And the way that he is allowed to kind of play this, like between the chairs policy, is in the end very harmful, obviously, to the way that the EU is perceived. And I think this is something that many actors are not aware of, and I would definitely include the German government here. The way that I see it, so I'm in Brussels right now, and I think we have like very different discussions going on right now when it comes to the future of enlargement, and I see basically the two ends of the poles here being one, a very positive scenario that is still it's still there. People are talking about it. I see it as not very realistic, but so that we have this new we have a new commission coming up. We have a new constitutive cycle. So we have the new 5-year legislative period, where we will have first and foremost EU reform on the agenda. So we'll have a roadmap to a reformed EU that will then also be able to have new member states. Then we will have credible roadmaps for the enlargement towards all of the candidates except Turkey, and maybe like a parallel more credible agenda when it comes to Turkey. And then, of course, this would also have to be mapped within the budgets or the multi-annual financial framework and others. Hopefully the enlargement process would also be changed to some kind of staged accession, something in this direction. On the other hand, I'm not going to go full Armageddon here, but on the other side of the spectrum, and I feel this is a bit more realistic. And when you look at the member states right now, is that there will be a mostly transactional relationship from the EU side towards Serbia, Albania, and North Macedonia, given the government as well. This kind of perpetual crisis management mode for Kosovo, Bosnia and Herzegovina, And then, money keep coming in, so through investments, through aid, obviously, to kind of keep it stable, right? And then possibly some kind of like slow secession. I'm doomsday. I'm the bad scenario here, but of RS in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and this kind of creeping population exchange from North Kosovo to some parts of Serbia. We heard from the Helsinki Committee that there is new settlements are being built in the Sanjak region. We heard about expulsion of Albanians in Preševo Valley and around. And this kind of, keeping the ceremony up, so we will still have Western Balkan summits, but essentially the waiting room will be pushed even more to the background. Happy to be challenged on this.
Thank you very much. So I don't want to steal the time from lunch break, but let's take a couple of questions, if there's any. Yes, please, and then Larissa. Do we have a microphone?
Can I address the question to Professor De Kleva? Occasionally, the media in the region invites me to comment about the effectiveness of Putin's military, the Air Force, the hypersonic missiles, and they used to ask me, what about the nuclear war, what are the chances about nuclear war? And I said, it's not about the weapons, it's about Putin's psychological profile and his connection with his closest family. Are we in position to tell to us, to share with us anything you know about this, about his connection with his close family? Is it true that somewhere in Switzerland, his wife's kids and certain things like that? Thanks.
That's a good question. The nuclear question is a question that always comes up. The Russians have certainly used nuclear brinkmanship. I don't think, especially after the comments that were made in the last year and a half by President Xi of China, and very emphatically also by Prime Minister Modi of India, I don't think that I think the chances of the Russians using tactical nuclear weapons in Ukraine are low. They're not zero, but they're very low. As was said in an earlier panel today, for Russia and for President Putin, the war in Ukraine is existential. And if they felt they were losing the war, then that dynamic could shift. But I think there are huge risks involved and precedents that will be said that I think we can see more of this brinkmanship, but I don't think the actual use is something we're likely to see. But it's something that we have to think about, that planners in NATO, in the United States, have to be aware of. The whole doctrine that those of us that have gray hair on our head remember mutually assured destruction. A lot of those doctrines and the psychology of those doctrines, and I urge people to go back and read Henry Kissinger's work in 1957 on this, has really been uprooted, not only with the war in Ukraine, but what we're seeing vis-a-vis Israel, a nuclear power in its fighting with Hamas, and now the possibility of a wider war with Hezbollah. So you may have a big stick, but you can't use it. So they have to have other ways of dealing with potential conflict. I'll skip that later. I want more time for other questions. There's certainly a lot of comment about family and other members of the elite that are scattered throughout Western Europe. There's a lot of Russian money in Western Europe, trillions of dollars. I encourage people to read Catherine Belton's excellent work, Putin's People, which was one of the first works that really talked about this. And that's a larger issue, which is the kind of influence of money and how it changes the political and economic dynamics of all these countries. Thank you.
Yes, but we have to be very quick, so just...
Okay, I have a short question. Hello? Does it work? Yeah. I have a question to Natia, because the EU was mentioned a bit, and then we will have a new commission cycle now. And how do you see the new High Representative for Foreign Policy, Kaja Kallas? She's coming from the Baltics, and they're usually very vocally about their view about Russia. And do you see this could influence the South Caucasus region?
Yes, definitely. I think it is bad news for the Georgian government, but good news for the aspirations of the Georgian people. Also good news for Armenia, because Kaja Kallas herself has been very much supportive towards Georgia's European aspirations. She has been a great friend of Georgia. So so far the sentiments were very positive about these changes. But I think there will be a much more pressure and leverage on both countries actually to deliver what EU is asking from them. In this case, of course, in case of Georgia, these are much more concrete steps. We have 9 points that we need to fulfill in order to proceed to the next step of European integration, and in this case, to the opening of the accession talks. For now, this process has been frozen because of the actions of the government and primarily because of the foreign agents law. But I think if there will be any changes, there will be much more sort of attention towards the dynamics in Georgia, and much more also more sort of demanding approach towards Georgia to actually deliver these deliverables. So in this case, I think if the government standing, for future government standing would be pro-EU, then definitely this would be good news, because there will be definitely an emphasis on this region.
Thank you to the panelists and to the audience for your patience. So we can now go to lunch break. We have to wrap up.
As per usual, a small tech. And I'm the coordinator of the Western Balkan Center at New Lines Institute in Washington, D.C. And I'm a PhD candidate and a research and teaching assistant at Virginia Tech in D.C. area. Now, I have been tasked with moderating a very distinguished panel. With us today are Dr. Rosa Alizi, who is an associate professor and chair of the political science department at Trinity University. We have Mr. Vedran Lakic, who's the Federal Minister of Energy, Mining, and Industry. Dr. Jelena Jankic, part-time professor at Robert Schuman Center for Advanced Studies. Dr. Alija Kozljak, Chief of Staff of the Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia, Mr. Denis Bečirović, and a National Security Advisor. Ms. Lisbeth Pilgaard, who's Chair of the Executive Committee of the European Endowment for Democracy. Inspector General Edin Fako, from the Ministry of Defense of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And Mr. Haris Avdić-Pejčić, from the Western Balkans Task Force at the European External Action Service. Now, as all of you may have noticed, we have quite an interesting discussion format today, with a larger than usual number of speakers and an open seat for audience members to join in and hopefully contribute to the conversation. Now, this particular format is called the fishbowl strategy, and this strategy is best fit for discussing dilemmas, or questions and prompts that do not have one right answer or interpretation, but rather allow for multiple perspectives and opinions. And what better way to begin talking about the future of the Balkans than by acknowledging that this topic belongs to that category. There are no definitive answers to where the region is headed. However, with the help of practitioners, wisdom from experience, and scientific insight from the scholars, we can make inferences and see the outlines of the future.
So I would like to begin with a rather general question for all panelists before we drill down the specifics. And on another note, we will not have a Q&A session. Instead, this panel will be open to questions from the audience throughout. So considering the critical juncture that the Western Balkans stand at in today's geopolitical landscape, with the Russia-Ukrainian war having reminded us of the region's strategic importance, and considering the alarming maneuvering of foreign actors like Russia and China that profoundly challenge regional stability and progress, all the while the countries of the Western Balkans have been grappling with eternal challenges, such as economic stagnation, fragile political institutions, and unresolved ethnicized disputes. Where do you see the region heading in the next 5 to 10 years? Dr. Aloisi, we can start with you.
Let me just...
Okay, got it. Sorry, guys. Thank you, first of all, for this question. Thank you to Dr. Karcic, Hikmet Karcic and Anur Karcic for organizing this event. And so thank you for inviting me. So I think that, again, since we're talking about dilemmas where the region is going to be in 5 to 10 years and even more down the line, again, it's a matter of, I don't think we can give a definite answer where that is going unless we understand what are the challenges that we are facing today. And I will be just speaking of, I think, two of the challenges that are very important. There has been a constant trend since 2018 and even more after COVID, 2021, 2022, of people leaving the region, especially the young population, because they're facing, again, economic instability, lack of opportunities, a political situation that is very unstable. So there is this tendency of leaving the region, which means also that the region is getting drained of what will be a very important social capital, the young population just being very politically active and being able to make political changes. On the other hand, there is the migration flow, the inbound and even throughbound migration flow through the Balkans area, which creates a challenge in terms of integration. And so and the reason why I'm pointing out these two main problems or issues, let's say, is because we should not forget that non-democratic tendency, non-democratic government tend to benefit from the absence of young political engagement and from the absence of civil society.
Thank you. Mr. Avdić-Pejić, what is your take on this?
Thank you very much for the question, and Amina and everyone involved in the conference for the invitation. Well, coming from Brussels, my answer is very easy. In 5 to 10 years, I would like to see all Western Balkans partners as member states of the European Union, and that's what we're working for in Brussels, and I hope so too in national capitals here. Now, having said that, in this decade period, what I want to see too, and with the mandate that we have in the task force, is in the Western Balkans, we want to see media sectors, information and media sector that are liquid, that are well-financed, that are able to provide fair information to the audiences of the region, and also public broadcasting services that also are able to handle and deliver their mandates without any form of pressure from the executive, and are able to provide fair information to the citizens of the Western Balkans. And in the meantime, also, we would like to see the Western Balkans able to respond to one of the definitions that Mr. Madov said about what disinformation is. So in Brussels, we call it foreign information, manipulation, and interference, including disinformation. We would like to see the Western Balkans to be able to answer to this threat at an overall societal level, both citizens and governments alike in the coming 10 years, of course, in the process of joining the European Union.
I must say that is rather optimistic. Ms. Pilgaard, you also come from an institution of the European Union of a sort. How do you think about this?
Well, the European Endowment for Democracy is actually an independent NGO supported by EU member states, Norway, Canada, Iceland, and the EU institutions as well. If I could dream how Bosnia-Herzegovina would look in 5 to 10 years, I would dream about a green, environmental, friendly, democratic country. That's how, and perhaps even greener and more democratic than the old Europe, being a part of the European family, but having developed into citizen-driven systems. And that's, of course, a dream, but I think they're important to have. To get there, and we'll get into that, I think there needs to be heavy reforms, and Dayton is coming up next year. I was here when Dayton was decided upon. I think it needs a heavy revision, and there needs to be heavy change. So, but my dream is for a green, sustainable, democratic future for this region.
Thank you. What about you, Mr. Fako, coming from the Ministry of Defense of Bosnia and Herzegovina?
First of all, I also would like to thank you for invitation, and very happy to be part of this conference. And thank you very much for the question. Of course, I'm going to refer what my expertise is defense and security. And maybe just to go back a little bit and say something about Balkans that we have to be aware of. I heard one professor said, I heard it or seen it several days ago, that Balkan produces always more history than can consume. And it's very, very important. In the last 3 decades, more or less, we didn't see so much, let's say, post-political stability or any other stability. Balkan was always mentioning as a synonym of kind of instability. And today is even worse. The situation is more difficult given the situation at the globe, in the whole world. Today we have more security challenges, we have more hotspots, we have more wars, we have more clashes. So countries that we are relying, or institutions they are relying on, are more devoted to that kind of security challenges. But I would say that the Balkan is unfinished business, and NATO and EU for sure should take more attention to Balkan, to Bosnia as well. Given the situation and the different influences that we could hear during this conference here, really doesn't give us big hope. Otherwise, the NATO and EU take more support to Bosnia and Balkans, at least the countries that are not part of EU and NATO, to become a member of those two organizations as soon as possible. I do believe that that's the only way that we have a kind of prosperity in the future, and then maybe in that way can say what will be Balkan in 5 or 10 years. At the moment, really, is very difficult question and difficult to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Fako. And what about you, Dr. Junkic? Coming from academia, what scientific insight can you share with us with regards to the future that we're looking at for the region?
No, I'm going to concur here, and thank you for inviting me, that this is an extremely difficult question. And I'm going to start by actually reflecting on the metaphor that Radmila Šekarinska used here yesterday in a different context about the plane going on an autopilot but not landing. And if I think as an academic and an observer of the situation in the Western Balkans, in this kind of a context of flying, I have the impression that countries in the region are not necessarily flying in the same direction. So this is one of the things that I could observe. The second one is that sometimes they use different compasses. And the third observation is that they actually may have very different landing points. So in the context of your question, when I have these things in mind, if you ask me where the Balkans are headed in the next 5 to 10 years, I honestly would say that I have no clue. Because ideally, the scenario where we would get are the scenarios of a green, prosperous, European, Euro-Atlantic, if you wish, region. And that's an ideal scenario. And as you rightly pointed out, the reality is such that it requires a lot of societal effort, a lot of change, or a lot of reforms, some of which bear very high political costs, and some of which are not that easy to implement. And I hope sincerely that the politicians and the citizens in these countries will realize these reforms, because the other scenario, the black scenario if you wish, the worst case one, is that these countries remain entrapped in their own political systems, that they enable de-democratizing actors and forces to penetrate all aspects of society and to bring these countries backwards. And no one here, and I guess no one in Europe, no one in the US, in the democratic world, would like to see this happen. So I would sincerely hope that politicians and citizens of these countries will come to this realization and work together towards this common objective.
What about you, Minister Lakic, coming from the Ministry for Energy, which, as we all know, is a key component when talking about future?
First of all, no black scenario. We must be positive and act like it. But when you ask about this question 5 to 10 years, I don't know how much time do we have? 2 or 3 days? Maybe. And of course, I'm not the person that is quite good to answer these questions. It's a very difficult question, but we can discuss about it. First of all, when we talk about energy, I see the Western Balkans in position to be very green in the next period, very good society, excellent society for the next period. Every state of Western Balkan is very nice. We have very good opportunity to be excellent in the European Union as a Western Balkan and in the whole world. So I will talk as much as positive I can, and of course do in that way. We must be very open one to each other. I know about political issue that we all have. I know that the political is maybe #1 activity in our states, in whole Western Balkans, but we must make it that some other topics must be about the politics and most important for all of our citizens. I see Western Balkan in the next 5 to 10 years with very good relationship with all states. And of course, I understand that now we don't have the same strategy, the same path in the future, but in this position for 1.5 years, I see that the biggest problem was that we do not talk with each other. We do not talk with each other enough to resolve those issues. We talk only in the part of our countries that we are living in. We don't go across. We do not explain our needs. We do not talk about our interests, our future activities. And when we start to talk about those things, I think that we will be in excellent position and our citizens can live very good lives here. In my scope of work in this ministry is not only energy, also it is mining. Probably in the next several years or several decades, it will be no coal here. And we must go on renewables. But in this time, I think that it is very good that we have coal and thermal power plants, and that is only objective to say, okay, we are here now, but we must go to renewables. In this ministry is also, the part of ministry is industry, big industry. In this part of Bosnia and Herzegovina, it's very important to say that we have a big potential for develop this industry, and part of this industry in this ministry is also defense industry. I must say, because of this defense industry, unfortunately, because of a lot of wars in the world, is growing up. And we must develop it more for the next period, and I hope that the old war will stop and that we will, all of this defense industry transpose to some other industry in the next period.
Thank you, Minister Lakic. Dr. Alia Kozljak, as the National Security Advisor and for Dr. Denis Bečirović, you're at the forefront of Bosnia and Herzegovina's foreign relations. How do you comment on this?
Thank you for inviting me here. So I would analyze this question from, or this dilemma from two perspectives, two angles. The one is the strategies adopted by countries from the region. If we see that, then all countries are already members of European Union, or they are candidates for the membership, which means all of them are heading to that directions. In terms of NATO integration, almost all countries are either NATO member or aspirant for the NATO membership, excluding Serbia, which I would say cooperate with NATO substantially. So the alternative to that is what is happening right now. So there are plenty of factors that will influence the future of the Balkans. One of them are geopolitical developments. Obviously, that what's going in Ukraine, so Russian aggression in Ukraine, will make a strong impact on the future of Balkans. Already after Finland and Sweden joined NATO, it is obvious that Western Balkans became the weakest point of the European security architecture, and that will also impact the future of integration processes as well as stability in the region. Another factor is current race in armament. For us in Bosnia and Herzegovina, whenever we see neighboring countries and acquisition of new weapons and ammunitions, maybe it is us, but we consider that as a possible hegemonic intent. So for us, it is always an option to consider some defending posture and the way how to defend the country. So alternative to these conflict situation or possible conflicts obviously are Euro-Atlantic and European integration processes, and I hope that these factors will prevail.
Thank you, Dr. Kozljak. Now, we heard varied perspectives here. We've covered what goes on with the society, the EU integrations of the region, defense policies, energy transition. But I want to drill down these topics so we can get a better sense of what we may expect in the future. So let me start with you, Minister Lakic. Now, Bosnia and Herzegovina's energy sector is deeply intertwined with the country's political structure, which remains fragmented. How can the energy sector be a vehicle for greater regional cooperation rather than deepening internal divisions? Is there a political will to pursue common goals across entities?
Yes, there is. Yes, we are complicated. Yes, as a country, as a people, as what we have in our minds, yes, but we can overcome all of that. The the structure, the political structure of Bosnia and Herzegovina is complicated. Of course, two entities has their aims when we talk about energy. But I can say that my colleague from Republika Srpska, Minister Đokić, and I are very quite on the same side. We want to make this energy sector be good for the Bosnia and Herzegovina. We talk a lot. Yes, we have differences between each other. Yes, but we'll find a way for every law that needs to be done on the state level. Yes, of course, we want to have other perspectives from Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. We are very wanted to be state level excellent. Maybe in some part of Bosnia and Herzegovina someone doesn't want to do it, but in the next period we can overcome all differences. And I will repeat one more time that if we talk enough, if we discuss enough about everything that's connected to the energy for this topic, yes, we can deal it. We have very common interests between entities when the energy is our topic. Sustainable energy needs to be done in Republika Srpska and also in Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. We have very common projects that can be implemented together in the next period. I can say that hydropower plants for the next period can connect two entities and even two states. Yes, we must talk about it. It's our interest and it can be done. Also, we can join management of our resources. Yes, we have now a lot of coal, but in the next period it will be not the case. But all other cases are very, very interesting for us. Wind power in whole Bosnia and Herzegovina, solar power, and all other renewables, hydropower, are our joint resources that can manage our transformation, energy transformation in this period. I must say that Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina already start with the just transition. We will close one coal mine in the next period. It will be in Zenica. We already started because we see that our perspective is not the coal. Of course, we are developing a lot of projects that are connected to the wind and to the solar. It's very important to underline that in the both entity we have private sector that is very interested in these renewable energy projects, and we have a lot of demands. Unfortunately, our grid for transporting the electricity is not developed enough, and that is our together perspective to do together through joint management resources. And of course, the most important thing is to connect this market to the European Union market and all other markets that when we talk about energy. In the next period, we must do together to put our needs and our interests on the table, discuss about it, and as two entities together, Bosnia and Herzegovina can be even better when we talk about energy sector. I must say that Bosnia and Herzegovina is the biggest exporter of the electricity in the previous period. But now, because of all activities that we done for several years in the history, we are not in that position. But we have potential, we must do it together, and we must develop our energy sector together.
Thank you, Minister Lakic. I must say I truly admire your optimism, and I think this is something we need more of in the region. Do we have any questions from the audience? Or if, okay.
You have to sit down. Thank you, Chair. Here.
Oh, okay.
So guys,
I'll take a spot.
The concept of the fishbowl is that whoever has a question can stand up even during the discussion, sit down on the chair, and ask a question, and then after your question is finished, you get up, and then a new person comes in, and that's how.
Okay, we have to be brave.
So sit down,
Okay.
ask a question, get down, get out.
Sure. Two things, I mean, many things you said provoked my thoughts, so thank you for the discussion, but two things in particular that I would like to voice out right now, with the effort of being short. So one was Mr. Lakic said that we don't talk enough. As someone who is not from the Western Balkans, but is in the immediate neighborhood, Bulgaria, I have the feeling that, so an outsider, but not entirely an outsider, I have the feeling that sometimes you talk too much among each other. I mean, there's the feeling that there are many formats, many different formalities that sometimes, okay, not in the case of Bosnia, but sometimes there's duplication of functions. We've discussed this with some people here at the conference, like, for example, the Berlin process and Open Balkans, in which theoretically some people within Bosnia would love to join, right? So is there a right way, a meaningful way that this talk could be channeled into? I mean, has any of you thought, maybe not a new organization, a new format, that what does it take not to talk more, but to talk in a more efficient way? I know it's very general, but since there's so much talk, one can't help not wondering what's going wrong. And secondly, I've had the opportunity to discuss a bit of this with Mr. Kozlak before this conversation, but since Ms. Pilegard, am I pronouncing it correctly, mentioned Dayton revision. So I was wondering if you're all on the same page that a revision of Dayton is needed. And relatively, it's very complicated. It's, I mean, I know, I'm stopping, yeah. So I'm saying, I realize it's complicated, but I wonder, and whether it should happen now, during EU talks, after. So what your thoughts are? I'm done.
And I would just ask audience members who come in to pose questions, please introduce yourself before you do so.
My name is Angel Petrov. I come from Bulgaria. I'm a journalist at a website called Dnevnik. Sorry again.
Thank you, Mr. Petrov. Who would like to take these questions? Okay, Mr. Lakic.
And you talk enough, of course. Yeah, yes. You're absolutely right. Yes. There are two ways of talking. Talking not to do anything, of course, for 100 years, and talking about specific activities that you want to be done. I'm talking about the second one. All other for me are not important.
Can I just jump in? Merci, Angel, for the question. Actually, the two questions. I think that there's a lot of duplicated formats, not only in the context of the Western Balkans, but also in the context more broadly of the European Union. So that's a wider conversation that needs to take place. Also the UN and all the international forums that exist. When it comes to reforming the Dayton Constitution, yes, I think the ECTHR has been very clear on that. I think that that's also in the European Union's accession conditions, and that's also what this society needs to move as I'm saying this as an academic, so I don't represent any countries or institutions. It's something that this country needs to move forward, to create a social consensus, to simply overcome all the obstacles that have been barriers to proper reform.
Said that we can jump whenever we want. Yes. For example, I want to make 12 laws, 2 on state level and 10 on federal level. That's my goals. And I see the first one is, okay, electricity law on the state level. Who do I need to speak? With my colleague, Minister Jokic, in Republika Srpska. Okay, Minister Jokic, where we are, let's talk about it. and we talk, and that's one topic. Okay, the next one is like this. I see that kind of conversation needs to be done. Not other conversation, not I'm talking to Mr. Kozlak through the media or something else. No, we sit, discuss about very specific activities and topics. And that's what happened in the previous period. The people do not talk about these concrete things. Maybe they talk about some other things, but I have my goals that needs to be done. And when I talk with my colleagues, I see that there is no communication in the last several years. Last year, I bring up for the one table the Ministry of Republika Srpska, state-level ministry, regulation institution for the electricity in federation and the state level, and all of them. You know what happened? It was good that we do not have any knives or some other arms, because it was the first meeting, all of this, for several years. And why? Because everyone wants to stay in his position and do nothing, and talk about all other things, and you are absolutely right. But we must talk about our goals.
Thank you, Minister Lakic. I would like to move to discuss security and geopolitical concerns with Mr. Alia Kozlak and Mr. Edin Vako. So question to you, Dr. Kozlak. As a national security advisor, you're acutely aware of the external pressures that Bosnia faces, particularly from Russia. So how do you assess the capacity of Bosnia's political system, which remains deeply divided, as we all know, to mount an effective response to these external threats? Is Bosnia, as a state, equipped to defend itself politically and militarily in this current geopolitical environment?
This is the easy one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, in order to search for an adequate answer, I think that we should first make an objective assessment of the external influence in Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as the level of threat that this influence actually causes. And by doing this, the first thing we will realize in the case of Bosnia and Herzegovina is the fact that external malign activities are very tightly connected with internal destructive elements. So obviously they exert their influence using both institutional as well as para-institutional structures and resources in order to achieve their goals. In this way, I can say that the hybrid activities they undertake could produce a multiply impact, which could be very dangerous for the targeted country, in this case for Bosnia and Herzegovina. And also, I must remind that the Russian destructive influence in Bosnia and Herzegovina is very present since before 2010. I remember when they mobilized all national as well as international resources in order to prevent activation of the membership action plan of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Actually, they convinced the authorities of the entity of Republika Srpska not to register prospective immovable military property with the state. In practice, it resulted by direct blockage of the activation of the membership action plan of Bosnia and Herzegovina for almost a decade. Of course, with the launch of the Russian aggression in Ukraine, this influence was intensified. And Russian Federation probably was encouraged by initial success as well as some of the proxies that cooperated with Russia. And I'm talking about proxies from Bosnia and Herzegovina. And they actually openly supported Putin at that stage, and his aggressive campaign, but at the same time, they intensified their destructive activities within the country. So dangerous moves at that time were reviled already on the 4th day of the Russian aggression in Ukraine. We witnessed actually on the scene open joint activities of Russian Federation and authorities of Republika Srpska. You remember probably on 28th of February 2022, the telephone conversation between Foreign Minister of the Russian Federation and President of the Bosnia-Herzegovina entity, so Lavrov and Dodik. And after the conversation, so it is the 4th day of aggression, it was a public statement by Russian embassy saying that they agreed to intensify the implementation of the agreement from the previously held meeting between Dodik and Putin. So what was that agreement about? We have all seen. Actually, Dodik started exactly at that time on daily basis to activities that undermine efficiency of state institutions. And the two key objectives for them were Constitutional Court of Bosnia and Herzegovina as well as the Office of the High Representative. And we all know consequences if Bosnia and Herzegovina have these two institutions not functioning. And obviously the goal, the common goal, was to actually create mess in this region, to create actually security vacuum, but also to hinder some of the efforts of the European Union and NATO. That was stated in the press release. We were really stuck by that, so it was hard to believe at that time that the Russian embassy will publicly announce such an effort. So Bosnia and Herzegovina, as a country with its own foreign policy strategy, adopted by all key players in Bosnia and Herzegovina anonymously, and actually with a strategy where it was clearly stated that the goal is to join European Union, NATO, and to enhance regional cooperation. Once you have an embassy within the country openly saying that they will try together with the entity authorities to stop efforts of European Union and NATO. So it is obvious that the term that you have mentioned, deeply divided Bosnia political system, maybe is not precise enough. It is much worse than that, because actually we have hostile activities in place, and it is documented. Certainly in such circumstances, country as Bosnia and Herzegovina is in a very difficult situation to find an adequate response. Actually, even larger countries, countries with less obstacles in terms of decision-making process, are not able to find an easy response in such a complex situation. So the first priority in this specific circumstances is actually to strengthen strategic alliances, and secondly, to enhance closer cooperation in practice, creating sort of the joint response with our allies and partners. The reason for this is not eventual deficiency of Bosnia and Herzegovina capability to respond properly, but the fact that all countries, even those that are already member states of NATO, are also partnering, cooperating with others in order to respond properly. However, by this, we must not fall into another trap, which is to expect allies to do job instead of us. Obviously, they won't. So it is crucial for Bosnia and Herzegovina to strengthen its own capabilities, both those related to decision-making process, but also specific ones. For instance, to implement development and modernization plan of armed forces to make defense system more capable, or to enhance or to enable our other security agencies and services to perform their duties, their mandate in accordance with the law. An important part of the response is also full implementation of the activities given to all agencies, and we have some actions together with partners already in place. For instance, some actions are already undertaken in order to respond to cyber attacks. In addition to all this mentioned related to domestic institutions and agencies and their mandate to respond, I could also say that allies should adopt their strategies or their approach to the new circumstances in terms of Bosnia and Herzegovina. We have seen how significant is the decision made during the NATO Madrid summit when it is decided that security of Bosnia and Herzegovina is in some way integrated in NATO security.
Dr. Kozak, sorry to interrupt. Could you just wrap up your answers so we can
so I'm
move
finishing
to
by
other
this. So it means that all domestic actors should focus their efforts for a good quality cooperation with key allies and be a relevant partner.
Thank you, Dr. Kozak. Considering what Dr. Kozak just said, question for the entire panel. Would it... Okay, please go.
I can come back.
No, go.
Okay, so
You've been waiting for...
I'm Richard. I'm a researcher here, based in Sarajevo. I'm quite interested, so this is a completely different direction to the question you planned, but I'm sorry. I'd be really quite interested to, and hopefully the rest of the audience would be as well, to understand what is meant by this green future that we're supposed to, this concept we're supposed to sort of submit to and work towards. And speaking, if my colleagues from the region will permit me to join them, like, it's a little bit hard to balance, you know, the calls for placed upon, you know, we're supposed to take, here we're supposed to be taking greater steps to ensure that our economies are greener, etc. When we have this, you know, the Germans are in Serbia right now doing this lithium deal, right? So it's a little bit of a complex thing to try and pass. I'd be interested to know if the local sort of political representatives and people here, I mean, do you really understand what Europe wants from you in terms of a green future? And the final point I wanted to make actually is that I don't think it's enough to talk about a green future anymore either. Throughout several cantons in Bosnia, we're just coming out that we're sort of on our way, the way out of one of the most severe periods of drought we've ever had in the country. I'm sure you know there's villages all over Tuzla canton who have been getting water delivered by truck once a day, right? Flushing your toilet once a day, etc., right? So is it enough anymore to even be talking about green future when I think the World Bank produced a report showing that, I can't remember which report it was, but I think pretty much everything north of Tuzla is going to be desert within the next sort of 30, 40 years based upon that. So is the green future enough? Because shouldn't we be talking about something that seems to be far more urgent, in my perspective anyway. Thank you.
Ms. Pilgard?
Thank you. I was alluding to the dream of what the future could look like. So I'm not the politician to say how to get there. I was saying what a dream scenario should look like for Bosnia and Herzegovina. And I think there are potentials for developing environmental friendly industry and to take another avenue than other countries. Partly because that's what we need globally in the world. We need to find new ways of living. And I think with the need for reorganizing the country that might be an opportunity. But I can be sneaky and throw the question to the minister, because I think that's basically what he's trying to do, or maybe trying to do politically, and I would rather turn it to the citizens of this country. I was just talking about the vision, what I think would be lovely to see.
Dr. Mujanovic.
Are we going to let the minister respond to?
Okay.
Great question. And first of all, I would like to have water in every house, of course. And we didn't do for several decades most important things for our citizens. And we want to talk about nuclear energy and something else. Yes, you are right. The baseline is not good. And we are we must be very important in our minds to make it happen. Of course, on the local level, cantonal level, entity level, and state level. And those are things that are very important for our citizens. I'm coming from Tuzla, and I know what we did for the water. We will have it for the next 40, 50 years. We done it. We finish it. We have only 1% people that are not connected to the water supply. Only 1%. 99% in Tuzla, they all have water. And we know what we do. But I agree with you, the water is most important for the next period. And your question is, do we understand what is the green for the next period? I will take my opinion. Yeah, I will give my opinion. We have 3 terms. One is short term, mid-term, and the long term, okay? For this short term, we must increase coal production to have stability and integrity in our electricity system. It's most important. The midterm is gas. South interconnection must go into Bosnia and Herzegovina. We must diversify our gas pipeline and do not be dependent on the Russian gas. Of course, when we make the gas pipeline, we must make it also happen and for the hydrogen. The same pipeline must be aligned with the next hydrogen period. And for the long term, of course, renewables, solar plant, wind plant, but we saw that they are not enough. They are not secure enough for this moment. No, they are not. And why do not we talk about hydropower plant for the next period? We have a lot of rivers that can be made to have electricity from the hydropower plant. So these are short answers to your questions.
Thank you, Minister Lukic. Dr. Mijanovic, you had a question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jasmine Mijanovic, Senior Non-Resident Fellow at the Neelands Institute. Wanted to ask about something that's sort of been vaguely hinted at by the representatives of various Bosnian institutions here, and I wanted to ask you about it explicitly because I think it's one of the best pieces of news in Bosnia in a very long time. The Bosnian munitions and defense industry is doing very well. To my mind, it is doing so well that for the first time possibly ever, we have a strategic argument to offer the Atlantic community for why Bosnia is a credible ally and partner to NATO. It's not just about us receiving security, it's about us exporting security and contributing to sort of the broader transatlantic security agenda. So my question is, in so much as you can speak about it, and I understand it's a topic that's very sensitive, but in particular the colleague from the MOD, can you tell us a little bit about sort of what we can hope to expect from the Bosnian defense industry in, say, the next 5 or 10 years? What are the gaps? Where are the things where we need assistance to develop capacities in BIH? I know we have some local drone development as well. This is very, very important. But obviously, the stuff that's happening on the production of 155s, that's such a core component of what Bosnia is doing right now and what's so needed in the world. So I would just love to hear any of the folks from the various levels of government talking about that and talking about, you know, what is it that we can both do and could do still more if perhaps the right kind of investment was taking place. Thank you.
It's not completely mine, but okay, I can give let's say, a part of answer, then I think the minister should take this. But since I've been military representative of Bosnia for NATO and EU last 3 years, just came back 1.5 months ago and take this position, and I had the opportunity to organize meetings for high officials of Bosnia and Herzegovina, including President and Minister of Defense. I have to say that what Mr. Mojanovic said, exactly Minister of Defense said in front of all 32 ambassadors in NATO. So he offered this opportunity, exactly what he mentioned, the same sentence. And yeah, but you have to also understand that our defense industries are a responsibility of entities. And yeah, it's not easy to put it all into the practice. But what I can say, I completely agree now from my experience and the people that I met in Brussels, there's a huge, huge, huge potential. And now I'm telling my personal opinion, having experience in Brussels and all the time meeting the different people, I think that our production should be expanded a lot in Bosnia and Herzegovina. In this situation today, like Minister mentioned at the very beginning, unfortunately, this situation in today's world, there are a lot of wars, that the requirements for ammunition, different kind of ammunition, is so huge. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Minister will mention it in his answer. I think our capacities in our defense industries are pretty much already sold, and there's still more requests, more requests. So why not to take opportunity and make more job positions here, that people work to stay here, not to go anywhere else, and in the same time get very good salary for even for European Union standards, not just for standards of Bosnia and Herzegovina.
I would say several sentences about defense industry in Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. It's also the scope of this ministry that is really developing in this period. And the main thing the main fact about our defense industry is the quality of the products. It is the #1 products in the world, and that's why everyone wants to buy from the Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And why is that? Because someone several decades ago made a system for producing these products. There are several companies now that are producing a lot of products connected to the defense industry. And you know what happened several years ago? 2 of them make bankruptcy. Yes. And one of them is now live because of our activity to save this equipment, to save the jobs, and to save this industry, because it is all connected. We are now making a new 10-year strategy for developing the defense industry in the Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And the main topics are: we must increase the production. We must increase the people that are working in there. We must change the equipment that we are working on, because our equipment is 1960, 1970, 1980. It's very old. And of course, there are some new products that needs to be developed here in Bosnia and Herzegovina for big world market. And we are preparing. Because of the kind of industry, I will not talk anymore about these things, but for sure you will get all information probably in several weeks what are the new projects in this defense industry. It's very important to stay aligned with the world, not only bullets, not only primers. We must have some other things. We talk about drones, yes, but in the world, the people are talking about other products that are killing the drones. And we do not develop any drones here. And of course, the bullet 6.08 for the new NATO standard bullets, yes, we want to have it here, and we will have it.
Mr. Lukic, we have another question from the audience.
Got it. Thanks. My name is Nina Luckman. I am a cyber threat intelligence researcher. I'm from the UK. My question touches a little bit on the previous ones around national security and defence in particular, but also energy. We've spoken a lot about hybrid threats this weekend. We've spoken remarkably little, though, I think, about cybersecurity. But it's an issue that touches on a lot of the different sectors that you're responsible for: defence, national security, energy, EU integration, civil society, and so on. So my question, quite simply, is cybersecurity a priority issue for Bosnia and for the Western Balkans? And secondly, what effort is going into building the capacity of the Bosnian government, of private sector, and of civil society to deliver better cybersecurity for the Bosnian people?
Are we talking about Bosnia only or the region?
Bosnia and Herzegovina, or the region, I think, whichever you feel more comfortable answering.
Just briefly, thank you for your question. Certainly, yes, the cyber is one of the top priority of Bosnia and Herzegovina, in particular in this very demanding security environment, and in particular in line with the hybrid threats and the foreign influence that is obviously present here in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And yes, we have overtaken some steps together with our allies, but via different multilateral and bilateral programs, including the NATO defense capability building initiatives, but also some bilateral initiatives with the United Kingdom and United States and other partners in order to develop our own capabilities and capacities to respond properly.
Thank you, Dr. Kozak. I would like to move. Would you like to respond?
Yes, just briefly that there is a regional center for cybersecurity capacity building that has been opened in Montenegro. So if you go to their website, you'll learn more about the different initiatives that you can find there.
Sorry. Foreign information manipulation, interference, disinformation, and cybersecurity are, since 2022, an elemental part of Chapter 31 of the Acquis. So for all candidates, they have to provide information on what they've been doing on foreign defense and security policy. Cybersecurity is there. And on top of Dr. Jankic's remark on the Franco-Slovenian joint initiative in Podgorica, there's been, for years already, an ongoing discussion on ways of integrating better the work of national agencies in the Western Balkans with the work of ENISA in Athens. So it's always been there.
Thank you, Mr. Avlic-Pejic. Now, as I was saying, I would like to move beyond just defense and military, just to make sure we're not placing a little too much emphasis on that with regards to future, because there's more. And I would like to pose two questions, one to Dr. Aloisi and one to Dr. Jankic. And I want to take a few steps back and look at the internal socio-political dynamics. So question for you, Dr. Aloisi. Your research touches on international law and human rights in post-conflict settings. And given the persistent ethnic divisions and fragile institutions in the Balkans, not just Bosnia, do you believe the international community has perhaps over-relied on legal frameworks to resolve issues that are fundamentally political? Should there be a shift in strategy?
Thank you, Emina. So I'll try to keep my answer briefly so I can give space to all the others speaking, also my colleague. There are a couple of points that I want to touch on your question. Well, first of all, when we think about international law and international legal institution, we relied on when it came to the Balkans, we were thinking about the ICTY, the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. And when the tribunal was created, it was quite clear what was the main goal of the tribunal. The United Nations Security Council was speaking about accountability, and that was quite easy. We knew what we were doing, waking up in the morning, going to the court, deciding on cases, bringing up evidence, collecting evidence, investigations. And so that was an easy part. I think that there was a language, however, that was used in establishing the tribunal that was giving the legal institutions and the legal framework a little bit more of lofty goals. And so we were talking about maintenance of peace, something that the international criminal justice system wasn't really familiar with, or the reestablishment of peace, or even reconciliation, which is something that you are touching upon with your question. So on one side, we had perfectly clear what we were doing in The Hague, just delivering justice and accountability. On the other side, the question about reconciliation was not really clear in the mind of everyone. And in the words of a judge that I interviewed a long time ago, he said, well, this was an institution that was novel, and we know it was the international criminal justice had remained dormant for a long period of time. And so he said that it's like a baby, it's born naked, and we have to put clothes on it. And we probably forgot some pieces of those clothing. And I think that one of the main issues that we are facing is the fact that accountability was okay. We knew, okay, what we were doing. Again, I'm repeating myself on that point because it's very important. But we were trying to figure it out how to create the reconciliation system. How does reconciliation look on the ground? I myself, working with international law, hadn't been in the region, and I was working on these issues my entire life, and I was, okay, I need to go visit and see what it looks like. And when I visited the first time, I was working on memorialization of the international legal findings, and everybody was asking me, why are you surprised that you are not finding any memorialization that is testifying to the truth that you found in The Hague? And I think I was surprised because I thought that it was a perfect system, that in my mind, all the clothing was up there, and we were having all the pieces in place to just reach reconciliation. But in reality, there was a top-down process, which was thought like the international legal system, international framework, will create education for the judiciary, the local judiciary, reaching out to high political figures and making sure that we understood that ethnic divisions are very dangerous, like we didn't know before, but we know that now for sure. And also there was a way of an attempt at reaching out civil society and grassroots organizations and making sure that there was communities, ethnic communities that were talking to one another. But it was a top-down process. And the outreach program, which was established at the tribunal, was not well funded, was not created to actually create reconciliation. And so, again, there was a missing piece. So I want to go back to your question about are we over-relying? I would say, being a former lawyer, but now an academic, I would say I don't want to say that we are over-relying on international law, international legal frameworks. I would say that we need to go back to the ground and reframe the architecture of international institutions. So I will not even shifting the strategy. I will not necessarily shift the strategy, but think about international criminal justice and international law framework as a tool to achieve something. But we need to understand that it's not enough if we don't speak to the people, if we don't understand how is this reconciliation being perceived? How is the legal judgments, how is the judgments that are handed down by this faraway institution or even a legal framework that is created here in Bosnia and Herzegovina, even the war crimes here in Bosnia and Herzegovina and in the Balkans, how are they perceived by the population? If we don't do that, it's going to be just accountability, probably, the best scenario. The worst scenario, not even that.
Thank you, Dr. Aloti. Now we have about 15 to 20 minutes left in our panel, and I would like to take the question from the audience and then move to Dr. Jankic and then discuss some particular issues with regards to the EU enlargement, disinformation and such. Okay.
Thank you, Amina. Now, first of all, I'm sorry, I might bring my question a little bit back to defense and the sort of military-industrial complex in Bosnia specifically. I expected that you're going to swing it back to the audience immediately after the last question. So, we talked a lot about. Omar Memishev. We talked a lot about Russian influence in Bosnia specifically and defense industry as such. I think we can all agree that Bosnia and Serbia are sort of regional leaders in production when it comes to the military-industrial complex in general. Maybe specifically Federation of Bosnia, not so much Republika Srpska as such, which is really interesting because all of the companies in Republika Srpska, only a few of them actually produce something. Most of them are focused heavily on upkeep and maintenance and stuff like that. But what brings me to my question is the decision of the government of Republika Srpska to transfer all of its companies which are not privately owned. There's a couple of them in Bijeljina and around Banja Luka, I think, to either Jugo Import, which is a conglomerate of Serbian-owned, state-owned military arms companies, or directly to the Ministry of Defense of Serbia, which, again, brings me back to Russian malign influence in Bosnia, brings a really interesting niche for spreading of such influence in the country. My question is twofold. Number one, does Bosnia as a country have a valid strategy to combat that influence in this very specific niche? And number two is, how do we actually combat this sort of Russian influence? Because when we talk about Russian malign influence, mostly, at least in the region, we talk about disinformation campaigns, direct political pressure on certain individuals, corruption, and approaches like that. Thank you.
Mr. Kozak, Mr. Fako, who would like to take the question?
I really don't know what Mr. Fako can answer. I mean, in defense, I mean, that's a state-level question.
Thank you, Fako. I talked about that. Yes, that is a part of hybrid activities and it is also an example of foreign influence in Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is combination not just about one actor, but more actors working together in the country. How to deal with that? Again, the answer that I have already opened. It is difficult for the country with so many Dayton limitations to work efficiently, to have efficient domestic institution and to respond properly alone. So we have to work together with our allies and partners. But domestically, we should raise any anti-constitutional activity if we can find it in that behavior, any action that is not in line with the existing law in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and engage all state level and other institutions to act appropriately.
Thank you, Dr. Kozak. Before we take your question, question to Dr. Junkic. So your work often deals with citizenship and state building in post-Yugoslav spaces. Is the dream of Balkan EU accession still a meaningful goal? Or has the process of EU enlargement become too sluggish and too conditional to provide genuine incentive to reform? Are we witnessing the erosion of the EU's transformative power in the region?
I would say yes to kind of both of your questions. It is still a meaningful goal, and yes, the EU has somewhat lost some of its transformative power. And I think we need to start a conversation about the EU not as this perfect wonderland, but essentially as an entity that has faced a tremendous amount of transformation, especially since the Eastern enlargement. It has grown, nearly doubled. It has faced the Brexit. It has faced, since 2008, multiple crises, including the financial crisis, the migration crisis, the COVID crisis, now the security crisis. And I've probably haven't mentioned all of them. And all of these crises, including the bottom line crisis of democracy that has happened across the Eastern European under new member states. And all of these have profoundly reshaped the European Union. Now, why am I saying this? In the early 2000s, the European Union was seen across the region as the beacon of democracy. But when you see democracy destabilized in your role model, this role model, by extension, loses some of its power to transform societies that need it. So this, in a way, is the sort of a reality of the EU's enlargement. Now, we could see, especially after the Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine, that the process of enlargement has been, in a way, revived after the stalemate, which has also been formally announced at the European Union's institutions. And this has infused a sort of a new dynamic. It's a momentum. It's an opportunity. It's an opportunity for the European Union itself to rethink its own role, its own structure, its own meaning in the world, and how it will approach the prospective candidates. It's also an opportunity for the countries that are, in a way, recipients of the different conditions that the EU poses before them to rethink the ways in which they relate to the European Union and in which it is, in a way, the best way to get closer to the European Union standards. So just to wrap it up, I think that the EU dream should be a sort of a goal for these countries to aim towards. But I think we also need to be realistic about what this goal entails and what it entails for the European Union and for the countries that are subject to enlargement policy.
Much. I just wanted to add that on top of all the crises that you mentioned, that did happen indeed, the Western Balkans were always crucial and in the heads of both member states and the leadership of the European Union. So, for example, on COVID, whenever procurement was available from member states, it was immediately redirected to the Western Balkan partners, the Green Lanes program, in order to keep trade functioning and going, and there was no issues in procurement of supermarkets or everyday retail in the region is also a great example of that happening at any given time. So I do not like the expression inner courtyard. I think the best expression is over 2,500 kilometers of shared borders that should not be there, of which over 70% are now with Schengen states. So I think that is very important for us to understand when we discuss these issues.
Is your question related to the EU enlargement? Exactly. Okay, thank you.
Sorry. I think that I have entered the panel in the right way, but in a certain way I think that Dr. Jankic already answered the half of my question, but I will try to continue my question with two specific areas, and I'm hoping, sorry, my name is Jasmin Spahic, I'm coming from Tuzla, I'm here on the behalf of the Atlantic Council of Bosnia and Herzegovina. The name of the panel is Quo Vadis Balkan, but I think that also we can slightly rephrase it in the way Quo Vadis European Union when it comes down to the EU enlargement process. You have, Dr. Jankic already mentioned a couple of very interesting points which are very crucial to the EU enlargement process. When we're looking at the Western Balkan countries, Western Balkan 6, I think if you ask each of the 6 of the countries if they could enter the European Union tomorrow, would they do that? I think obviously the answer would be yes. But of course we have the EU side also, which is, I think that, let's try to be realistic. I think it's far way more important when it comes down to these things. A lot of things changed in the last 5 to 6 years. You have already mentioned few crises who definitely a little bit rephrase the EU enlargement process in my opinion, a little bit more difficult way. But I will try to be here more specific. When it comes down to the EU enlargement process, I would try to direct these questions to Dr. Jankic and to Dr. Pilgard, and I also think that Mr. Harris also could give certain opinion. The new European Commission. So potentially we have announced new names of the potential commissioners. We have hopefully new commissioner for enlargement coming from Slovenia, and hopefully we have a new high representative for the security and new foreign affairs, Kaja Kallas, coming from Estonia.
And Croatian commissioner for the Mediterranean.
And Croatian commissioner from Mediterranean, exactly. Yes. Yeah. Also, that is one question. That is one standpoint of view, and the other one, I think that we are realizing that EU is facing a huge turmoil inside of its internal architecture. Can you
be short because of time?
Yes. The idea of the internal reorganization of the European Union, which was announced in the middle of the last year, with the 4 circles of organizing, do you think that that would postpone potential new enlargement process for the potential candidates of the full EU membership?
Righty. So since I see that people are slowly starting to move into their coffee break, I think that this differentiated integration is something that exists already within the European Union structure. So I think that there needs to be a conversation also about what enlargement is and what it will be. But I think we can continue this, this conversation, if you wish, over the coffee break.
About 3 minutes left in the panel, and I would encourage our guests to reach out to our speakers at the coffee break and ask your questions. And I would like to conclude this panel by posing a question to Mr. Facco, based on our earlier discussion about defense. In terms of the military cooperation, and considering what we've discussed so far, is Bosnia prepared to move beyond just being the security consumer to being a contributor to regional and NATO stability?
I have to tell you shortly, certainly yes, and let me just explain that. So since the single armed forces of Bosnia and Herzegovina has been established, we started cooperation with NATO within different frameworks. The most important one was Partnership for Peace. And since 2006, by now, we have achieved so many partnership goals together with NATO headquarters Brussels and NATO headquarters Sarajevo and other headquarters. So why is it important? It's important because all this, fulfilling all these partnership goals made the armed forces very interoperable. And that is, there is one very special partnership goals that goes through NATO concept or operation capability concept, which gives opportunity to partner countries to be at the same level if they pass all, of course, qualification gates as a NATO country armies. So I'm going to have to tell you that Bosnia and Herzegovina Light Infantry Battalion Group has passed all qualification gates and was evaluated as a combat ready. So this cooperation with NATO gave us opportunity to take the old NATO standards and that increase interoperability and capability at the highest level. That again gave us opportunity to participate in different peacekeeping missions. I would like to point out that Bosnian and Herzegovinian Armed Forces, the Armed Forces of Bosnia and Herzegovina have participated in the NATO-led mission in Iraq with different units, in NATO-led mission in Afghanistan by the end of the mission with so many different units, that Armed Forces of Bosnia and Herzegovina have participated in UN-led missions in different countries worldwide and the same European Union-led missions again in different countries. In all these missions, and I was visiting many times troops and talking to leaders at the terrain. The people, the results were amazing. People were talking about our armed forces, like very professional, reliable, and accountability. So yes, I have to tell you that armed forces of Bosnia and Herzegovina, for sure, with different units, are ready, and they already proved it to be a security provider, not just consumer.
Thank you, Mr. Falkman. I'm very happy that we've ended this panel on a positive note. Thank you very much to all of our panelists, and see you at the coffee break.
Featured speaker, Dr. James Waller, the Christopher Dodd Chair in Human Rights Practice at the University of Connecticut, with the topic Atrocity Prevention Strategies in the Balkans. Dr. Waller.
Thank you, Hikmet. Thank you, Hikmet and Haroon, for the invitation to be here. Most importantly, thank all of you. When you look at the program and you see you're at the very end of it, you often wonder, is anybody going to show up? But some people are here, so that's good. Most of you I can see, some of you I can't see, but that's fine. So thank you for being here, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. I'm going to keep my remarks to 20 minutes at most, so we can get back into the work of the most important piece of the closing session, which is the panel. I'm going to structure my remarks in terms of atrocity prevention strategies in the Balkans around 3 challenges. We've talked a lot these 2 days about security challenges, so I want to keep that trend going, but I also want to push us to think about each of these challenges opening up not one opportunity, but many different varieties of opportunities for us to think about as well. The 3 challenges are these. 1, I think we have a challenge to humanize our security concern. 2, I think we have a challenge to expand the logic of what we mean by atrocity prevention. And 3, I think we have a challenge to understand what I've called the lives and the afterlives of conflict. So let me take these one at a time and talk first about humanizing our security concerns. And I'll base this in my work over the past 30-some years in the field of Holocaust and genocide studies. I started working in Holocaust genocide studies in 1989. I was teaching in West Berlin. The wall came down. I'm not taking credit for it. These are 2 facts. I was teaching in West Berlin. The wall came down. If you want to draw the connections, you can. But when the wall came down, it opened up 2 opportunities for us in terms of us who were teaching Holocaust genocide studies, is we were flooded with refugees coming from Eastern Europe into the universities in Berlin who wanted to take courses on intergroup relations, Holocaust studies, genocide studies, but it also, as a researcher, meant that I had access to archives in former Eastern Europe that no one had ever had access to before that time, once the wall came down. And for me, from the outset of my work in Holocaust genocide studies, I was convinced of one thing, and that is that we knew more about the broad mechanics of mass murder and genocide than we did about the men and women who carried it out. In other words, there was a leadership focus on the elite, the architects, the mid-level bureaucrats, as if all of these people are the ones who did the killing. They made the policies of destruction. But at the end of the day, rank and file people pull triggers, they swing machetes, they do the hard work of killing. And sometimes we get so hyper-focused on the leadership piece that we forget that fundamental reality. So I've spent my career trying to understand not the macro level of the architects of destruction, but the micro level of the people who carry out the policies of destruction. This has meant thousands of pages of archival material over the years, but I quickly learned that the archival material, while helpful to me, was a bit limited in use because I'm a psychologist by training. The archival material is not typically collected by psychologists, so at some point in the interrogations and the testimonies, it would turn this direction. I wanted to turn the other direction. So what that meant for me was a commitment to interviewing face-to-face alleged and convicted perpetrators of war crimes, crimes against humanity, and the crime of genocide. And over the past 25 years, I've interviewed now over 225 alleged and convicted perpetrators of these crimes throughout Latin America, the Great Lakes region of Africa, several countries in the former Yugoslavia, Northern Ireland, and some in Southeast Asia. And that's been an important experience for me because it's reminded me that for all we get lost in the macro leadership, even the technology piece, genocide happens because individual people decide to kill other individual people in large numbers and over an extended period of time. That's the heart of it. The technology, the bureaucracy, that's just fluff on top. It's the rank and file doing the work at the front lines of killing. So I've been very committed to that micro level psychology of perpetrator behavior. Now I want to connect this to security because over the past 2 days, we've talked a lot about challenges to security, but almost all of them have been micro level challenges. Cyber challenges, AI challenges, geopolitics. And I want to push us, and I think this is the challenge, to realize that for all of those micro-level challenges we face, the reality still remains that the central security threat is you and me. The central security threat are individual humans. And I think understanding that is what I mean by the need of humanizing our security concern, to take it out of the abstract and recognize that our significant challenge at the individual human level is to understand why we create the other, why we hate, why we discriminate, why we fear, why we sense threat, why we create threat, and how we respond to existential threats that we perceive. The second challenge I'd like us to think about is the challenge of expanding the logic of atrocity prevention. Over the course of my career, I do a lot of work and training with government policymakers, military personnel, police personnel from around the world. I think at this point, we used to keep a spreadsheet on it. I don't think it's terribly up to date, but I would guess trainings I've written, trainings I've led, trainings I've participated in, more than 9,000 policymakers, security sector personnel from at least 92 countries around the world have participated in it. And in that work, what I always find challenging is when people come to the work, their notion of atrocity prevention is too often military intervention. That's what they think you mean if you're saying we need to be invested in preventing atrocities. Their thoughts go to boots on the ground, military intervention. And the challenge for us here, I think, is to say, if that's what we think of atrocity prevention, if that's how narrow we place that box, that's a failure of our moral imagination. It's a failure of our creative imagination. So my work stems from a grounded belief that we can absolutely prevent genocide. This is not an extraterrestrial problem. This is a human problem. It's something we do to each other. It's a problem that humans resort to for political and social engineering reasons, to deal with the threat they perceive from the other. I think preventing genocide, I absolutely believe, is an achievable goal. It has signs and symptoms to it. The key word for me in atrocity prevention has been and always will be process. It's not an event issue. And again, many times people come to atrocity prevention and they think of the end state, the mounds of bodies, the end result of destruction. I want to go back to the beginning that led to that end state and think about the process. Because if we think about it as process, every step of the process gives us a chance for intervention, gives us a chance to go in a different direction. So in my work, I've approached atrocity prevention from my public health model framework, where I've argued that we're always doing the work of atrocity prevention, and I've talked about it in 3 different stages of a cycle: upstream, midstream, and downstream prevention. When I talk about upstream prevention, I'm talking about the before analysis of risk factors, the signs and symptoms that we need to pay attention to. Upstream prevention is the most important work we can do. It's the cheapest. If you have to sell it that way, you can say to someone, this is the cheapest form of prevention we can do. But it's most important because it's most life-saving. It's what we do before a crisis even happens. When I began to work in the field of genocide studies, you could, I think, defensively say that in many cases of genocide, policymakers, if they said, we just didn't see it coming, we had no advance warning for it, it was semi-defensible because we hadn't done a lot of empirical research on risk factors. It's no longer defensible at any level. We know what the signs are, we know what the symptoms are, we know what the risk factors are. Part of my work has been to survey every risk model we have in the field, and on the basis of that, I've grouped them into 4 categories of risk: risk related to governance, risk related to conflict history, not the simple existence of conflict history in a country, but how that history is remembered, how it's taught, how it's processed, how it's understood. Economic conditions as a 3rd category, and a 4th category of social fragmentation. It's important that we understand the risk factors because for every risk factor, it opens up the opportunity to build resilience. If we know what puts a country at risk, we know the types of things we can do to counter that risk. The second stream of prevention that I've worked on is midstream prevention. Many times people will say, if a country goes into crisis and atrocity crimes are being committed, then prevention has failed. It doesn't necessarily mean prevention has failed. Maybe we've done enough good upstream work that the crisis isn't as bad as it would have been otherwise. But it also doesn't mean that prevention is over. We have important work we can do midstream, in the midst of crisis. This work is more expensive, the work is more limited, but there's absolutely preventive work we can be doing. When we think about this toolbox of things we can do midstream, we have a wide range of political tools, and you've seen many of these used, for instance, in Ukraine. We have a wide range of legal tools, like indictments of perpetrators of atrocity crimes. We have a wide range of economic tools, like sanctions. And we have a wide range of military tools, one of which is military intervention. But it's the very last tool in a pretty deep toolbox we have of how we respond to crisis. And what we're trying to do with these tools, this is still the work of prevention. We're trying to prevent the crisis from getting worse. We're trying to mitigate suffering. We're trying to stop the loss of human life. And we are trying to change the behavior of a bad actor. And I want to emphasize that because sometimes international efforts, our unilateral efforts, are focused on changing the actor, removing that person from office. In atrocity prevention, we're not talking about regime change. We're talking about changing the behavior of people in a regime to try to reduce suffering. And then finally, our downstream prevention is what we can do after the crisis is over to foster resiliency, to rebuild a post-atrocity society. This is important because I'll circle back to the risk factors in the upstream. One of the most significant risk factors is, has a country had genocide in its recent past, 45 to 50 years? That affects the stability of the country so deeply and so drastically that it's one of our top risk factors for predicting whether or not a genocide is likely again in that country. So what we do after the fact which will be the focus of some of what we'll talk about in the panel in a moment, to build resilience, to rebuild a society is important. I think of efforts here of justice, both retributive justice and restorative justice, efforts of truth, efforts of memory. All of these are the things we do to try to rebuild a society so that it doesn't stay with the type of fragility that led to the conflict in the first place. And when we look around the world today, we do see countries that have gone through recent genocides in the past 4 to 5 decades that still have significant levels of fragility that raise concern for us about the repetition of those crises. So the first challenge was humanizing security concerns. The second one was expanding the logic of atrocity prevention. And I think the third one, building off the downstream prevention, is how do we understand the lives and afterlives of conflict? I've been working in some form or the other in Bosnia and Herzegovina since 2007. Either my own field work here, interviewing perpetrators alleged or convicted, bringing students here, connecting with the peacemakers here. I've also spent a lot of time as a visiting professor, which is another position I currently hold at Queen's University in Belfast, a lot of time in Northern Ireland. Both of those experiences have really challenged my thinking on the phrase post-conflict. And I'll also say that this started actually with a conversation with several friends who are psychiatrists. It's always good to have friends who are psychiatrists. And we were talking about post-traumatic stress disorder. And there was a consensus around the table that there's nothing post about traumatic stress disorder, that type of trauma leaves its fingerprints on people for a very, very long time. And to talk about post implies that if you haven't got past it in some way, you haven't done the things you're supposed to do to deal with the trauma. And I've become increasingly convinced, particularly through times in Northern Ireland and here in Bosnia and Herzegovina, that I don't know what use the phrase post-conflict is for us any longer, because I think it's misleading. I think it gives an aspirational sense to it that may be too difficult for us to achieve. So I tend to think about conflict in terms of the lives of conflict and the afterlives of conflict, the way that conflict lives on in a society that's gone through this type of crisis. The way that conflict, even if it's not armed violence, becomes political conflict, it becomes social conflict, it becomes religious conflict, it becomes some type of sectarian conflict. To me, it's important to understand that whatever we mean by post-conflict, it's not an event or a destination. It's a process and it's a journey. And for me, that's significantly changing how I think about downstream prevention. Not a point that we have to get to, but a journey through which we have to support a post-atrocity society. So in closing and in summary, I think if we can humanize our security concerns and recognize that the real threat to security is us, it's you and I, it's humans. And secondly, to expand the logic of atrocity prevention and realize that if all we mean by atrocity prevention is military intervention, we've waited far too late, and we've done a disservice to far too many people. And to understand and perhaps question whether there's such thing as post-conflict, to recognize that what societies go through after this type of crisis, we don't have any blueprints for how they're rebuilt, but we know it's a long and complex journey. So I will finish there so we can get to the important work of the panel, but thank you very much again for being here and for your attention.
The stage, is this working? Yes, thank you. While they're doing that. So my name is Paul Lowe. I'm a professor of conflict, peace and the image at the University of Arts London. And I was, in my previous iteration, I was a photographer, so I covered the siege of Sarajevo as a photojournalist. And I actually just wanted to remind ourselves, and no, it doesn't really need reminding, but I think we should, that the two venues that we've spent this extraordinary conference in were both destroyed, burnt down, ruined wrecks on the front line during that siege, in which 10,000 people died and 60,000 people were killed, never mind the hundreds of thousands that died here. So we talked a lot about fragile states and Bosnia being a political state that's kind of got its feet locked in concrete. But I think we should also acknowledge that 30 years on, it hasn't descended into violence again. And I think that's quite an extraordinary thing to think about. And I think people on this panel here have done work globally, but also very much in this area around making sure that doesn't happen again. And hopefully that's what we're going to try to explore a little bit with this panel discussion. We want to try and question the idea of reconciliation because it's a term that's used a lot in the kind of NGO political funding community, and I think we need to unpack that a little bit and think about whether it's actually a useful term to be using at all. But anyway, we're going to get into the discussion. The format is as with the previous one. I'm going to try and keep it a little bit more fluid, a bit more flowing. Answers, please, relatively short. I'm going to ask each panelist one question to begin with to kind of set the tone of the discussion. I'm also going to ask the panelists to ask each other questions a little bit, or at least talk amongst themselves. And then obviously, if anybody from the audience wants to jump in, please do. And I would really encourage some of the younger members of our delegation, because I feel like your voice is not being heard as much as it should be. So I'm looking at, anybody under 30, please feel free to jump in and take the stage. Anyway, thank you very much. So my first question is for Rachel. Rachel is a professor at the Water Department in King's College London, and we had the great privilege of working together with Velma and others on a very long research project that actually did look at this concept of reconciliation and question it. And Rachel's literally, at the moment, just written the book on reconciliation, which is going to be coming out soon. So my first question really is reconciliation a useful term to be using? And second question, as a follow-up, is, can there be reconciliation without justice?
Okay, thanks, Paul. Can everybody hear me? Is that close enough to the mic? Yep, great. So thank you. I haven't actually finished the book. I'm about halfway through, so I haven't quite figured out what reconciliation is yet, and I think what I'm trying to do in the book is to try and problematize it, because it's this term that's bandied about. It's used in peace-building operations. It was attached, as we heard in the previous fishbowl, to the ICTY as one of the goals, and then it wasn't clear how exactly that was going to happen, and there's lots of disappointment. Sure. Should I move the table a bit? I think I'm a bit far from the mic. So it's this problematic term. It's problematic because it's hard. It's something that's really hard to talk about because, and particularly at the moment, I've been trying to write about it, and it's really hard to write about it because if you think about the situations that are going on in the world at the moment, you think about Gaza, you think about Ukraine, you think about Sudan, everywhere else. It's hard to think that people going through such terrible things are going to want to think about something called reconciliation, and there's a lot of pushback against that idea at the moment. So that's one reason. Equally, people 30 years on who've been through trauma, you talked about post-traumatic stress disorder or traumatic stress disorder and the afterlives of conflict. And we heard yesterday in the Women, Peace and Security panel about the transgenerational impacts of conflict, and particularly conflict-related sexual violence and the sort of long-term impacts of that. And so talking to people who've been through that about reconciliation is quite difficult, and it's quite a big ask. So I'd say one of the questions around it is, who is it for? Who is reconciliation for, and who's doing it and why? The other reason I think it's hard is because it's such a murky concept that means different things to different people. And that is a problem because people think that they're talking about the same thing and they're actually talking about something very different. So for some people, when they think about reconciliation, it's a very conservative notion of going back to the status quo, drawing a line under the past and not going there. For others, and I think this is where the United Nations and the international community, peace-building community has gone with it, is a much more sort of transformational idea about reconciliation. So you have these two things going on, and they're not talking to each other, and I think that can be really problematic. In relation to justice, that's a hugely difficult question to answer. I think it depends on. I think some sort of justice is necessary, but it doesn't have to be retributive justice. And I think there are different ways of thinking about justice and thinking about restorative justice. But some form of acknowledgement and recognition is, I think, necessary.
So, James, that was a follow-up question for you. You spent a lot of time understanding the psychology of the perpetrator. But how does that work in terms of the psychology of a society that's been the victim, in terms of coming to terms with the perpetrator society that's living next to, as is happening here? And obviously, as you said, the vast majority of people that carried out genocide here, and indeed globally, do not actually get brought to account. It is only the leadership that gets brought to account. So how, on a psychological level, can a society or an individual kind of deal with that conflict or that tension?
No, that's a great question, and I don't know if there's any, I'm sure there's not any one blueprint for a society as it recovers from this. I think some of this is culturally determined, or at least culturally influenced, and I'll give two quick examples. In Rwanda, it's the most Christianized country in Africa. It's the country I've done more field work in than any other country in the world. There is a strong, almost government mandate for forgiveness because it's what a good Christian would do. And in Rwanda, publicly, you have to forgive the perpetrator. And I've sat in these very painful conversations with a killer and family members of a victim in the living room where the killer has asked for forgiveness, has apologized, doesn't typically look the person in the face, and then the person he's apologized to
We'll reconcile.
will reconcile, has to say, I forgive you. But I know from other conversations with survivors, this is a re-victimization for them. They're not ready for it. And then I think of a country like Argentina that I've done a lot of work in where Argentines have no interest in forgiveness whatsoever. If you suggest forgiveness and reconciliation to an Argentine, they'll look at you like you're crazy. We don't want no reconciliation. We want justice, and by it they mean retributive justice. We want truth. We want memory. We want the narrative, and for them, that's how they move forward. But I think while I don't have an exact answer to the question Paul raises, it's a crucial one because the world's attention, once the crisis is over, tends to turn to the next crisis. But we've got significant questions in a post-crisis society of what does reconciliation mean? What does forgiveness mean? What does justice look like? Who's in charge of truth and memory? And so on.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really difficult when if and when Ukraine conflict ends, because when you talk to Ukrainians, there is zero chance they want reconciliation. They absolutely hate the Russians with every form of it, and that's going to be a really difficult question for us to solve, I think, globally and geopolitically, if and when that conflict comes to end. But I want to pick up on religion with you, Milan. You know, you're a specialist in interfaith understandings. How can we avoid religion being drawn into kind of ethno-nationalism? Because at the moment, a lot of battle lines are being drawn, using religion as a kind of smokescreen often for other agendas. You've had a lot of experience of that, and you even said the other day, I know I'm doing something right because both the Muslims and the Jews hate me at the moment. So is there a middle ground? Is there a way that we can avoid using religion as a way of being drawn into these conflicts or the solutions to them?
Well, I mean, let me say, first of all, thank you for having me here, and I really am honored to be here. So, I mean, one of the things I want to talk about is how religious discrimination today is really at the forefront. And I think we keep ignoring it and ignoring it and ignoring it because we don't want to talk about religion. Listen, I'm in religious studies. I know nobody wants to talk about religion. But I'll say a couple of things that are really important. Israel and Gaza today have caused a global problem amongst the population, the human being. And we're not addressing it. This is a big security problem, not just for Palestinians and Israelis. I mean, we know that Lebanon is now at war. We know that in the United States, Islamophobia has risen by 284% since October 7th. Anti-Semitism has risen by 388% in the United States. I also watch Western Europe and also Eastern Europe. And all of it shows me that there is this complete discrimination against Muslims, which is guised under this idea of the immigrant everywhere. Then you have the racialization of Muslims and Jews across the globe. So what I want to say is that we need to start thinking about religious identity and how it plays into what has been going on for the last 2 decades all across the world, which is identity politics. So I find myself as a Muslim woman at a Catholic university teaching the Holocaust, directing a Holocaust center, teaching Islam and the Holocaust and genocide as a very challenging position. However, what I'm aware of is that both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are a big problem. So I think that once you start to possess your identity and you start to see this fracturing in society, the last thing you want to do is that. And that would be my advice, even here in Bosnia-Herzegovina. I don't have to say that only 2 million people, Bosnian Muslims, live here, but that was a problem. It's still a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the elephant in the room. And ironically, the Muslim community and the Jewish community here are actually really well integrated, you know. But I think the elephant in the room is this would be Europe's only indigenous Muslim nation if it became part of the EU, following on from what Yasmin was saying earlier on. I think we've got to accept that that's been one of the reasons why it hasn't been helped the way it should have been, I think. During the war, I think that was the case, the arms embargo, and I think that's continued through for the last 30 years as well. So Velma, you're the founder and director of the Post-Conflict Research Center, which for more than a decade now has been doing extraordinary work as one of the leading civic society NGOs working with peace building and youth. In your vocabulary, is reconciliation useful? And you've worked a lot with young people, bringing them together from different communities, different countries from the region. What have you found the most important or effective strategies to actually get them to work together and begin to break down some of these barriers of understanding?
Thank you so much, Paul, and also thank you for the invitation. I mean, yes, we are practitioners. Majority of our work is grassroots work, not based in Sarajevo. We work in communities like Srebrenica and Vitez, where you still have this pure phenomenon of segregation, 2 schools under one roof. According to OSCE report, there is 56 schools in Bosnia still operating under this system where kids are purely segregated through educational curriculum and historical curriculum, and they don't even interact during the school breaks. I mean, what we did learn from our work is that young people usually, if you say this term reconciliation, they would ask you, like, why? We never fight with anybody. Why do we need to reconcile? What is the reason? What is the purpose? And we are really trying to avoid this term generally. We rather use peace building, sustainable peace, interethnic, interreligious dialogue, as Mehna just mentioned, the role of religion, and we try to build up our peace curriculum also around interethnic, interreligious dialogue. We also work with the victims associations a lot. We work with Srebrenica Genocide Memorial, and if you speak, as Professor Waller was mentioning, if you speak with the survivors and victims and you mention the term of reconciliation, they would usually ask you with whom I need to reconcile, with the perpetrators. We need to go back and realize that Bosnia is not, you know, post-conflict, whatever society, it's frozen conflict society, where you never had any of these like transitional justice steps being accomplished. We never had reparations. You still have perpetrators. You have women who went through rape and sexual violence going to pay their bills to their perpetrator in the post office. The impunity for perpetrators, then the court of BIH, which should continue this process of war trials procedures, is operating under a lot of political issues and pressures. So we generally avoiding the term of reconciliation. I stop here.
Following on from that, Richard, you know, you've worked a lot with the Aegis Trust. You're currently working on research looking at the Srebrenica Memorial Center and also Jasenovec concentration camp. Obviously, these memory sites are hugely important in this process of whatever we're talking about, reconciliation or not. But how do we avoid them becoming sort of siloed and becoming sort of negative influence because they become very much victor-perpetrator centered? And again, how do we stop them being sort of co-opted into an ethno-nationalist conflict? Because they're very important spaces of memory and remembrance, but equally there's their potential for them to be hijacked and used for another agenda.
I suppose the question is then how do we stop that? And I don't know if you can, really, to be blunt, apart from ceaseless efforts to support survivor communities, to continue to work with them, to let them lead the processes in whatever way they wish to go. Survivor communities can get things wrong, I think, and they could, you know, take turns into directions that might be, you know, to return to conflict and things like that. And maybe, but I think it's just a ceaseless struggle to continue to keep a clear focus on what the end result is and to keep going. I mean, so for example, there are a lot of, so I've been researching the memorials and museums connected to Jasenovec concentration camp, and a majority of them are heavily politicized, and they belong completely and utterly to the control of Milorad Dodik or Serb Orthodox Church or different places, and I don't see a way for them to be freed from that. they also belong to the victim community. So they could rightly say to me, who are you to say that they should be free from that? So I don't really have an answer to your question, except that we should maybe just continue to work with the survivors and the people who lead these memorials, and as long as they are trying to prioritize the well-being of their own community and to serve the needs of their own community, primarily as victims for whom the memorials are created, we should just continue to work with them and support them and listen to them and let them guide us.
Thank you. So, Alfred, you're a specialist in medical anthropology. I think it's very interesting to look at a perspective from another global mass emotional shock and death event like the pandemic. And what lessons do you think we can learn from how it was well or not well handled in terms of crossing national borders and even ethnic borders? Just as a small example, there was Serbia at the time of the pandemic. It was mentioned, I think, so the other day, that they actually bought vaccines from both sides, from the EU and America and from China. And I think it was kind of a mistake, but they opened it up to anybody in the region. So for a lot of Sarajevans, a lot of Bosnians, the first time they'd been to Belgrade since the end of the war was to go and get vaccinated. I went with my wife. We were driving down the highway thinking, this is the first time we've been to Belgrade in 20 years, and we're going for a life-saving, potentially life-saving intervention. So are there lessons we can learn from how the world responded to the pandemic that might help us understand how to transcend these national borders in conflicts?
Great. Thank you, Paul, for that very insightful question. And thank you to my fellow panelists. I'm just a friendly neighborhood anthropologist, so I'm not a political scientist, and I don't work, not a practitioner in the peace-building space. In terms of lessons from the pandemic, I think there's a massive literature on disease diplomacy, on the way that vaccines or other kind of interventions in the humanitarian space around health help to bolster a country's profile, et cetera. So I don't need to rehash that massive literature. In terms of the lessons from the pandemic, I think preparedness is obviously a massively important element. I mean, not just preparedness in the technical sense or technological sense, having vaccines or vaccine development, but also in the sort of ethical sphere. How do we help people understand that they're doing something in terms of their civic duty, responsibility by taking on a vaccine, et cetera? And also in the political realm, I'm from the United States, I'm from Texas, and so we had a lot of political issues with just basic things like wearing masks and things that we might take for granted in another context. I think also lessons from just emerging infectious diseases in general, not necessarily just this pandemic, have to do with capacity building, but also the maintenance of capacity after the emergency has passed. The United States is really, really bad at that. We love to spend a ton of money at the last second in an emergency, but then after the emergency has passed, we dismantle all of that important infrastructure, surveillance infrastructure, for instance, sort of disease detection infrastructure. So I think at least in those two domains of preparedness and in terms of capacity building, I think those are important lessons.
I think you should talk to each other because so much of what you just said echoed exactly the process and the steps that you were talking about earlier on. I think it's really, we forget sometimes that, these major global emergencies are multifaceted, but they also have a lot of things in common. We've got a wonderful person who's come up from the audience who is, I hope, relatively young.
Actually, yes, and spirited by what you said in the beginning, Paul, I really want to pose maybe a pointless, maybe a controversial question. Let's see how you guys take it. So a lot of what you've said to me as a 26-year-old person from Bosnia and Herzegovina is something that requires a lot of deep thought. So we're talking about the ability to build consensus, the ability to build empathy, the ability to detach oneself from your own feelings and to actually understand the other to whatever extent possible. But at the same time, as someone who is very much a Gen Z person and living in a post-COVID environment of shortened attention spans, of increasing polarization, and most importantly, increasing de-intellectualization of society. How do we maintain this ability to actually go the extra mile and acknowledge the complexities of the world around us? Because usually when it comes to conflict and reconciliation, the first thing that people say is like, this is a complex issue. But we're operating in a world that is increasingly not tolerant
of complexities.
I think you just defined Velma's life mission, but how do you do that? Because you do incredibly deep work with the people that come to you. I've taught on some of your workshops. Many of us have been on them. You know, you run a whole summer school every year in Srebrenica that really does go deep, and you invite world-leading experts and academics to really share their expertise. Again, you know, what have you learned about how to answer that question to a young person here in Bosnia, or indeed in the region?
It's a great question. I mean, we as an organization are facing also challenges of getting like new young generation and, you know, getting their attention with all these challenges regarding like social media, and we are trying to deal with these new challenges. But what I want to mention is exactly like building empathy around human stories. That is the approach which Post-Conflict Research Center had like from the beginning. The main core project we ran program is actually Ordinary Heroes, featuring stories of moral courage and rescue behavior among different ethnic groups who during the war in Bosnia stood up against war and genocide, and they were risking lives to protect someone from other ethnic or religious group. But our approach was always global. As Paul mentioned, we didn't stay only on Bosnia and stories from Bosnian society. We did incorporate stories from Holocaust, Rwanda, Cambodia. And then the core of majority of program is building empathy and using a lot of art, which Rachel can speak more about it. We have a large research project, Art and Reconciliation, looking at the role of art and culture. And I mean, I will mention briefly that during the siege of Sarajevo, Sarajevo Film Festival was established, and now it's a leading festival and a platform for many artists to come here and bring stories from all around the world and talk about conflict and post-conflict environment. I do believe that it's about crossing these bridges, bringing young people together, and then a long-term intervention. Usually through projects and programs, we are always, donors require a certain period, but we did learn if we work with our young people longer, like for a few years or a few months, or they have more chances to go through different interventions, that it's possible. It's a difficult task, but we have a great network of young people through all around Balkan and world doing this work with us. So I guess, I hope I answered somehow.
Wanted to kind of come to Menaz on that, because, you know, you're talking about what do we do in Bosnia, but what do we do with the rest of the world? Because, you know, understanding the other and bringing the other closer to us is very important. So I think as educators in Britain, America, wherever, we've got a duty to our students to help them understand better these kind of things. What lessons have you learned about bringing an undergrad student and explaining these very complex, difficult issues to them in a way they can actually connect with?
Yeah, I just want to go back to your initial question. I think it's really important, and I deal with students actually younger than you. And I teach them very difficult material, like I'm doing a class on Muslims and the Holocaust, women in Islam, very timely material. But I want to say something about social media, and I want to say something about pace, right? So everything seems really quick. You know, people migrate very easily. They didn't say even in the 40s. But I also want to say that in the 40s, there were things called cables, i.e. like an email or a fax. I don't know if you know what a fax is. And you know, so a cablegram would go from, say, the Jewish Congress in the UK to, you know, to basically say, you know, 8,000 Jews have been massacred, and nothing would happen. It's not so different today. And I hate to say that, but I want the youth to understand that the complexity has always been there. It's the way that we present the complexity. The framing of the complexity is what makes it more untenable. So nothing happened with those 8,000 people that were exterminated. There were cablegrams saying Mussolini is entering. Hitler is entering. There are pits. There are people being shot. We hear all of that, from Gaza to Sudan to Somalia to Uyghur, Xinjiang area in China to the Rohingya to Ethiopia. We can go on and on about that. So the question is, how do you, as a young person, empower yourself that you have a stake in this? And the way that you have a stake in this is by empowering your own community, your own kind of seat where you sit. That is what we can do. But if you say that we are a different generation, then you're not part of the community. You've left the community, and you've created your own kind of identity politics. So what I will say to you is that we may be older, but we're not old. We're part of that community that is encouraging more younger people and older people to join in. So I want us to sort of think about generation and gaps and communication very seriously.
Yeah, we were all young once as well. So, I mean, I'd turn the question back to you. I mean, you're obviously here, you're working as one of the staff, you're volunteering here. Why are you here? What do you see your role in this whole process being?
Someone has to do it. And I don't mean the conference, but in general, someone has to do it.
Step up, yeah?
Someone has to step up, but I would go back maybe to, thank you both for your reactions, but I would maybe go back to one part of my question specifically. It's the anti-intellectualism that concerns me, not just when it comes to generational differences. It's just that, at least to me, it's something that seems very apparent. And for me, it doesn't really necessarily becomes compatible with what we're trying to do. And this is not to discourage anyone's work. I value all of your work so much. But it's what you said, Velma, in the beginning of your question. We're struggling to reach these people, old or young, because maybe it's the fast pace, maybe it's the social media, but ultimately speaking, people are disengaging. And for me, it's not an issue, but at a certain point, it's preaching to the choir. Even myself, speaking to younger or older people within my community in Bosnia or across the border when I'm traveling, it ultimately becomes preaching to the choir. Unless you have access to new people as an educator, unless you have access to new people as someone who is doing research, but at the same time, you can never reach everyone. And I think the vision is exponentially growing. Meanwhile, we are struggling more and more and more. So I don't know if I've answered your question. I've stepped up because someone has to, but I'm one person in one country that's also a very small country.
I mean, I think this is the challenge, isn't it? How do we communicate these very complex, emotionally charged ideas? And I think storytelling, and which is one of the things we've really learned with Velma's work, is super important, because that is a way you can humanize it, you can bring it down. And one person speaking to another person and telling them their story, especially with the project that Velma did about rescuers, where it's about people rescuing the enemy from death, effectively, potentially sacrificing their life to help another person who's under threat. That's a very powerful way, I think, to do it, because then it does become much more accessible and much more human and much more, personal. Thank you very much for your contribution. Anybody else want to jump in? Come on, don't be shy. Yes, please, absolutely. I didn't put any plants in the audience, by the way, but, I'm not ageist, I just wanted some young people on the stage.
I said we're basically the same age.
Age is only a number.
I'm actually 29. Yeah. Hi, everybody. Fantastic panel. Thank you for your insights on reconciliation. It was great to just hear that it's very difficult to define it. I have one question. Can I go close? Okay. I have one question for Dr. Waller about Rwanda. You spoke of how government really mandates reconciliation. Now, my question is about Kagame and his role in the governmental policies about reconciliation, and the fact that he's a very disciplinarian individual. And I was wondering if you could share some insights about if and when he's not there anymore, what will happen to the reconciliation process?
Yeah, that's a very complex question, and we're all friends, so I trust that whatever I say here will stay here. No, I became a huge fan of Kagame because in 2012, I was invited to a dinner in Rwanda, and President Kagame was there. There were 12 or 13 of us, and someone asked him this question. When your second term ends as president, a second 7-year term, would you ever consider changing the Constitution to be president for life? And I loved what he said. He said, if I have to do that, we failed because we haven't raised the next generation of leaders. And for several years, I was a huge Kagame fan until he changed the Constitution to be president for life. And so it's not in my opinion, my experience there, not a functioning democracy, not even a healthy, it's not a functioning democracy. It is an autocracy. And like any autocracy, the key question is what you just raised. What happens when the autocrat is gone? I am not convinced Rwanda has anything in place. If you look at some of the risk lists of countries at risk for genocide, it's heartbreaking to see Rwanda on the list. They shouldn't be, but they're there. And they're there precisely because Kagame has done incredible things for the country, clean, great infrastructure, beautiful place. But it's come at a cost. And the cost is political freedom, human rights, freedom of expression, and at some point there will be a price to pay for that. And the price to pay is again going to be in lives. And for anyone who works in Rwanda, you hate to have to say it, but I think it is true.
I'm going to ask you a question because I want to follow up the one I asked Rachel about can you, as somebody who's an expert in justice and has sat in the ICTY, can you have reconciliation without justice?
No, I don't think you can.
Or do you want to disassociate the two things from each other completely?
Well, I think that it is important if we want, no, I don't think also that we need to disassociate them completely. I think that we need to step into the justice mechanism with in mind reconciliation, which I think we have done a very poor job at that. The concept of justice is very difficult. Well, there are many more learned colleagues here, but it's very difficult to grasp for people that is living the daily lives. What is justice? How does it look like to sentence someone for genocide to 30 years in prison? And that doesn't really favor reconciliation if you don't explain what is the purpose of justice in that regard. So I'm
going to keep you because I've got a follow-up question. Can you argue that the legal definition of genocide has become so restrictive and tight now that it's actually counterproductive? Because what's happened here, for example, is only a very, very few cases have been proven to be genocide, which allows the RS to say, well, that's as if nothing else happened. Everything else is irrelevant because the only one that was found to be genocide is this, and therefore it's as if nothing else happened in the camps and all the other killings. So has our legal definition of genocide become so restrictive, it's actually now counterproductive?
Thank you for that question. I wish we had a long time to discuss it. The short answer would be, in my personal opinion, humble opinion, yes. We always have this conversation with our students. So what about the other individuals that fall into other type of minorities and they are not covered by the Genocide Convention? So, but even the mens rea, the actus reus, it's all complicated. It's very difficult to just go back. We need to go back down to the definition and try to understand that how we can change it. Thank you for that question. It's a very important question.
Please do.
There's two, I want to push back very, very gently, actually. There's two tracks of critique of Kagame. And from a person such as yourself, I really respect that because that's very informed based upon your research there and everything. But there are also a lot of lazy takes. A lot of scholars who make 2 or 3 trips out there and decide it doesn't fit with their...
Richard, can you speak clearly? It's very difficult to hear you.
Okay, so a lot of scholars will make 2 or 3 trips out there, read some books, maybe read some Guardian columns, and decide that this is a terrible, terrible place and a terrible thing. And then they go hunting for the double narrative, the double genocide narrative, and everything like this. So we have to be very careful when we bring these criticisms of post-genocidal Rwanda, particularly the Kagame's regime. And so I do want people to be careful when they engage with scholarship on Rwanda, because denial of the genocide, and you are not anywhere close to that, But it feeds upon this Kagame critique and this critique of the RPF and all of this kind of stuff. And your response has sort of discounted all of the immense peace-building work that has taken place in Rwanda. Of course, I'm connected to the Yiddish Trust, and you know the Yiddish Trust very well, and I believe you know them as well, and you know them. Okay, so it's very, but there are many other organizations doing peace-building work, and there are many other, peace in the Rwandan mind is something that they all seem to desire and want to build towards. So to say that Rwanda doesn't have a chance post-Kagame is to say that none of that has been effective. Would you agree with that?
I think time will tell. I mean, certainly civil society has had a lot of impact there, for sure. And I don't mean to discount the incredible strides Rwanda has made, but I also am not going to discount the cost that it's come at. And, you know, I don't know what the future holds when Kagame is not there. I do feel strongly he has not prepared the country for when he's not there.
And you a member of the panel? Just say who you are and what your question is.
Yeah, Julia Cheval, U.S. Institute of Peace. But I'm not speaking in my official capacity as a member of that institute. Or
being recorded.
Wonderful. Hopefully Haroon and Hikmet can confirm that. I guess I would just zoom in on two very specific things that were brought up today and this question of youth and young people. You said that you think stories about the other and helping the other are an effective mechanism. And one thing that Velma shared was about segregated high schools in Bosnia-Herzegovina. I would say for most young people in the world today, whether or not they're critically aware of this fact or not, they are post-liberal, because liberal democracy is an embarrassing failure, which has not delivered the goods to most people in the world. The example of that is these segregated high schools. The fact that they're still here after so long, and despite the literally hundreds of people, if not thousands of people who have worked in this conflict over the past 30 years have not fixed that, that is an indictment of liberal democracy's capacity to solve problems. And it's not just in Bosnia, it's all around the world. It is all around the world in many different countries, in many different specific ways, but you can see that in many different factors, whether that's declining birth rates, rising depression, checking out of politics, justified anti-intellectualism, because intellectuals tell you to watch stories about the other, and that's not very compelling if you are in a scenario where you are in a segregated community, where you do not know the other, where if you see each other, you'll fight each other, where there's a shortage of resources, and those few scarce resources that there are going to liberal intellectuals and elites who, frankly, oftentimes for people outside of the West, don't speak your language, are in your country for a few years, and seem to have none of the same deep motivations that you have to protect your kin or your community. The fact is that there's got to be some sort of professional reckoning with the many failures of liberal democracy over the past 30 years and broadly since the collapse of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War. And that's a very uncomfortable conversation, but it is the type of conversation that has to be had. Again, that type of learn about the other approach and that type of reconciliation and justice-focused approach is not compelling. There are many conflicts where groups have discrete, real differences. And sometimes the only real compelling way to solve them is to fight each other. And there are many conflicts in the world where people have unfortunately been left with that as the only viable solution because others who said they could solve their problems actually could not. And whether or not we want to talk about that type of issue with Israel-Palestine, which is another one of those conflicts, how much money and how many resources have been poured into fixing that, whether we want to talk about Afghanistan and the countless number of people that were involved in fixing that country over the past 20 years, or Iraq, or Rwanda, the fact is that the institutions that are supposed to be solving problems really don't, and it doesn't seem like they actually want to, because somebody is asleep at the wheel. And until that problem is fixed, you're not going to have any success with these humanizing stories, because people will understand you're doing those types of humanizing stories because you're afraid of them, And that only tells them they have a political power as a group that they can exercise. And so, yeah, I would throw that out there.
Ram, has that been your
Post-liberal
experience?
I mean, as a practitioner working mostly in Bosnia and the Balkan, considering that our conflict is still quite fresh, we do struggle a lot to bring young people together. As I mentioned, we have these new challenges. So I can speak from the Bosnian experience among different youth from different ethnic groups that they really need to learn about others. I mean, we have young people from Sarajevo and Banja Luka, which we consider kind of as a capital, that they never met each other. We have young people from Banja Luka to whom parents forbid to come to Sarajevo because of all these scary things will happen and vice versa. Or Mostar, which we talked during the workshop. I'm not going to even go there. So it's similar with the Balkan. I mean, we have also regional programs bringing young people from Croatia and Serbia. And, you know, like young people who would be from Croatia, they would be like so excited to learn that when you go to mosque, you need to take shoes out, you know. They didn't know these stories. So I do believe, and from our experiences, that bringing them together, building those bridges, developing empathy, and involving multidisciplinary approach, because this is not a grassroots work. I mean, we mentioned Ordinary Heroes. Professor Paul developed this artistic part of it, like photography, and then film, and then putting all these together also with like psychologists. Professor Waller mentioned how great it is to have a psychologist as a friend, but it's true. And develop these interventions is the only way we can have. Because then what is our other possibility? They already are divided by curriculums. Probably you discuss how Republika Srpska on 2019, but they incorporated now this historical curriculum about war criminals as heroes into their historical curriculums. So how we will fight these then narratives? And I mean, we did also learn if you bring global stories. When we talk about rape and sexual violence, we don't talk only about rape and sexual violence in Bosnia, which was massive. We speak about Darfur, we speak about Cambodia, and then young people, they do have also like opportunity to connect with the global narrative, understanding that this is not just us, this is not just or Bosnia. So, I mean, that is the only way we could do as practitioners.
Sure, of course.
Yeah, I mean, just really quickly, I want to say that you know, I understand your idea about liberal democracy and how it's failed in many ways. But I do want to speak up a little bit for intellectuals and academics and practitioners, because I consider myself all those three things, but also the people who are here. It's not about telling the story and the narrative of the other. It's about understanding that you have an other within you. It's a very, very big difference. Is, you know, if I present you with a story and you say, okay, you know, maybe you have empathy, but it's about understanding that you are not one thing. It's not about the subject, but it's really about yourself. And I think that's a different mode than just presenting you with narratives or stories. But it's trying to see within yourself as a student, as, you know, in a school or in a classroom, that you, within yourself, have that notion of the other. And that's what I wanted to say.
James, I wanted to ask you, as part of this question, slightly different focus. You know, you've interviewed, as you said, hundreds of perpetrators. What would have stopped them being a perpetrator? What kind of things about understanding the other, you know, if at an early stage then been taught it in school? I mean, I'm sounding really crass, but, you know, what kind of things from the insights you've had into why they do these things would have stopped them from doing it?
Yeah, that's, we don't have enough time to go into all that. For every complex problem, there's a simple solution, and it's always wrong. So there's no simple solution to this, but I will say, to connect it to what we've talked about with the other, that every interview I've ever done with a perpetrator, if there's a common denominator, it is that they have seen the other not just as different, but as an existential threat. A threat to the existence of my language, my culture, my heritage, or even my life. How do you deal with threat? You eliminate it. Push it out of the country. Kill it. If you don't, I mean, it's irrational from the perspective of a perpetrator to see an existential threat posed to him or her and do nothing about it. the rational thing is to do is you have to deal with the threat. You have to eliminate the threat. So I think that is a pretty consistent psychological feature for how they justify the actions they've done, and it's why they don't feel, people always ask, do perpetrators feel remorse?
Yeah.
I haven't run across that, because in their mind,
they were doing the right thing.
They've dealt with the threat.
Which is exactly your point. And I guess that's the question, is how do we break that cycle? Thank you very much for your contribution. We've got somebody waiting to come up from the floor. Thank you very much. In another 15 minutes, by the way, to finish at past. I think that's okay, because I think it's going pretty nice, flowing reasonably well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Azra Imamovic, and maybe I will speak from the three different points of view, and thank you very much for the interesting panel and the conference. I want to reflect both as an academic, as a practitioner, and also as a citizen of this country, someone who's been living here throughout the war. So as the academic, very often when I look at the university and I'm my university students and I'm a sociologist by profession, I can always reflect on what, when you read some of the works of the sociologists, you know, that the world is going at a very fast pace, and, you know, the intellectual elites cannot come up with the solutions to what's happening in the ordinary world. And, you know, this is very much sometimes, you know, the discussions that we have when we are reading the academic research papers. As a practitioner, as someone who has worked both in the Western Balkans but also in the wider region, I have seen the challenges that when we speak about the term reconciliation, and I want, if you can reflect on that this is a long-term process. I think in '95, when I was very young, when you know, we had this naive notion and expectation, you know, that there will be justice, it will be served, the ICTY judgments will bring solutions to this. But what is actually happening is that we are living in everyday world. You mentioned victims who have to go to the post office and they have to live with the perpetrators. So these are the expectations, let's say, at the individual micro level. The expectations from the international community 30 years onwards is like, you have to reconcile, regardless of what it means. So there is this conflict between macro and micro level. How do we reconcile that? And what does it mean, reconciliation at my level, when I see that, you know, justice has not been served, actually, and it is important to me, and you spoke about this cultural the importance of cultural meaning of justice. And what does it mean in the context of, let's say, you know, post-Second World War Germany, where still in some small local communities, you still don't have recognitions of the crimes that happened, and there is still no talk. So I think it's also the notion on our society that, yes, the work on the micro level is important, but it's not enough. As long as we have politicians that are denying genocide, as long as we have the international community who is kind of, yeah, you know, it's not as bad, you know, you cannot really have the true reconciliation, whatever the term means. So, you know, I know it can have multiple meanings. So if you can just reflect on that. And, you know, it was really, that's, you know, an interesting discussion, and I thank you for that.
Thank you very much. I mean, Rachel, maybe to come back to that. I mean, obviously, you know, one thing about Bosnia is nobody won the war. So nobody got to set that agenda. Nobody got to say, I'm going to prosecute you for the crimes you carried out, or I'm going to set up a whole state apparatus to make you retribute, like it happened in Rwanda and arguably to an extent happened after the Second World War. So, you know, what is your longitudinal, long-term perspective on this in terms of, is this a process that does have an endpoint, or is Bosnia going to always struggle with this because it was never actually brought to account?
I think it's always going to be an open-ended process of reconciliation, or whatever you call it, the kind of coming to terms. It's not something that you get to an end set. I can't think of one country in the world that you could say is reconciled, right? I mean, you know, I come from the UK. We've got lots of things that we need to still work on and reconcile. And I think, I mean, it's really interesting. I thought your point was really interesting about the meta and micro narratives of this, because if you look, and the contrast actually between Germany and Bosnia is quite interesting in that regard as well, because as you say, you know, there might be pockets in Germany of sort of unreconciliation, anti-reconciliation, but the meta-narrative is one of reconciliation, whereas here the meta-narrative is one of unreconciliation, but there are pockets of what I would say is sort of moving towards reconciliation. The work that Velma and her organisation do is kind of, it's micro level, but it has impact on people within those groups. But it's marrying those two things together, and it's making the link the challenge is making the link between the micro and the macro, and making that work, or being able to navigate. I guess actually, you know, going back to your earlier question, is about complexity and being able to navigate the fact that these things are operating at the same time. So two things that apparently seem contradictory can be true at the same time. And I think we lose that a lot of the time. We lose that in the social media swirl, where everybody has one narrative, there's one truth. You know, this is, and I'm not prepared to listen to the other side. I'm not prepared to accept that my truth, you know, what I think, might conflict with what somebody else thinks, but they nevertheless may think that they're right as well, and we can have a conversation. And I think, you know, just to end on that one, going back to thinking about students and responsibility, it's about, it's not about necessarily coming up with the kind of toolkit solutions, but it's sort of encouraging this kind of critical thinking and most of all listening skills, being able to listen to one another and not keep shouting over one another in the way that we do.
Alfred, I wanted to bring you into the conversation because, you know, as an anthropologist, that's your job, listening to people. But I wondered again, just to come back to this idea of how, is there any comparison between the global pandemics and what we're talking about today? Because, you know, I assume, this is just my naive opinion, but I assume we're actually just as unprepared for the next pandemic that's going to come as we were for that one, because we haven't learned the lessons from it. So what are the kind of structural things that need to be done to actually learn from past mistakes? Because that's essentially what we're talking about. How do we fix the past? You know, in terms of medical anthropology, or you know, is there anything that we can understand now, looking back on COVID, about why we haven't learned the lessons, perhaps, of that we could apply to this discussion?
Great. Well, thanks again. And at the risk of disappointing our young friends from the audience, you know, anthropology is essentially about learning about the other and attempting to come to grips with human difference, right? How and why people are as they are. To try to answer this really difficult question, I would say that reconciliation or peace building is always essentially about its object, right? What is peace? What kind of peace are we talking about when we talk about it? So in these contexts, in Rwanda or Cambodia, where I work, or in Gaza or Israel, and Velma mentioned, you know, is the peace just a cessation of violence and you still have a frozen war, essentially? Or does peace also include, you know, the cessation of gender-based violence or other forms of discrimination as part of the way that we do peace, right, as a verb? The second aspect of peace building, or what we call it, has to do with what the subject of that peace is. Like, who is the one who's engaged in this, right? Is it just the citizenry? Is it stateless people also? Who is that subject that is making these things happen? So that is a leftist, intellectual, liberal, elderly person's response, unfortunately. But I think contending with these two quite abstract ideas can help us maybe to solve some of the other more practical questions. So what is it we talk about when we talk about peace, and who are we talking about doing that?
Thank you. Welcome to the panel.
Thank you for a great panel. I'm going to pose
Introduce yourself just so that
I'm Ken DeClave. I'm a psychiatrist. I wear many hats. I've profiled genocidal leaders in the 90s, like Karadzic, psychological profiles of Karadzic and Milosevic. And I've treated victims of genocide, including the Bosnian genocide, and other victims of war. A couple of comments and then two questions for the group. One is, it's real easy to demonize the other, but how do you humanize the other? That's hard. And I love the comment that one of the other questioners made about intellectuals. Every genocide that I've studied, and I studied many in order to understand the commonalities of genocide leaders, perpetrators such as Karadzic, Milosevic, and others, didn't start, it was kind of organic, but it started with intellectuals in the open, in public space, creating hatred and demonizing the other. That was true here, where the Serbian Academy of Arts and Sciences, the leading intellectuals of the former Yugoslavia from the mid-'80s on, created a narrative. Publications, interviews on the media every night. We've seen this in Russia, in the war against Ukraine, where you have former leaders saying the ugliest, most hateful things. Medvedev, for example, dehumanizing the Ukrainians. We've seen this in other cases. So how do you get around the manufacture of hate, as Emma was saying, in a world where we're kind of in an ahistorical world? A lot of young people don't know their history. So that's challenging for those who teach young folks. I think it's hard to do with narrative because people don't read. I applaud Paul's work. I think visual imagery and film, short film, documentary is one way around it, because then you can put it out on social media. Let me close my comments with an example. Many of you have seen the amazing Israeli television series Fauda. Fauda's incredible. All the Arabs watch it all over the Middle East because it humanizes these. You see Hamas terrorists in that, but you see their families, their children, their mourning. So it humanizes them, and it humanizes the Israelis. That's the genius of the filmmakers who put it together. So I think Paul can comment on this, and James, that we can use media to sort of reshape the narrative. I would pose that question to you, because sadly, I think writing more articles and journals and chapters, it doesn't reach the audiences that you're trying to reach. I have great admiration for what you do. So that's my question: is how do you get around hatred, and how do you humanize the other?
It was to me. I think one of the problems with media is that it's mostly controlled by mainstream barons who don't want to tell those kind of stories. But I think you're right that video can be very powerful, photography can be very powerful. I also think that museums are a really important space for this, which is why we asked the question Richard earlier on. I would like to just celebrate Elma Hasanbegovic, who's the director of the History Museum of Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is, if you haven't been to visit it and you're here, please do go. Is it still open tonight till 7? It's open till 7 o'clock tonight. It's on your way to the restaurant. It's just down there. But if you haven't had a chance to visit, please go and visit it. And if you haven't seen it, the incredibly powerful new space that's just been opened up, the Monument to the Killed Children of Sarajevo, which was a co-production between the History Museum and curators, Elma Hodgic, especially their wonderful designers, and the City Museum. It's just above the main park in the city. That is the most powerful way I've seen to answer your question. Go into that space, open a drawer, and come back to me without a tear in your eye, and that will answer your question. Anybody else want to respond on that? We've got a kind of 2-3 minutes left, and then we'll wind up.
I know we're talking about reconciliation and how there's no such thing in post-conflict, but going to the Fauda example, I want to go to an example of the parent circle that is in Israel. It's a circle of parents that have lost a child from the war between Israel and Gaza, the ensuing war for 85 years. And I wonder, and this is just something I'm wondering about, they have both lost a child, and they work together, and they bring awareness all over Israel as well as Palestinian, to Palestinian communities. And a lot of it has worked because they've both lost. They both are deeply wounded in a way that they can mutually share that wound. And I wonder if we can think of our own identities in terms of, like, me being born in Pakistan and what my great-grandparents had to go through, but also that there are reconciliation projects between our generation now, between Pakistan and India, that nobody hears about, but they're artistic kind of collaboration. So I'm leaving you guys with a little hope and reconciliation in terms of accepting the suffering of the other, even if you feel that your suffering is deeper and worse. But I think that is the acknowledgement of understanding between two others. Thank you.
Richard, do you want to come back? Then you want to come? Then we'll take our last question. So Richard, very quickly, and then we'll have one more person on the stage. If that's okay with everyone? Yeah, great.
My response was to
Ken, stay for the response, and then you can.
Yeah. So your question is, how do we how do we humanize the other, right? That was essentially, okay. So again, the methodology used by Aegis Trust in the Kigali Genocide Memorial, but not only that, in its peace-building programs that have been operating now in Rwanda for a decade, and they estimate that almost 2 million people have been through these programs, is coming back to this concept of storytelling. And so, and this whole peace-building exercise has been put together by Rwandan genocide survivors and their, young Hutus working with them and young Tutsi working together. It's very much a unified effort. And they take stories of rescue and heroism from the genocide. So again, it's parallel to what to Velma's project here. And these stories do serve as some inspiration. I mean, inspiration is fleeting. It's ephemeral. You don't, you get inspired for a few moments, and then you go out and you have to deal with your life again. But I think the real power of the stories is that they are real. And if you have had that example placed before you of somebody who's done this, it places a challenge to you, are you going to match that standard or fail them in the future? So I can think of 3 really powerful stories that are used in the educational program, but I'll maybe just tell one very briefly. I'm sorry, but as the so as the RPF were advancing into Rwanda at the end, mid-1994, the genocide heirs and the Hutu army and everything went into retreat, and they were fleeing down into the Congo or into Burundi. And this young Hutu girl, her name was Grace, and she'd grown up in obviously in a Hutu family, and she'd witnessed the genocide from her windows as an 8-year-old. The people being hacked to death in the streets and everything, and her mother and her grandmother telling her, it's cockroaches, let them die, it doesn't matter, right, okay? And then, so they're in full retreat from these cockroaches, running away down to the Congolese border, where, by the way, again, when we speak about problems that Rwanda faces, it's not just Kagame or any potential conflict arising from his leadership. There's a huge amount of hatred amidst the perpetrator communities who are now, living mostly just across the border in Congo, and they pose a real extant threat to Rwanda's existence. But coming back to the story, they are fleeing towards the border, and it's a long column of people. And this young girl hears some whimpering, crying coming from the bushes, and so she leaves the convoy, and her parents are like yelling, "Come back! What are you doing? Come back!" And she goes through the bushes, and she sees a woman who she knew was a Tutsi, propped up against a tree, cut up, with a baby trying to feed at her breast. There's all blood going into the baby's mouth and everything like this, and the woman is dying in front of her, right? And so the woman, in the last moments of her life, sort of tries to give this Tutsi baby to this 8-year-old, 10-year-old Hutu girl, and she takes it. And she takes this blood-covered baby back to, and the mother dies as she's taking the baby, and she takes the baby back to the column, and her parents and her grandmother are going to throw it away, get rid of it, and she says, "No, I'm not going to do that." And so then there's the story that stretches out throughout the refugee camps in the Congo and everything, and people heard there's a Tutsi baby and everything, so she has to hide it. She's rejected by her family. Eventually returns to Kigali, makes a living selling fruit on the street, pays for her daughter to go to school, pays her daughter all the way through school, and then eventually tells her daughter, "This is the story, this is how I found you," and the daughter said, you are my mother, I'm going to stay with you." Went to university, graduated, and now works in the Kigali Genocide Memorial. Those kind of stories, they are inspirational. Inspiration is, for me, not very valuable. But they do pose a very powerful moral challenge to you. Are you going to try to match that? Or are you consciously going to fail that standard?
So this will have to be our last question. I'm going to have to keep it reasonably short because I know it's been a very long weekend and a very long day. So let's try to keep this quite short, but thank you very much. I don't want to cut you off in... but
No worries. My name is Germana Kuric, and I'll just wrap up if you allow me. I think it helps. We've heard, I have a background in religious studies, Islamophobia, and sociology of religion, and I'm a Bosnian, and I've also seen genocide through my window. But the point is this, in my personal opinion, after we heard many of these things today, the fear of the other, the hatred someone mentioned here, an odd intellectual that gets to speak in an unchecked way, whatever they want. There is a structure behind all of this, and there is an industry behind all of this. And there is something that, I mean, we didn't speak a lot about nationalism, but I would expand it and call it ethno-religious nationalist supremacy. And that's something that was present and is still present here and in other parts of the world and in the Western world today. And the ways how ethno-religious national identities are built today and why we have the problems we are having is a deep issue that runs through the structures in which someone is invested. And I think a young lady there had a point in that, because someone lives off this and someone is invested in this. And it's not just kind of personal stories, things which I deeply appreciate and understand and support and acknowledge. But I think next time, next year, inshallah, when we are here, let's go into the structural ways how ethno-religious nationalism is built, sold, and like imprinted on people. Because it's not just people living in a vacuum and like two stories fighting. There are people investing in these structures that brought us here. It's not just an intellectual talking out of blue, like any of you are intellectuals here. If you go out, no one will listen to you. Why? There is a reason why. And that's why I think this is something that's changing currently, even in the quote-unquote Western world. And I think that brings us together much more closer than we sometimes want to admit. So
I think that's a great point to end on, actually. So I just wanted to make a point which is echoing that. I ran the Sarajevo half marathon this morning. But what's wonderful about that event is people from all over the region come to run. So there were Serbs, there were Croats, there were Slovenes, there were Hungarians. There's a whole load of Brits, because now there's a direct flight. There are about 40 different British runners as well. So I think that's a really important thing to think about. You know, my experience working here now for 30 years is the horizontal connections across this region are actually far more powerful than the vertical things that separate us. So ethno-nationalism is this vertical siloed division. But the thing, you know, look at music, for example. After the war, when the first radio stations started here, they were mostly playing Madonna. Now it's almost entirely music from the region. So those cross-cultural theatre, film production, music, art, sport, I think they're the sort of things that we need to be strengthening to oppose ethno-nationalism, as you said. Anyway, so I would like to thank very much our wonderful colleagues who organised this conference. I'd like to thank my fantastic panel, all the other panelists. I'd like to rather sadly thank our absent friends in the military who didn't stay for the end, and I think that's actually a bit of a problem because civic society, yay, military, stick around because I think this is probably the most important panel for them to listen to. Anyway, that's just me selling what I do. But I think, you know, thank you to all of you who've attended. Hopefully see you here again next year. I think Hickman wants to make some closing remarks, which I'm kind of doing for him. But anyway, I'm going to hand him the mic. Thank you very much, my brother.
So basically, Paul is the reason why I was 1 hour late this morning because I couldn't find a parking space. And I was yelling at the people running, go to fucking Igman. So anyways, so I and Haran have been around here for the last couple of days talking too much, basically. But my ending remarks are basically just about the theme behind this conference. So as you guys know, as everything was said a couple of days ago, this event was organized by the Western Balkan Center at the New Alliance Institute with our director, Dr. Ibrahim, at the end, and we are very happy that his lovely wife is also here with us, so thank you. And also our partners, the Friedrich Ebert Foundation, the German Embassy, and the Dutch Embassy, and of course, we had a very important closed side event by the United States Institute of Peace, and our good friend Julia was here. So just to give you a sense of who was behind the team. So we had this great team of who did all the social media. That's the team from Quility. That's Alem, Amna, Ilma, and Amina. They're somewhere around here. Okay. Ah, there they are. Okay. Then the two people doing the photographs and the video, Edin and Anida. There, thank you. Our volunteers are doing everything free of charge. Enis, Lizama, and Vernes. Yes. And finally, the Cybersecurity Conference core team, Amra, Sasha, Suad, and Amina. They're right here. Yes. And lastly, Ein Harun are taking all the credit for everything which is being done these last couple of days, but in reality, the person doing all the heavy lifting is Emma Smolo. And yeah, just to announce that our next event will be on the 21st of October, next month in DC. So we're going to do a cybersecurity conference, small, closed side event, basically in DC. So stick around, and yeah, let's stay in touch for next year. Thank you so much.